Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 10:50 a.m. on Friday morning. I hope everybody is having a beautiful day. I'm here with Ryan. Welcome, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, brother.
How you doing, my dude? You all right?
Yeah, this weather, this thunder is rocking my house right now, man.
Hey, man, mine too. Mine too. Marley wanted to go outside and play. I let him go outside, and the wind was blowing him around. He said, "Let me back in, Dad. Come on. Screw this. This is too much. Too much, bro. Too much." So people might go, "Why are y'all live? Like it's 10:51 a.m." First off, we tried to start at 9. You know how we are. Start rolling up. I rolled up a couple. You know, we're like looking at all the stuff going on, and we're just like, man, let's just go. It was like, where do we start? Where do we even start? And where do we find the right videos? Because it's really hard to get unedited videos and stuff. So if you're watching and you got any of the New Yorkers celebrating like this, please let me know. Here, check this out. Hold on, guys. Look at this shit. This is our America now? Is this what's going on? Is it showing it right?
A little slow, or it's a little small.
Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did.
There you go.
Never mind. I got it. Thank you. It's going to be small. It's just a clip.
Yeah.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد.
This is America. By the way, this is America, everybody. This is America. This is they finally got their commie mayor.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
I mean,
أشهد.
I don't know what to say here, man. You know, that was pretty alarming. This is happening in Times Square in America. What do you think about this before we move on to the next thing? What do you think about that, bro?
I think New York City done F themselves.
I mean, hey, if you're in New York City, let us know. What do you think about all this? Totally F themselves. Totally F themselves. So let's by the way, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start covering our whatever. We're gonna start going through our stuff. And Trump is gonna be speaking and addressing a lot of this stuff that we're gonna be talking about. So at any time I'll go live to that. But let's shoot over to this. Nancy Pelosi calls it quits. Let's see what's going down. Hold on. Hope everybody's having a blessed morning. Hit the like, share, subscribe. You got something you're chiefing on, go ahead and spark it up and let's get this going. Much love. Let's go.
Fellow San Franciscans, to be the first to know, I will not be seeking re-election to Congress.
And that video posted to X moments ago, Nancy Pelosi announcing she will not seek re-election. Peter Doocy is live at the White House. He's got exclusive first reaction from the president. These two have tangled a bit in the past, Peter.
Yes, and I just chatted with President Trump about this breaking news that Nancy Pelosi will be leaving Washington. He tells me the following, and this is a quote. "The retirement of Nancy Pelosi is a great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and only focused on bad things for our country. She was rapidly losing control of her party, and it was never coming back. I'm very honored. She impeached me twice and failed miserably twice. Nancy Pelosi is a highly overrated."
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident.
Yeah.
There's a better way to get compensated. That's
Politician. And so that is the first word, but definitely not the last word from President Trump about this, because about 90 minutes from right now, we do expect to see him in the Oval Office. The two of them, of course, throughout his entire first
And we will cover that at any time.
term, had historic battles, whether it was over funding, whether it was over his impeachment. The two of them did not get along at all, but like many historic figures here in Washington, President Trump will outlast her here in town. Back to you.
You have to wonder if there are more older Democrats that are going to follow suit, especially after Tuesday's results. They want change in the Democratic Party. Thank you so much. And here with more is Mary Catherine Ham, Fox News contributor. I mentioned earlier, she, in her own right, a pioneering woman who, born in 1940, her dad was a congressman, also served as mayor of Baltimore. Public service was in her bones, and she turned out to be, for the Democrats, a pretty remarkable leader.
Yeah, it's true. And by the way, if you ever catch me being an 80-plus-year-old woman who's super rich and I'm not sitting on a cruise ship deck or like having a proper coffee on the lanai like a golden girl, just shake me, okay? So like I think she has good things ahead of her. I think she can enjoy her life, but she was an effective leader. I think Hakeem Jeffries is an extreme step down, and the difference in her leadership versus his kind of shows what she was capable of, even if sometimes what she was capable of, frankly, as you noted earlier, Bill, is her marching across Capitol Hill to ruin my health care back in 2009 or so. So she was effective. She was pretty good at keeping her troops in line. I think that started to shift when the squad showed up and she was kind of unable to keep them with her.
That's an interesting observation.
What happened is, and we're going to get into it, is when Mamdani won, and you'll see in here, they basically pushed her away saying, it's our time now. It's going to turn completely socialist or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Please, no
and I
wall
think
cap.
maybe that's when it started to fade for her, yeah.
What I think is significant about that moment when she was carrying the gavel, we'll get it queued up, we'll share it with viewers throughout the day here, is that I think at that time, as I recall correctly, we were not really sure whether or not the Democrats were going to be able to have the votes enough to pass it. And I think that was a real marker when she said, we're going for it. Here's what I'll say about someone who does anything.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announcing she will not run for re-election next year, ending a nearly 40-year career in Congress. Let's get right to Aisha Hasni. She's live on Capitol Hill with more on that for us. Hello, Aisha.
Sandra, the question now is who follows her? Who's next when it comes to retirements here on Capitol Hill? Nancy Pelosi making this announcement on X by posting this video here as a goodbye to San Francisco, her district. She doesn't give a clear answer, a clear reason as to why she is stepping aside now, but everybody knows she's part of this old guard in the Democratic Party that's been hanging on to power for decades now. Well, that all might be changing after the big Mamdani win Tuesday night. Progressive AOC made it very clear the establishment needs to get out of their way. The very next day, Senator Bernie Sanders crashed Chuck Schumer's press conference and criticized leadership for not supporting Mamdani. And now, yet another progressive is saying Tuesday should be a warning to Schumer, who, by the way, did not endorse Zohran Mamdani as mayor. Watch this.
Is it time for him to maybe take a note from Speaker Nancy Pelosi?
I think everybody has to understand what the mood in the country is, that people want fighters.
Should Tuesday's election be a warning to him that he's got to...
Absolutely. I think it should be a warning. Just caving to the easiest road,
Hi, Candy, we love you.
Victory, not using our power for what we need to use is I think is not going to be acceptable.
So you're not calling on Schumer to step aside right now?
I got to go.
She had to go. She didn't want to answer that question, Sandra. Look, Republicans are trying to seize Tuesday's election night wins to attack Democrats and say that it's a party of the far left.
Just wait, here it comes.
Which really is leaving these moderates, these centrists, kind of on an island by themselves where they have to fight the messaging from the GOP and also now from progressives. Sandra?
Quite a few developments there. Aisha Hasni on the Hill for us. Thank you, Aisha. John?
All right, let's bring in Jamie Franklin, founder and CEO of The Conservator and co-host of the Sincerely American podcast. I want to get your thoughts on Nancy Pelosi because you grew up in San Francisco. So what do you think about her retirement?
So, okay, I'll say this. First of all, we've had to endure these No Kings protests for the last few weeks. Meanwhile, this woman's been in Congress for, I think, almost 40 years now. And if there was a face for term limits, it would be Nancy Pelosi, because I think a lot of Americans are sick and tired of these career bureaucrats working decades in Washington, increasing their wealth and making millions upon millions of dollars. I know Nancy's been hit on that stock trading stuff. So I think people are sick of that type of corruption. And I think, I never like criticizing people's age ever, but I will say I think we have an overrepresentation of older people in Congress right now. And I think people on both sides of the aisles would like to see some newer and fresh faces.
Well, I think people like Mamdani and AOC would agree with you on that front, though their politics are slightly different. So Nancy Pelosi, literally on her way out the door, said this about President Trump over the weekend. Listen here.
He's just a vile creature. The worst thing on the face of the earth.
She is a mess, just like Joe Biden. When you hear her talk, I mean, it's pretty obvious why.
But anyway.
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do, yeah, I do.
Worst thing on the face of the earth. Talk like that after the president was almost assassinated twice. Last night, Hakeem Jeffries was on with Brett Baer, and Brett asked Hakeem if he supports what Pelosi said about Trump. Listen to this epic word salad.
Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, is a legendary figure, a hero. She's done so much for so many over so many years. She speaks powerfully, she speaks authentically, she speaks eloquently on issues of importance to the American people.
That was a world-class duck.
Yeah, talk about a pivot on that. And look, they hit Trump all the time for being divisive. But look at what Nancy Pelosi is saying behind the scenes, and not behind the scenes, actually right on camera in front of everyone. And this is causing so much toxicity and divisiveness in our culture. And I know President Trump was also excited that Nancy Pelosi is retiring, but I'll tell you this, John. I think before we start celebrating, no one's talking about this yet, California State Senator Scott Wiener is waiting in the wings right now to take over Nancy Pelosi's spot. And let me tell you, he makes...
So they're going to replace her with another Wiener.
Right. Yeah. Because Anthony wasn't worse than worse.
I want to ask you about the Turning Point USA event last night at Auburn, because it was we saw Eric Trump called up his father. President Trump came in via the phone, but Senator Tommy Tuberville had a very interesting message that fits in with what you said just a moment ago about the younger generation beginning to take over in America. Listen to what he said.
It's going to be your generation. And I'm telling you, as a so-called politician, politicians aren't going to help you. It's going to be your generation that's going to get this mess straightened out.
It's interesting to see at these big Turning Point USA events how many members of Gen Z are beginning to trend conservative. But then at the same time, we saw many members of Gen Z elect a socialist for mayor of New York City. There's still an epic divide in this country.
Well, I think it's, first of all, Charlie, I think, is even greater in death than he was alive. It's just incredible to see his legacy carried on this way. And he inspired so many young men in particular, because he wasn't just a political talking head or a pundit. He was truly a role model. He was an incredible husband, an incredible father. He was a devout Christian, and he was truly a go-getter, a business leader. And so that's how he changed so many young men. But what you just mentioned, we are having a crisis right now with young women. Over 80% of Gen Z women went for Mamdani in New York in this last election. And this is where I think Erica Kirk can be this role, carrying on Charlie's legacy, but for women. And I just don't think there's anyone better to do it.
It's interesting what you said about Charlie's bigger in death than he was in life, because Erica Kirk, in her conversation with Jesse Waters last night, said that if Charlie had the choice to come back from heaven, but if he did, all of the progress since his death would be undone, he'd choose to stay in heaven and watch it grow.
That's amazing.
Man, I love how they're speaking for him. Like, really, bro? Do you really know what he'd be choosing right now? Y'all act like you were so close to him. I don't remember none of y'all really like that before.
wants to go to heaven with him one day too.
I'm sure she will.
Yes,
All
she
right.
will.
Martyr. You're using him as a martyr at this point. It's pretty pathetic.
We all will at some point.
Yeah.
Jamie, good to see you. Thanks,
Henry.
How can I say this?
Talking to the damn
Sound like I'm
whoever's
awful
listening.
about Trump because he's just a vile creature. The worst thing on the face of the earth. But anyway,
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do, yeah.
The Wolf of Wall Street is cashing out. Nancy Pelosi not running for re-election after 40 years in Congress.
Serving as your voice in Congress, and I've always honored the song of St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace, the anthem of our city. That is why I want you, my fellow San Franciscans, to be the first to know
San Franciscans.
I will not be seeking re-election to Congress. With a grateful heart, I look forward to my final year of service as your proud representative.
President Trump reacting with humility and grace at the retirement
I can't
of
wait
his
to hear what
longtime
he has to
nemesis.
say today.
I thought she was an evil woman who did a poor job, who cost the country a lot in damages and in reputation. I thought she was terrible.
All right, so Dana, she will have a very comfortable retirement because she is now worth about $300 million.
Okay, how?
The Stock Act, there's a
How
reason.
is right.
How? We all know. Chat, let us know how she.
Yeah. Figure out the numbers and please explain it.
But it's not that she's having a comfortable retirement. She had a comfortable life because of it. But let me back up for a second. She did spend 40 years in public service. She is beloved by many people. I'm not saying in this room, but over 40 years, she was able to achieve things that no other woman had achieved at that point. And she was somebody who she really could take the criticism and let it go. She had an ability to turn on the charm and be gracious when she wanted to, and then she could turn around and stab you in the back. And she was quintessential Washington,
No caps,
D.C.
man.
Don't you think it's interesting, Dana, that while she might have been beloved for a long time, she's like a band that stayed on stage for too long.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing
I'm not
is that she was
disagreeing
also
with it.
feared.
I'm sorry I had to erase that.
The people
I didn't get to finish reading. I was like,
So
what?
she had lost that love and had lost that fear. And it's no surprise that she would have been unpopular in this room or among Republicans, but she had become unpopular
I don't know if she was
among
disagreeing
Democrats.
with me or the
and
guy
that's
that was
what's
saying he was
interesting.
I don't know. It's just
Granted, at the age of
if I see
85,
cats,
she's
I'm
turned over the
getting rid of it.
reins. She's unpopular, Jessica. She's unpopular with the people that she's turning the reins over to. It's the AOCs.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's what I'm really worried about is who. I don't think she quit on her own. I think she was pushed away, dude.
It is the socialist wing of the Democratic Party.
Okay,
It's the
yeah,
ascendant
there you go,
side
Billy.
of the left. And Nancy
Thank-
Pelosi's only the first. She might be the lead singer, but the band's got to go. Chuck Schumer on drums. He's done. The rest of the band is exiting the stage. And get
Yeah, we're gonna talk about him next,
Jessica, your name was brought up.
It was invoked, as we say. I don't know where you're getting your data on her lack of popularity amongst the party. I mean, even AOC, who showed up and wanted plum committee assignments, but also wanted to trash talk everybody, Pelosi took her under her wing and she said, this is how you get to be a star in the party. And she was the star of the Democratic National Convention in the summer of 2024. She gave this economic populism speech that could have been given by multiple people in the party, establishment wing or left side wing, and that's all because Nancy Pelosi showed her the way. She is certainly beloved by the person who's actually in charge of the party now, Hakeem Jeffries, who she handed the gavel over to and has coached him through this. And she's not just beloved by Democrats. There are a lot of Republicans who certainly at least tip their hat to him. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I know has had a bit of a lobotomy in the past few weeks, but she was on TV today saying, I'll praise Nancy Pelosi. She had an incredible career for her party. I'm very impressed at her ability to get things done. I wish we could get things done for our party like Nancy Pelosi was able to deliver for hers.
What did she deliver? What was the
healthcare.
big piece of Obamacare? Don't we need to bail Obamacare out?
Jesse,
If it was so good, why does it need $1 billion bailout every day? Let's go to you.
No.
Tell me what you think. What are you going to miss most about Nancy Pelosi?
Let me tell you what I'll miss most.
What I will miss most is standing at the White House podium when I worked for President Trump and playing on loop the clip of her getting her hair done at the hair salon in San Francisco when no one else could go get their hair done during COVID.
Love you, Candy.
A case in point of hypocrisy during COVID. We played it on loop at the podium. It was.
If you're trying to stay lean and jacked and athletic from the comfort of your own home, I have something.
It was great. But I will say this. When I listen to what she said as she exits the door, I've always honored the song of St. Francis, Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace, the anthem of our city. I'm not going to question her faith. I know she's a devout Catholic, so I'll leave that there. But an instrument of peace, I looked up some things that she has said. First, we all remember the State of the Union 2020 when she ripped it. She ripped the State of the Union. That was after, by the way, in that State of the Union, they honored a Tuskegee airman. They brought home a loved one from overseas who got to reunite with his wife and his family. She ripped it up. Then there was that time she called Trump the domestic enemy sitting in the White House. So she called him a domestic enemy, instrument of peace. She was, though. That's what she says. She said 30% of the Republican Party has different views towards women and people of color and LGBTQ.
I don't know, Del.
That's an instrument of peace, if you ask me. And then the stunner, a vile creature, she called Trump the worst thing on planet Earth. She was not an instrument of peace. She was an instrument of division, and now she gets to exit stage left.
Can I just say something quickly?
You can.
Because you cut me off.
You can.
September 2023, Donald Trump rallying the crowd. We'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing? Anybody know? So that's after her
He was
husband
genuinely concerned, Jessica.
Kaylee, come on.
Did he call her the worst thing on
God
planet
is
Earth?
watching
The
us.
worst thing on planet Earth. Do you think Donald Trump's the
Her
worst thing on planet
husband was
Earth? Those were
attacked
her
and
words.
got a hammer to the head. Don Jr. posts underwear and a hammer for a
Yeah.
Halloween costume. And Donald Trump running to be the commander-in-chief again.
Well, Jessica, Charlie Kirk got shot, and you guys
It's-
cheered.
all right.
So, okay,
I
at
did
least
not.
Paul survived. So, in honor of Nancy leaving,
I love it.
Well, you saw Erica Kirk there speaking at her first Turning Point USA Tour appearance last week. It was part of that exclusive interview she did with our Jesse Waters. Here's more from that powerful conversation.
Mikey called me, and I'll never forget.
Okay, you gotta go.
He's been shot. Get the kids. Get security. Get the kids. Get the kids. He's been shot. We landed in Utah. Went straight to the hospital. When you walked in,
Yeah.
everyone was
Yeah,
just.
I know, Josh.
It was a scene from
It
just
really
a horror
is.
movie.
This definitely is news for the uneducated, but this is the news.
Josh, yeah. Fox is
This is
owned by
called a
the
live reaction, bro. This isn't what I, not what I stand on. This is reaction. Y'all fucking, this is what's going on, bro.
Everyone is
Read between the lines.
so rattled to the core. I said, I want to see what they did to my husband, and I want to give him a kiss, because I didn't get to give him a kiss this morning. And I did, and I got to see him. And when we walked into that room, he still was so alive.
Vivek Ramaswamy, Republican candidate for governor of Ohio, who also recently...
Can you believe that? Running for governor of Ohio. What in the hell?
He spoke at a Turning Point USA event at Montana State University. She went on to say, Vivek, and it's good to be with you. It's been a minute. She went on to say in that interview that when she saw Charlie Kirk, even in death, he had this smirk on his face, she described, as if to say to his assassin, you took my life, but you can't take my movement. And she is demonstrating she's dying inside every day, and yet she's...
That's what the smirk was? Okay, dude. All right.
Demonstrating so much strength in picking up and carrying the torch for TPUSA.
Pick it up, carry
That's
that
a beautiful
torch,
thing to
girl.
watch. Charlie was obviously a very close friend of mine as well. We saw him just a couple weeks before he was assassinated, John, and his level of energy and positivity, it's what we need. They may have killed his body. They will not kill his soul or the soul of the movement that he began. And the way we respect that legacy is by continuing that open dialogue, confronting peacefully, respectfully even, the very people who disagree with us most, growing our coalition in a way that Charlie did unlike very few others in history amongst young people in American politics. And I so admire Erica
Bella,
for
you can let that
demonstrating
go.
the strength she has through this process, giving hope to many more millions of people around the world. But we all have our role to play and our work cut out for us, and I believe we're going to make Charlie proud.
You know, it's really interesting as we go through these Turning Point USA events that have grown bigger since Charlie's assassination, that the difference that's emerging here in various factions within Gen Z. You heard that one person in Madison Scarpino's fine report saying, I'm here at Auburn in the Turning Point USA event with like-minded people. I'm with my Auburn family, and now I'm with my TPUSA family.
Ryan, are you
a growing
looking
number
for Trump?
of Gen Zers, young voters, gravitating toward the conservative side of the political fence. And then up in New York City, you have all these Gen Zers who are embracing
watching
socialism.
the chat.
What do you make of that split?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
Well, what I make of it, John, is it shouldn't be that surprising. Every generation has an obvious split in amongst people who disagree with different points of view. I'm a millennial. There's millennials who are Republican, millennials who aren't. In your generation, it would be say the same thing. So in some sense, this is just the natural evolution of the American way of life. We don't all see the same issues the same way. That's what makes this country beautiful. And the beauty of our country is that we're able to exchange those ideas, to speak freely in the open without censorship, to go to a college campus and speak without fear of somebody putting a bullet in your neck. That's what it means to be American. And we live in this moment where we have to rediscover, embrace, and cherish that shared American national identity, especially those young people. What are they hungry for? It's a renewal of American purpose. I think we live in a moment in our history, John, where we would do well to have a shared national mission, a shared national purpose, that even as we disagree on these local or terrestrial issues, there's bigger things to accomplish. And I think that we live in one of those moments where, in my last conversation with Charlie Kirk, this is actually what we talked about. When he was here in Ohio, he said, what is the 21st century about? What happens after we make America great again? It's on to American victory. And that's what we want for the 21st century. That's what Charlie wanted. And that's the spirit we want to see infused in Gen Z, certainly for the conservatives, but frankly, even those who might vote differently. That's the spirit we want to bring back.
Well, it certainly is a lovely idea, but unfortunately, it would appear that the political divides are growing even deeper in this country. I want to get your thoughts on this, Vivek, if I could. Breaking news that we had this morning, the former Democratic House Speaker in California, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, announced that at the age of 85, she is not going to seek re-election. She served nearly 40 years in Congress. Listen to her announcement here.
My daughter receives $1,800 a month for care.
So do I go to the news?
At Entire Care, we lighten your load.
For decades, I've cherished the privilege of representing our magnificent city in the United States Congress. It was the faith that you had placed in me and the latitude that you have given me that enabled me to shatter the marble ceiling and be the first woman Speaker of the House, whose voice would certainly be heard. It was an historic moment for our country, and it was momentous for our community.
And, of course, no love lost between Pelosi and President Trump, bitter rivals for years now. President Trump gave Fox this statement earlier today. The retirement of Nancy Pelosi is a great thing for America, he said. She was evil, corrupt, and only focused on bad things for our country. She was rapidly losing control of her party, and it was never coming back. I am very honored she impeached me twice and failed miserably twice. Nancy Pelosi is a highly overrated politician. Over the weekend, the former speaker with some brutal words of her own. Listen to this.
How can I say this? It'll sound like I'm awful about Trump because he's just a vile creature. The worst thing on the face of the earth. But anyway.
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do, yeah.
This bitch is crazy.
So what do you make of comments like that from the former speaker, particularly after the president survived 2 assassination attempts, the political violence that we saw against Charlie Kirk and others? I mean,
look,
a lot of people are saying,
in a world with Hamas,
why is she...
in a world with
I hope he does not get to governor of Ohio, dude.
Terrorists who are around the world. You think about vile people. Vile people exist on the planet. To say the president of the United States is, whatever she said, the worst person on earth, it's just unconscionable. It's unacceptable. It's not what we need more of in our politics. And it's Nancy Pelosi's retirement day. Apparently, I just learned that from you. I'm going to show some restraint and say we wish her well in her retirement. But this is a good way to turn the page on a chapter in American politics, moving past a gerontocracy that, at least if we're running against other people in the Democratic Party, Let it be people with fresh ideas with whom we're able to have an open debate on the ideas rather than this type of, you know, what is vile is actually that kind of vile dialogue. So I'd be happy for one to turn the page on that, John. Wish her well in her retirement, and we're looking forward to a newer generation of more constructive politics after her retirement. That's where we got to go.
All right, Vivek Ramaswamy, good to catch up with you, as they pointed out.
I personally say, sayonara, good riddance, goodbye. Bye, Nancy. Your old ass is gone. Finally. I can't wait to hear Trump live. Please let me know. We're going to go live when Trump goes live. I can't wait to hear the shit he's going to say. You know damn well he's going to say some shit. By the way, man, what I'm playing is just the news. Y'all can argue over it. You want to watch my late show? I'll tell you what I really think, and I will anyways, but I'm just reporting y'all what's going on in the news, you know? Can't yell at the messenger like Dell said. You can't yell at the messenger, yo. What the fuck?
Socialists are so kind and compassionate. They care about people. Well, that's what the ignorant among us believe, because that's how they were programmed. And during his campaign, Mamdani was the perfect salesman for socialism. Always smiling, so sweet and
Yo, Nut! What's up, Bubba?
You deserve to be able to raise your family here, to be safe,
homie.
to travel where you need to,
What's up, homie?
free of costs and worry. You deserve someone who works as hard as you do, who thinks about you every second of the day. That's the kind of mayor I promise to be. New York, will you accept this rose?
Unfortunately, enough voters, most of them foreign-born, by the way, said yes. What they don't know yet, though, is that Mamdani, the rose, is poisonous. New Yorkers may think they voted for progress, but they should prepare for Mamdani-style punishment. Higher taxes, mandated minimum wage hikes are killers for restaurants and hotels. And while targeting millionaires may go over well in Queens, it's just going to end up depleting the tax base. I'll tell you who's smiling tonight. Ron DeSantis is smiling. Now, socialists promise affordability, but they're going to deliver scarcity. They promise dignity, but they'll deliver disappointment. And of course, they promise dialogue, but they'll stamp out dissent. Neither Mamdani nor AOC nor Bernie Sanders like to mention the godfather of socialism much. Of course, we're talking about Karl Marx.
Nice, same, brother.
A truly classless society required three things. 1, abolishing private property. 2, centralizing the means of production. And 3, crushing dissent. So no one is safe today. Not even a once revered senior senator from New York who supported Mamdani. Over lunch yesterday with AOC, the mayor-elect refused to rule out Chuck Schumer's facing an election challenge. Oops. Well, so much for Chuck Schumer's 40 years of service. The radicals are giddy, they're impatient, and they're ruthless.
I think everybody has to understand what the mood in the country is, that people want fighters.
Should Tuesday's election be a warning to him that he's got to...
Absolutely. I think it should be a warning. Just caving to the easiest road, you know, and not getting a victory, not using our power for what we need to use is I think, is not going to be acceptable.
So you're not calling on Schumer to step aside right now?
I got to go.
I gotta go. By a vowel. Well, Jayapal Paul's kind of a poor woman's AOC, but everyone's taken their signals from AOC, who, by the way, never wanted to just have a seat at the Democrat table. From day one, she wanted to be at the head of the table. And with Nancy Pelosi retiring, there's no one to stop her. AOC is setting the menu, and she's deciding who gets to eat. Literally, who gets to eat. Because if you thought winning on Tuesday would push them to open the government so that 42 million who are dependent on food stamps can eat, well, you were wrong. Democrats are all sounding like Bernie Sanders now.
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi tomorrow?
How old is your father?
Hell?
I think there's a real gravity to what
Was
happened
that
on
a
Tuesday.
Chinaman with his shirt off?
Telling Democrats they want us to stand up for what we believe in, and they want us to use our power at costs down.
They're not
audience.
gracious winners.
Sorry,
They're vicious victors. Keeping the government shut down is now their right. They believe it's their eternal right. If flights are canceled at airports, people are inconvenienced, They don't care.
Certainly devastating and certainly inconvenient. Is it more important than 24 million Americans losing their health insurance or not being able to afford their rent? No, that needs to be solved. That's much on the scale of pros and cons. That is what needs to be prioritized.
Oh, she's annoying. Well, centrists are being lobbied on the phone and in person against pushing for any deal with Trump. But Democrats are digging in on their Obamacare demands as well. But the president addressed all of this.
Come on, man. No caps, bro.
Obamacare is a disaster. The Obamacare premium is going to go up 17 or 18%, and that's not my fault. I didn't want Obamacare. That's the fault of the
Billy, if you see him, take him out.
And now they want to subsidize further.
Of course, he's right. The entire
Who said a racial slur?
That's
I don't
on
know.
Democrat shoulders. Remember,
But I called that man a
Affordable Care
Chinaman?
Act. We
That's
told you
not
at the time.
Oh, yeah,
it would be
I don't know.
unaffordable
That's
and lead
a
to
term of
scarcity in
endearment.
healthcare. And by
Okay,
the way,
dude.
it's the president who is moving on multiple fronts to grow
Unless
the
somebody in
economy
here is being
and bring
racist.
down overall costs.
Energy is way down. Look at energy. We're going to have $2 gasoline. I did that. That brings everything else down. Groceries are way down other than beef. Now, beef is going to come down.
Now, just compare the consumer price index in Trump's first 9 months in office to Biden's. Well, Biden was up at about 4.87. Trump brought the price index down. That means things more affordable by more than half that. But of course, if you want affordable living, and who doesn't, you should know where to find it. And it's not in the cities run by Democrats, I can tell you that. Here's a list of the most expensive urban areas in the United States. 2 boroughs of New York City are in the top 5. Also, of course, San Francisco, San Jose, Boston. Nice job, libs. And we're supposed to believe that Mamdani, with 0 experience in business, guy who's never run anything other than a turntable, secret sauce. Now, it doesn't
That sauce, huh?
Mamdani chats up bodega workers or speaks in Arabic or grins on TikTok. His socialist utopia will never exist. It never can. And life in New York, sadly, will get more, not less expensive for the working people. New York isn't in this list of the most expensive states yet. But in a few years after Mamdani, if he gets his way, I bet it will be. And guess what? Today's Democrat Party, they really don't care because most of them know that their policies lead to high crime. And look, they push those policies anyway. And they know things like government-run grocery stores, like that's from the Soviet era, that's going to flop. But
Do you got a better news highlight reel? Do you want me to use CNN? Do you want me to use some other shit? They're all trash. You sound like trash for making that comment.
they'll let Mamdani prattle on about them anyway. And they know that things like rent freezes are going to lead to less building. That means fewer housing units. But they'll promise it anyway. This is all, in the end, cruel, and it's a hoax.
If you believe it all, then you're the
It's all
fool.
about power. It's about getting power.
And Fox is owned by the left, by the way.
But meanwhile, Trump is actually improving
You
American
look like
lives.
a fool.
We know he's removing illegal alien criminals, making everybody safer, and he's lowering prices for prescription meds, including now.
I give a damn. That hater just knows he can't do it.
The most important step to getting healthy is believing that your life has value, that God meant for each of us.
This is
to
just
have
highlights of what
joy
happened
and to live
from
fully.
yesterday.
And to do that, we must
Do
be
you
good
have a better
stewards
source?
of our body. And the president has been fighting to provide another tool to do just this and enable this.
Talk about cutting the fat. I love this. Now, going forward, expect the smiling socialists. They're not going to be impressed by any of this. Cheaper drugs, lower energy. No, they're just going to show more of their fangs. Pelosi built the Democrat machine on Capitol Hill, but it's AOC's now. Look, we know that Hakeem Jeffries is a weakling. He's not going to do anything to oppose AOC. And the Midwest governors who are Democrats, they're not tough. Kamala Harris, well, sorry, but she's just an ignorant.
Bunch of
Until
fucking
the radicals now
a whole bunch
in
of
power
fucking
with wind at their back, until they
bleeding,
lose and lose badly,
in the
they
chat,
will
huh?
continue to be vicious
Yeah.
and vindictive.
It's okay.
And they'll be demanding. And they're going to roll over anyone who gets in their way. And no, by the way, the filibuster, not going to stop them.
You have to end the filibuster. The filibuster is, and they'll do it too. Immediately do it. What they're going to do is, what the Democrats will do is they're going to make Puerto Rico a state.
If you believe it, that's on you, bro.
A state. They're going to pack the court. They're going to end up with more electoral votes.
This is why Trump has a sense of urgency. He knows what they're capable of doing and what.
Trump, look, whoever the asshole in the chat thinks that you're like trolling, like, bro, it don't even matter to me. CNN's trash. Everything is trash. You can pick any news source anybody wants. They're all trash. This has the best highlight reel. I went through 15 different sources. This is the best fucking one. If you're a fucking snowflake and you can't take it, then get the fuck on. But most of the people in here fucking don't care. They just want to hear what the hell. I don't believe it. I'll tell you my opinion.
They bitch about news. Fox News. Like the left doesn't own Fox News. They just don't get it. I don't get it.
They will do. And as usual, his political instincts are right. And that's the angle.
Exactly, Nick.
Now remember, every time you laugh, an orphan sends me 35 cents. Happy Thursday, everyone. So the incoming mayor for New York City, Zohran Mamdani, has introduced his all-female transition team.
Do you know that?
At least we think they're female.
What is it?
Nothing. CNN is also owned by billionaires.
There have already been a few minor changes to the city. For example, the naked cowboy has already been replaced by the naked goat. And now every play on Broadway is Aladdin. And get this. LaGuardia Airport will now be offering direct flights into the Freedom Tower.
That's the one.
It's owned by Murdoch.
It's a joke.
Far left.
That it is.
Murdoch is a leftist. Yes.
Moron.
Anyway, the ongoing government shutdown means TSA employees haven't been paid in 36 days. Yeah, so now they're just groping you for tips.
All right.
Nancy Pelosi announced she will not seek re-election to Congress in 2026. Which coincidentally is when the warranty on her face runs out. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is pressing charges against a man who groped and tried to kiss her on Tuesday. Police have identified the man as Jose Bidenito. According to a Republican California state senator, the city of Costa Mesa had a dog that voted in the last couple elections. They believe the dog voted Democrat because it was castrated.
You have anything you want to say to this cat?
Nah, he's real
Edgy
close
stuff.
to the.
3 Chinese astronauts are temporarily stranded in space after their return capsule was hit by space debris. Luckily, though, Chinese scientists have come up with the perfect thing to plug the hole.
Stop.
Former executive is suing Paramount, claiming they fired him for being too old and white. Well, at least they didn't give his job to a drunk woman. And finally, according to a new poll, 4 in 10 Americans say they believe in ghosts. Especially one man, because wherever he goes, all he hears is boo, boo, boo. All right, here we go. So the new mayor of New York City has proudly announced an all-female transition team. Yet apparently the city's biggest problem isn't crime, homelessness, or whatever that smell is in Midtown. Ooh. It's dudes.
Our team will be directed by Lana Leopold, Lena Khan, Maria Torres Springer, Grace Bonilla, Melanie Hartzog.
So do 5 women reflect all of New York? Is the entire city female? If it were, God help the city if it were ever attacked by a medium-sized spider. The media, of course, lapped this up like it was a bowl of Alpo in front of Joy Behar.
Do you hear the laughing and stuff in the background?
I hear Rachel Maddow got harder than a shark's tooth. Yeah, not so funny now, is it? But this isn't reality. It's nostalgia for a movement that's already been flushed. Identity politics. For a progressive, it seems he's really going backwards. America has moved on, but Zohran hit the brakes. And all those discarded wrappers of wokeism from the back seat just flew back into the front. And Mamdani begged for money to fund it.
Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money? You can start again. This transition requires staff, research, and an infrastructure that can meet this moment. And it will be made possible by the people who built and believe in this movement. So I hope you'll make a donation at transition2025.com. Now let's get to work.
So Zohran asked voters to send him money so he could implement the free programs that he promised. That's like saying you can have sex with Sydney Sweeney, but first you have to bang Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I'm in. That was fucking funny. I don't care what y'all say.
I don't ever recall being asked to fund a transition team, but if Zohran has his way, New Yorkers will be paying for anyone who wants to transition. He wants to fund trans surgery for minors with $65 million going for gender-affirming care. How's that for affordability? Then there's his victory rally, a political mosh pit of activists screaming about oppression in a city run by left-wing clowns. That's like dogs at the park complaining about the smell of ass. And who among the nuts were cheering Mamdani on? His buddy Hassan Piker, the dog torturer, famous for saying America deserved 9/11. It's a slap in the face to the thousands who perished on 9/11. I guess the city that never sleeps apparently is taking a dirt nap. And during this Antifa speed dating event, Mamdani called out more ethnic groups than a square dance at Ellis Island.
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the
I'm
politics
gonna
of
go
our city
ahead.
who made this move.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause this, and I am going to rock over to this, and we'll come back to this. We're waiting for Trump to come on. We're gonna hear what he has to say, but I'm gonna come back to this. I want to show this, and then I'm gonna go into this Mamdani stuff.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله
I'm going into this.
Dude, that's scary.
That shit's creepy.
I ain't gonna lie.
Anybody that doesn't think that's creepy, that's the middle of Times Square. I don't know what to tell you guys.
You're right,
Honestly.
and you're right.
Endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become. New York City DSA. Cab Voice. Drum Beats. New York Communities for Change. And Jewish Voice for Peace Action. And please give it up for our friends at the New York Working Families Party who have been such a leader in our long fight for an affordable, livable city. Now, do we have labor in the House? Throughout this campaign, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night, in every corner of the city, and we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement, and then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause. And please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zohran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, El Biscard Church. We have all been inspired by Zohran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been...
Get this
asking a stranger
fuck boy on the...
in an uncertain...
I almost made you listen to all that.
Handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you.
Well said, Bill.
Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
The fuck was that?
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega
He
owners
just
and
spoke in
Mexican
another
outlaws.
language. Straight up.
Wow. New York's so screwed, dude. Hey,
Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties.
there you go. Funny.
You got a win for the liberals. Now you're gonna
Yes,
stuff it.
aunties.
Not a win for nobody.
To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force, one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama. My side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas.
Yeah, right. This is so tyrannical. I hope you guys are seeing through the fucking lines here.
Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now,
I'm playing this because I just want everybody to hear what this man has to say and how the hell our country has gone sideways.
It is something that we do.
Hit 1 in the chat if you trust this guy. Hit 2 in the chat if you think this guy should F off.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Figueroa LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, May our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those
I don't know why y'all put capital letters. Y'all
but on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism.
Come on, y'all. Try not to use the capital. I don't even want to read it, man. Just
Right. I know. It's getting annoying. You're messing up the algorithm. And it's like, here you go.
Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them.
Let that shit go. Come on, man.
As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
No caps.
So Donald
Please.
Trump, since I know you're watching,
Here we go.
words for you.
We got a commie now calling out the president.
Yeah,
Let's do
this is going to be good.
Turn the volume up.
Oh yeah, hear them. Everybody's so happy, huh? Everybody, I'm gonna pause it real fast. Is this why? Let it go.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Round them up.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Okay.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still
This
rise.
guy is a squiggly little F. Like nobody's scared of you, bro. You're just gonna ruin New York. God
Yeah,
bless
you are. If you didn't already. I mean,
to all the good New Yorkers, God bless you.
And let us build a
Good
shining
luck.
city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim.
Tears.
Democratic socialist.
These are definitely not tears, dude. We dominated the Republicans dominated the fucking election. New York's fucked. Everybody else is Gucci. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Yeah, but New York's gonna take over the world.
I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet,
This is a total L for y'all. What are you talking
is that
about?
convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract.
Anything at all. Exactly.
It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month. Knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
I see nothing good there. Sorry to y'all that really like this guy. Good luck. Now we're going to look at what... There's a lot going on with our airlines. There's a lot going on with the government shutdown. We're going to go ahead and peep that out while we're waiting for Trump to come on live here. Talking to Hungary. And I do want to see what his reaction is to Nancy Pelosi. I do want to see that. I do want to see what he has to say about the shutdown. I mean, it does need taken care of. Hopefully we can get it squared away.
No, you can let that slide, bro. Sorry, Tim. My bad.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. I'm trying to find. Here it is.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this beautiful fall afternoon. We are now on day 35 of the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting American families, workers, and businesses with this shutdown to fight for free health care for illegal aliens and to appease their radical left-wing base. And it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported at air traffic control facilities compared to last year. TSA checkpoint wait times ballooned past 3 hours at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, with some passengers enduring up to 5 hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to put country over party and vote to end this reckless shutdown.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier, and could get you way more money without spending years in court.
Sorry guys, I hit the
In
wrong
other news,
button.
tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's historic election victory, where he won nearly 80 million votes, the popular vote, in all 7 swing states. This was the ultimate poll on November 5th. The president secured a mandate to make America great again, and he has delivered in record time. Never before have we had a president who has kept their promises like President Trump has. I'd like to go over a few of those with you. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people. The president ended the southern border invasion of the Biden administration, made our border the most secure in history, and he is carrying out the largest mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens in our nation's history to protect our homeland, just as promised. President Trump has aggressively taken on drug cartels by declaring them as foreign terrorist organizations and even blowing up narco-terrorists who have tried to poison the American people with fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. President Trump defeated the Biden inflation crisis, and he continues to implement a pro-growth, America First economic agenda to make America affordable again, and we are seeing the results of that every day. Inflation has remained low and steady, averaging just 2.5% compared to the painful average of 5% under Biden, and we know it was historically higher than that for most of President Biden's term. Meanwhile, real private sector wages are on track to rise by almost $1,500 since President Trump took office, a significant change to the Biden years where private sector wages declined and were being wiped out by inflation. President Trump has ended the reckless war on American energy and unleashed energy dominance, with gas prices now plummeting to their lowest average levels in more than 4 years. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to rebalance America's trade deals, protect American workers, and returning our country to be a manufacturing superpower once again. As a result, the president has secured trillions and trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments into the United States, which are creating high-paying jobs for the greatest workforce in the world. The president has restored America's place as the leader of the free world through his unwavering peace through strength foreign policy that has already ended 8 wars and counting. And the president ended illegal DEI initiatives in our federal government and is returning our country to a merit-based society based on common sense. President Trump protected opportunities for women and girls to compete safely and fairly by continuing to keep men out of women's sports. Americans have a president who works tirelessly, literally 24/7, to improve their lives and make our country better than it has ever been before. So with that, today we will open it up to questions, and we will start with our independent journalist in our new media seat, Julio Rosas. Julio, please start. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So over the weekend in Mexico, a mayor in Michoacan, Carlos Manso, he was assassinated while celebrating Dia de Muertos with his family. His assassination has sparked a lot of outrage. A lot of Mexicans are very upset. They're blaming President Claudia Sheinbaum for not taking the cartel threat seriously enough. Yesterday, she said that, once again, she's not going to allow any foreign military intervention to take on the cartels on Mexican soil, and that Mexico is not going to pursue a drug war similar to what they've done in the past. So my question is President Trump satisfied with Claudia Sheinbaum's approach to cartels? And if not, has Mansour's assassination kind of opened up some new options for the United States to pursue regarding cartels?
Well, first of all, with respect to this specific news item and this alleged assassination that took place in Mexico, I know the Trump administration, we are aware of that, and of course we condemn all political violence anywhere in all forms. As for Claudia Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with her, I think he has a lot of respect for her as president of Mexico, and he also really appreciates the coordination that she has provided to the Trump administration. I can't speak for her and what she's doing internally in her country. I can speak for the president in saying we are continually pushing Mexico to do more to tackle the drug trafficking and the drug cartels within their country, and we are working with them in any way that we can. And the president has obviously used the full range of executive options in his authorities to crack down on drug trafficking at our southern border and to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and additional actions as well.
Just one more question.
Sure.
So at the Antifa roundtable that we were at just last month, myself and the other panelists made the recommendation to the president for, speaking of foreign terrorist organizations, to have Antifa not just be domestic terrorist organization, but be designated as a foreign terrorist organization since they have cells in other countries. He mentioned to Secretary Rubio, because he was in the room at the time, to look into that. So I just wanted to see if there's an update on that.
Sure. That process is most definitely taking place. I don't have any announcements for you on that today, but I can certainly assure you the administration is working on it, and I'll check in on it and get back to you, Julio. It's a good question. Thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Zohran Mamdani blamed the president for bomb threats and intimidation at polling locations. He said, quote, part of the general approach of the Trump administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example of how the Democrat Party unfortunately stands for nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump. And I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown,
Sorry, Bubba.
Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can. And the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talked to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Can you help clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits? Because the president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with the court order to expend the full amount of SNAP contingency funds by end of business day yesterday. So Did the administration distribute that money or defy that court order?
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. And that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment and the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Logging that contingency fund for the future if this shutdown lingers on?
Look, the president does not want to have to continue to dip into a contingency fund that doesn't even have enough money, by the way, to fund the full program. It takes $9 billion to get the full scale of the benefits out the door. This contingency fund only has about $5 billion in it. So again, Democrats need to reopen the government so we can get these benefits out the door for people who truly need them. Kate.
The president suggested that if Mamdani wins, that he would cut federal funding to New York. How much funding would be impacted? What would be impacted there?
Well, look, we won't get ahead of the election results, nor will I speak to what the president may do in the future. We'll see how tonight goes, and then I'll let him speak on it further.
And why did the administration exclude Democratic lawmakers last week? There was a briefing about U.S. strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats. Why were those Democrats excluded?
The administration has briefed Congress on these matters 8 separate times.
I'm going to get
Democrats
you every
have been
time.
included in those briefings.
True.
In fact, I know that Secretary Rubio will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow to brief the Gang of 12, which includes Democrats as well. So the president's made it very clear. If senators want to understand the administration's operations against narco drug traffickers, we are very happy to speak with them about that, and we will continue to do so. But we've been incredibly transparent. As I said, there's been 8 briefings on this topic, with the 9th coming tomorrow. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. There's been some reporting out there about the possibility of furloughed workers not getting back pay. We know that the president signed that bill into law in his first term. Does the administration guarantee that all furloughed workers will get back pay?
This is something we are very much open to discussing with Democrats as part of the discussions about the continuing resolution to keep the government open. And it's something that Republicans are talking with Democrats about right now. I won't get ahead of those negotiations or discussions.
That's a possibility that may not happen, even though it's law.
I just said Republicans in the White House are very much open to discussing this with Democrats.
And just one last question. As this government shutdown now drags on, about to make history as the longest government shutdown in American history, can you talk about what the president is personally doing to try to see an end to this?
He's pushing Republicans to keep voting and to keep opening up the Senate floor to vote for the clean continuing resolution. He had the Senate Majority Leader and the House Caucus Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, here at the White House to talk about this in the very early stages, to give them a chance to come to their senses and avoid this entire government shutdown at the very beginning. And they chose not to. And I think it's been very clear to everyone in this room and to everyone across the country that the Democrats are playing partisan politics with our United States federal government. And all Republicans have wanted to do for the last 35 days is reopen the government. That has been the president's position since day one. It is his position today on day 35. And all we need are 5 common sense Democrats with have a little bit of courage and come to the table and vote with Republicans. I saw Senator John Fetterman on television last night saying that he hopes more folks in his party will step up. And we certainly agree with him on that point. Sure.
Caroline, the president posted on Truth Social that the voting underway in California is, quote, rigged. What evidence does he have of that, and what does it mean that mail-in ballots in that state are under legal and criminal review? By whom and why? And also, in this vein, does the White House still plan to issue an executive order banning mail-in voting, and what legal authority do you have to do that?
The White House is working on an executive order to strengthen our elections in this country and to ensure that there cannot be blatant fraud, as we've seen in California with their universal mail-in voting system. It's absolutely true that there are there's fraud in California's elections. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. They have a universal mail-in voting system, which we know is ripe for fraud. And if you want to deny that, I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence for it. I'd be glad to send that to you after this briefing. Fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There's countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide them. As for executive action the White House is taking, yes, we are looking into that. And like any executive order, of course, any executive order the president signs is within his full executive authority and within the confines of the law. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got two questions I'd like to ask you about New York, but first I'd like to ask you about breaking news from the Attorney General. She revealed just about an hour ago that the Biden Justice Department seized President Trump's official first-term phone and subpoenaed his private phone records. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, do we know if they actually got those private call records?
I saw the Attorney General's post on that. For additional questions, I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but I think this is just further evidence of the egregious overreach and weaponization of government that took place under the previous White House against then former President and now President Donald J. Trump. It was a clear effort by the Biden White House and the Biden DOJ to go after the
nobody
president.
cares
This is
what
just
you
further
say,
evidence of
bro.
that.
Just don't be a
New
fucking
York,
asshole.
we've seen the president's messages that he's put out, but could you describe how he's feeling as a New Yorker watching this election?
Nobody cares.
The president is a New Yorker and he loves New York. It is his home. He talks about that all of the time, and he's made his thoughts on this election quite clear, I think, himself. In the back, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
I was going to you in the green, but go ahead and then you can have your question.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
Nobody cares what y'all gotta say. Just be respectful, no caps.
Monday. Do you have any preview for that meeting? Is he expected to invite him to join the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition?
I can confirm that that meeting will be taking place here at the White House.
Hey, God bless you, Jeremy Spencer. Have a blessed day, brother.
In diplomacy to meet with anyone around the world in the pursuit of peace. And as you know, when the president was in the Middle East, he made the historic decision to lift sanctions on Syria to give them a real chance at peace. And I think the administration, we've seen good progress on that front under their new leadership. And so he will be here at the White House on Monday, and I'll let the president speak further on it on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I was just curious, you had mentioned there that President Trump, as we know, has been speaking with Republican leaders in Congress about reopening the government. Is he involved in any other negotiations? And is he prepared to sign something if a deal does come out by the end of this week? On top of that, with SNAP benefits, does he have any authorities or considering any authority there to release more funds to help people who are desperately needing these benefits?
So look, I think I've already answered the question on SNAP. We're complying with the court's order, and we're getting that partial payment out the door as much as we can and as quickly as we can, but it's going to take some time because, again, this is a prorated payment that we're tapping into a contingency fund for. The best way to get those payments out the door is for Democrats to reopen the government. But yes, the president is in constant communication with his friends on Capitol Hill. They know, they call, he answers, he picks up the phone. He's a very transparent president in that way. And as soon as the Democrats pass the clean continuing resolution, President Trump will be here to sign it. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump has threatened to go into Nigeria guns a-blazing if Nigeria's government does not stop the killing of Christians in that country. Has the White House heard back from Nigeria's government?
No cap.
As the president stated, Michael, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may take action to wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities, especially against innocent women and children. I don't have any further announcements on that for you today, but I can assure you the President of the United States is watching this situation unfold very closely, as is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Caroline, President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. He has not by name endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia's gubernatorial race. Why is that?
Look, as you know from this podium, I'm quite limited in what I can say with regards to ongoing political elections. I think the president has spoken for himself and what he wants to see take place in these elections today. Lalit.
Thank you. I would like to ask you about India-US relationship. What is President's thoughts on the future of India-US relationship?
I'm sorry, Lalit, can you repeat that?
What is President's thoughts on future of India-US relationship?
I think he feels very positive and strongly about it. As you know, he recently, a few weeks back, spoke to Prime Minister directly when he celebrated in the Oval Office Diwali with many high-ranking Indian American officials here at the White House. We have a great U.S. ambassador to India in Mr. Sergio Gore, who will represent our country very well. And the president and his trade team continue to be in very serious discussions with India with respect to that topic. So I know the president has great respect for Prime Minister Modi, and they speak pretty frequently. Thank you.
Hi, yes. The air traffic controller crisis ongoing. Secretary Duffy said he will now start to cancel on ground flights next week to maintain safety. Should people fly next week given this new information? And is the administration encouraging people to stop flying altogether and look at alternative transportation modes?
The administration is encouraging Democrats to reopen the federal government so this chaos and disruption to our air traffic control system in the United States of America stops. It is ridiculous that we have even gotten to this place and that the Democrats have continued to shut down the government with 35 days, our air traffic controllers continuing to work unpaid, every single major airline in our country coming out and begging the Democrats to please reopen the government. And you had a Democrat staffer who was quoted, I believe in Politico a few weeks back, saying, short of planes falling out of the sky, we are not going to reopen the government. That is a reckless and dangerous statement from someone who didn't want to put their name on that statement, but we know it came from the Democrat Party. And I think we're very clear. We want to reopen the government so we can resume travel in the safest and most efficient way possible, especially as we head into the busiest travel season of the month. We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks. And so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel.
Thank you, guys.
Fran.
Caroline, as of last I checked, the president still had not commented on the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Is the White House involved in funeral arrangements in any way? Does the president plan to speak at the funeral? Has he spoken to anyone in the Cheney family today? And does the White House have an opinion on whether or not the former vice president should lie in honor or stay in the Capitol?
I don't believe the White House is involved in that planning, or at least hasn't gotten to it yet. I know the president is aware of the former vice president's passing, and as you saw, flags have been lowered to half staff in accordance with statutory law. Jasmine.
Thank you. Back on the question of the filibuster, how much political capital is President Trump willing to expend to get Republicans to do what he's asking? I mean, will we see him at the Hill? Will he be calling folks over here? What exactly is President Trump planning to do outside of these true socials and maybe some of these private conversations to get Republicans to fall in line?
Look, I think you'll see. I think you'll see the president continue to engage very strongly and consistently with his friends on Capitol Hill. I don't have any meetings to read out for you at this time, but I think you should stay tuned and keep your eyes on Truth Social on this matter. The president's making his position on it quite clear. And again, he is right. Republicans need to play tough. We know that this is what the Democrats will do if they are ever given the keys to power again. And he wants to pass as many good pieces of legislation as we possibly can for our country and for our people. That includes election integrity reforms. It includes additional tax policy. It includes, fixing our immigration system further in ways that only Congress can. And the president fears with a Democrat Party that is so radical and opposes everything he does and everything he says, this is the only option for Republicans to move forward. Karen.
In a second question, President Trump said to CBS in the 60 Minutes interview that he did not know the Binance founder, which he pardoned. What exactly did he mean for that? I know it caused.
He means he does not know him personally. He means he does not have a personal relationship with this individual. And when it comes to pardons, the White House takes them with the utmost seriousness, and the president understands the responsibility that he has as president to issue clemency and issue pardons to individuals who are seeking that. That's why we have a very thorough review process here that moves with the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. There's a whole team of qualified lawyers who look at every single pardon request that ultimately make their way up to the President of the United States. He's the ultimate final decision maker. And he was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry. And I think that's the message he sent with this pardon. Karen, yes.
Back on the issue of back pay for furloughed workers, you said that the White House is open to discussing that with Democrats, but what would that discussion even be? There was a law, the president signed it in 2019. What could a discussion look like? Why is that even open for discussion?
Look, Karen, as I said, Republicans are talking about that with Democrats right now, and I don't want to get in the middle of those sensitive conversations. But as we've complied with the SNAP order, the White House, the administration is always going to comply with the laws. We're always going to comply with the ruling of judges across the country. But the Republicans are discussing this matter with Democrats right now.
Why would there even be a consideration of not paying those workers?
News Nation. Big day in the Supreme Court tomorrow with President Trump's tariff policy facing a legal challenge. What's at stake with that case? And if the Supreme Court rules against the Trump administration, what is Plan B for trade policy?
I'll tell you, the White House is always preparing for Plan B. It would be imprudent of the president's advisors not to prepare for such a situation. With that said, we are 100% confident in the president and his team's legal argument in the merits of the law in this case, and we remain optimistic that the Supreme Court is going to do the right thing. The importance of this case cannot be overstated. The president must have the emergency authority to utilize tariffs. Look at what President Trump has been able to do with the leverage and the power of tariffs. He's been able to sign peace deals all over the world and end global conflicts and literally save lives. He's been able to bring in trillions of dollars of investments into our country. In fact, this year alone, we are going to cut the deficit by $600 billion, namely because of the president's effective use of tariffs. And the president strongly believes that economic security is a matter of national security, and tariffs have a lot to do with that. And this case is not just about President Trump. It's about the use of this emergency authorization for tariffs for future presidents and administrations to come, and we're confident and hopeful that the Supreme Court will do the right thing. Kristen.
Why did President Trump get an MRI during his recent visit to Wall Street?
Look, as President Trump said, he would inquire with the physicians. I'll check back on that. But as the physical itself stated, Kristen, and as you all know, because you were all witness to it, every single day the president is in optimal physical health. This was a follow-up appointment, and we provided a detailed readout of that physical. I'm happy to give it to you again, and I can inquire further.
With all due respect, an MRI is a very specific procedure. It's done on a part of the body looking for something specific, so it's not generally part of any kind of routine checkup. And in addition, President Trump has said that he wants to be transparent. He told us to ask the doctors, which we have and have not heard back. Why don't we have more information on this?
As I said, I'll check back for you. Go ahead.
I like how
John, can you update us on the mediation efforts this administration is leading in Sudan, trying to achieve a ceasefire there?
Sure, yes. The United States is actively engaged in efforts to bring about a peaceful resolution to the terrible conflict in Sudan. We remain committed to working with our international partners, including Quad members, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, as well as others, to lead a negotiated peace process that addresses both the immediate humanitarian crisis and the longer-term political challenges. I actually spoke with Secretary Rubio about this morning, as of course there's been, kind of an uptick in recent reporting on the matter, and he assured me that the administration is very much engaged. We're in pretty frequent communication with those Arab partners that I just mentioned, and we want to see this conflict come to a peaceful end, just as we have with so many others, but the reality is it's a very complicated situation on the ground right now. Yes.
Hi, yes. Just trying to go back into the subject of Mexico. Is the Trump administration planning to send U.S. troops to Mexico to combat drug cartels, as reported by other outlets?
That's not something I would confirm from this podium if it were happening, so I will not comment on that. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. Why did the president decide not to go to the Supreme Court tomorrow? He'd indicated earlier that he might want to go and attend in person.
Yeah.
Now he's saying he's not going to go.
Why?
The president did have an interest in attending the Supreme Court hearing tomorrow, as I just expressed how important it is to him, the administration, and the country, this case. But he is traveling to Miami tomorrow, as you all know, to give an economic address with the mayor of Miami and many global business leaders to talk about his historic success with the economy over the past 10 months and talk about sort of where we are headed as a country in terms of our economy. So he'll be traveling tomorrow on the road in Miami. That's why he won't be here, but Secretary Scott Bessent will be in attendance at the hearing
Don't
tomorrow
use
at the
trigger
request
words, Ken.
of the president.
That's all you got to do, man.
He has said that he doesn't want to export the high-end.
Hi.
The Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that there was some question about whether the president would raise this as a possible concession with the Chinese side during his meeting with Xi Jinping. So does the White House consider NVIDIA chip exports to China to be a closed issue right now, or is this an ongoing negotiation between the United States, China, and NVIDIA at this point?
The president has made his position on this very clear, both to the Chinese and also to all of you. He's answered this question directly. As for the most advanced chips, the Blackwell chip, that's not something we're interested in selling to China at this time. Annie.
Does the president think that the results of the Virginia or New Jersey gubernatorial rail races tomorrow or statewide races tomorrow will in any way reflect a voter sentiment towards his administration?
Look, Annie, I'm not at liberty to talk about the election results, and I certainly won't get ahead of them. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals that may or may not happen tonight. We'll have to watch and see. And I'm sure you'll hear directly from the president tomorrow on that point.
Quickly on Snap, just really quickly, is there anything that prompted the president's tweet this morning? Because it did seem quite different from some of his other communications about Snap. It seemed a little bit out of the left field. I'm just wondering if he had a conversation or if there's anything you're aware of that caused him to decide to, at around 11 o'clock, to send out that message.
Look, the president is constantly well read on the news, as you know, and he is very much aware we are in day 35 of a government shutdown in which these SNAP benefits, we're pushing them out the door. USDA put out that guidance to the states this morning. The president was aware of that, and he wants to make it very clear that these benefits are in jeopardy because of the Democrats, and they should just open the government so that we can continue getting these funds out the door in an easier and more efficient way.
Okay. There's some new reporting a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this because Trump has now gone. He is now live. So let's go over to Trump and watch his press. Here we go, guys. Let's go. What the hell? The hell
Come on,
is
no
this?
caps, dude. Come on, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, here. Yeah.
Hey, this is a good time to hit the like.
Is it up there? Cool.
Yeah, why is it
Trump's
reverb?
about to come on. It's live. Please don't hit the damn, what is it? Caps. Come on now. All right, where's the sound at? Oh yeah. Sorry guys.
They love Victor, and
No sound.
Oh.
There's
Okay.
no sound. You're not playing shit. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, I know. I'm gonna have to go to a different source. That's okay. I got one pulled up, ready to go.
Okay, Dell's in here still. Thank God. Thank you, Dell. Thank you, Dell.
What happened?
Nothing. He's been
All
taking care of shit.
Thank you, Dell. Here I go. I'm switching over to a different stream. That one there was no sound. This is live.
Oh, there's Billy. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Billy, too. Thank you, Dell. Thank you, everybody. What the hell? Do you see this shit?
Yes.
It's like they're effing with me here. No sound again. Oh, it's off.
he's run a really great country, and he's got no crime, he's got no problems like some countries do, but probably has a couple of things that I don't know about, maybe that I don't want to know about. But he's a very special person. I've known him for a long time. We're going to be talking trade. We're going to be talking a little bit of Russia, Ukraine. We'll be talking about energy and energy prices. We have energy down to a pretty low point right now in the United States. We're drilling, drill baby drill, we call it. But energy costs are very low. Our general costs are very low. And I just saw that Walmart came out with a statement last night. They've done it for many years, that Thanksgiving this year will cost 25% less than Thanksgiving last year under Sleepy Joe Biden. So that's a big difference. That's a big difference. 25% less Thanksgiving. And I think that's a very good chart. They include everything that you need for Thanksgiving. So it's 25% less this year than it was last year. And that's true. That's emblematic of the rest of prices. Energy prices are way down from what they were last year. Inflation is almost non-existent. We have inflation down to a very low number, whereas Biden, as you know, is the worst inflation in the history of our country. So we're doing very well. We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone, they're crazy. They're crazy. But they don't care if they hurt the country. But we've approved it 14 times. We've approved a opening up 14 times, and they keep rejecting it. And I guess maybe they will again. Let's see what happens. They want to have a lot of bad things happen, bad things for our country. We're not going to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into our country illegally. We're not going to do it. To people came from prisons. They came from mental institutions. They're drug dealers. They want to give them medical care, $1.5 trillion. And we're not going to do other things that they're requesting also. So I just want to welcome this really good person. I know him very well. He's a good person, and he's a great leader, and he's loved in his country. And Victor, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, President.
Thank you.
First of all, may I say that thank you very much for the invitation. It's good to see you, President, back to the White House. And good to be back after 6 years, anyway, again, to see you here.
Yeah.
As we have met last time. The reason why we are here to open a new chapter between the bilateral relation of the United States and Hungary, basically because during the Democrat administration, everything was ruined. So after your leaving president, everything was basically blocked, ruined, cancelled. A lot of harm done by the previous.
A lot of humdum. I like that.
In the last 10 months, President, what you have done, we are very much grateful for that. You restored the old level of the relationship. You improved the bilateral relation. You repaired what was done badly by the previous administration. So now we are in quite a good position to open up a new chapter, let's say a golden age between the United States and Hungary, and we have plenty of suggestions for today: economic cooperation, and political cooperation. And the main issue, probably, President, you know, we are neighboring Ukraine, which is in war. It's the most important issue for us, and we would like to discuss with you how we can contribute to help you in your peace efforts.
And you've taken a lot of Ukrainians that needed your help, and you've taken a lot of them in your country, and everybody appreciates that.
Thank you very much. We do our best.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Mr. President, are you planning to give Hungary a carve-out on Russian oil, sir?
Mr. Orban has requested an exemption as it relates to oil that is coming from Russia. Is that something that you are prepared to do? And may I ask Mr. Orban a question in regards to that very issue?
Sure. We're looking at it because it's very difficult for him to get the oil and gas from other areas. As you know, they don't have the advantage of having sea. It's a great country. It's a big country, but they don't have sea. They don't have the ports. And so they have a difficult problem. There's another country that has that same problem, by the way. But when you look at what's happened with Europe, many of those countries, they don't have those problems, and they buy a lot of oil and gas from Russia. And as they know, I'm very disturbed by that because we're helping them, and they're going and buying oil and gas from Russia. So that question could be really asked maybe more accurately if you talked about many European countries, not Hungary necessarily, because Hungary is in a different position. But many European countries are buying oil and gas from Russia, and they have been for years. And I said, what's that all about, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orban.
So that will be one of the issues for today, to explain clearly what would be the consequences for the Hungarian people and for the Hungarian economy not to get oil and gas from Russia, because we are supplied by pipelines. Pipelines is not an ideological or political issue, it's a physical reality, because we don't have to export, exactly as the President explained to you. So we will negotiate on that point. It's vital for us.
Buddy. Mr. Orban, there are two pipelines, as I understand it. There's a pipeline from Ukraine and there's a pipeline from Croatia. And my understanding is that the pipeline from Croatia can provide
You're seeing the comments before me now.
Needs.
I don't know.
Why would you need an exemption if that's the case?
So when we discuss that issue, you should separate the gas and the oil. On the gas issue, which is very important for us, 90% of the Hungarian households based on heating system based on gas. So we have only one pipeline delivering gas to Hungary, which is the main pipeline, the Turkish one. What we got from Croatia is a very small volume supplementary gas pipeline. Okay, that's gas. Oil is another issue. So oil is coming from the Druzhba pipeline, which is the main supply, and that is the Croatian one, which is the secondary and supplementary pipeline. We would like to convince the Croatian government to enlarge it and make it possible to deliver more. Under these circumstances, it cannot be the main pipeline. It's just supplementary. But later on, with some big investments, it could serve better the interest of Hungary.
Mr. President?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Many people see this meeting not just as an encounter between two countries, but as the symbol of the strengthening of a new conservative Europe alliance. Would you agree with that interpretation? And how do you see the future of Europe in the light of leaders like Viktor Orban stand up to Brussels bureaucracy and the globalist agenda?
Are you from Hungary?
Yes, I am.
I figured. The fact is that he's a great leader, and he's respected all over, not necessarily liked by some of the leaders, but, you know, those leaders have proven to be wrong. If you look at his stance on immigration and other things, if you look at Europe, they've made tremendous mistakes on immigration. It's really hurting them very badly. He has not made a mistake on immigration. So he's respected by everybody. He's liked by some. And I can tell you, I like and respect. I'm a double. I like and respect him. And that's the way Hungary is being led. They're being led properly. And that's why he's going to be very successful in his upcoming election.
Mr. President, you said you were planning.
May I have a comment on that? You know, language is important because the Anglo-Saxon terminology is different from the European one. So to use categories can create some misunderstanding. So I would like to be clear as much as we can. We are the only government in Europe which consider itself as a modern Christian government. All the other governments in Europe are basically liberal leftist governments. So we try to do something from 2010 which is different from what the others are doing, even at the philosophical level and at the level of practice as well, as just the President described it, like migration. So we are kind of a special island of difference in a liberal ocean in Europe, and we consider ourselves as a modern Christian government. That's the proper category to describe what we are doing.
To both of you. Mr. President, you said you were.
To both of you.
We're talking, but we'll report on that later. Meetings with Putin. We were talking about that with Victor. He understands Putin and knows him very well. And I feel that, I mean, I'm going to let you say what you think, but I think that Victor feels we're going to get that war ended in the not too distant future. Victor, do you want to talk about that?
I'm strongly convinced. So the question is whether we Westerners are unified or not. The problem is that the President has huge peace efforts, which are just splendid and very positive for the European continent, the peoples of Europe. But at the same time, we are not unified because Brussels and the Europeans have a different approach to the war. So the only pro-peace government is the United States government and the small Hungary in Europe anyway. All the other governments prefer to continue the war because many of them think that Ukraine can win on the front line, which is a misunderstanding of the situation. So it's a complicated issue. We will discuss it. It requests not just 2 minutes to respond to your question, but rather than our lecture. Sorry, not to continue more than that.
To both of you.
So you would say that Ukraine cannot win that war?
You know, miracle can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is your message to the EU? Because I'm from Hungary, and the EU want to impose their war policies on Hungary. What is your message?
Well, I think they should respect Hungary and respect this leader very, very strongly, because he's been right on immigration. Look what's happened to Europe with the immigration. They have people flooding Europe all over the place, and it's hurting it. It's the crime rates are way up. A lot of bad things are happening. His crime rates are very low. They're the same as they always were, which is very little crime, because he's kept it the way it should be. Europe, I mean, I don't want to go into individual countries. They're all friends of mine, everyone. As you know, in NATO, they voted to go from 2% to 5%, and you know that nobody thought that was possible. And we had just about almost, other than Spain, a unanimous vote. No, I think that I think they respect him a lot. They don't agree with him, but actually, inwardly, I think they probably do agree. He was right on immigration. They were wrong. They are flooding Europe with people from all over the world, and Europe is becoming a different place. And I tell the leaders all the time, you better stop or you're not going to have Europe anymore. It's a very dangerous thing they're doing.
Mr. President, may I have a reflection on that? So on migration issue, just for clarification, in Hungary, the number of illegal migration is like that, zero, because we have a crystal clear system. If somebody would like to come to Hungary, first he should ask for that. If you give the permission, they can step in. Nobody can step on the territory of Hungary without having a permission.
I want all the liberals or all the people that are bitching about the border to hear what this guy's saying. This is what most countries do.
From the Hungarian authorities. This is the regulation, simple while working. What is the consequence of that? We are under sanctions, financial sanctions of European Union, because we don't let the illegal migrations to come to Hungary and to the European Union as well. So we have to pay, just to inform you, we have to pay every day 1 million euro as a punishment to the Brazilian budget, because they stopped the migrants. This is the absurd world we are living now in Europe.
Mr. President.
To both of you.
Go ahead, please. Yes,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much. Thank you. I'd like to ask what do you think, what do you believe after this meeting? Can you have maybe, or the European Union will have another opinion about, just because of this penalty, another opinion about Hungary because of the immigration and because of this kind of politics, which is not that strictly as the European Union directs. What do you believe?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Hungary.
Okay. I do have that conversation with them, and I respect and like them. You know, they're all friends of mine. I think pretty much every single leader in Europe is a friend of mine. We get along really well. They've done everything I've asked them to do with NATO, et cetera. The only thing they continue to do is buy oil from Russia. That's not too good. But I told them they should respect this man. They can also learn from Victor. Victor has had a very hard stance on, more than anything else, immigration or even illegal immigration. He literally has accepted no one over the years. Think of how much greater these countries would be if they didn't have the tremendous crime that has come in with the immigration. People just flowing into Europe. They've got to stop it. And not only stop it, they have to reverse it. They have to get them out. We've done that here. We have 0 people coming in now. The borders are closed. We take people, but we take them legally. But we've done it very strongly, and we're moving hundreds of thousands, millions of people out. We had, of the 20 million people, 25 million, nobody knows even what the number is. They never knew. Biden had no idea. He had no idea. I don't believe he had any idea what was happening, because he wasn't about open borders. But we had open borders, and we had millions of people come in, and they were coming in from jails. They were coming in from mental institutions. They were coming in as drug dealers. We had 11,888 murderers. Half of them committed more than one murder. We're getting them all out. We're getting them out. He doesn't have that problem. but Europe does have that problem. Other parts of Europe have that problem. So, I tell them all the time, I stick up for Viktor Orban. Not a lot of people do because in many cases they're jealous. They wish they did what he did. They would have no problems if they did what he did. And I have a bigger heart than anybody, but, they've destroyed some of those countries. Some of those countries had no crime 10 years ago, and now they have quite a bit of crime. And I would say that I don't know anything about your crime levels, but I would imagine they're very low.
Down.
Huh? Not too high, right?
No, it's very down.
Mr. President, since you brought up, Mr. President.
No. Just a clarification as well. I'm not here
This guy's a gangster, bro.
to manage my conflicts or our conflicts with the European Union. This is our matter, so we will do it. What we need is a golden age, to open a golden age of the United States-Hungary relationship. That's the biggest help we can get from the United States.
And maybe Europe too, we can include Europe, but it's going to get more difficult.
So inside the European Union, we will manage all of our affairs. To be the most possible humble guy, yeah? But I'm the longest serving Prime Minister of Europe. I survived all the Prime Ministers who attacked us. And I'm sure we will survive next years as well. So we will manage our conflicts successfully.
Mr. President, since you brought up, Mr. President.
Question for the Prime Minister. Speaking of Europe, last month you said that you would not withdraw U.S. troops from Europe, yet a few weeks later, the Pentagon announced, decided to withdraw a significant number of troops from Romania. So have you changed your mind, or the Pentagon ignored your assurance?
No, they don't ignore anything that I say. What they do is we make changes. We move. It's the same number, total number, but we move people around. I happen to like the Romanian people. I think they're great people. And Pete, you may want to suggest something right there, please.
Absolutely. No, nothing was uncoordinated with the White House. It's all part of the view that we have of Europe, and there will remain troops in Romania, but there's some change in how we rotate and how many we rotate.
And the relationship with Romania is very good, right?
Very good, and we've coordinated all this with Secretary General Ruta, throughout EUCOM, throughout our allies. Everyone was notified in advance.
The relationship with Romania is very good. The relationship with Europe is very good. I disagree with what Europe is doing having to do with immigration, but I agree with them on many other subjects. We just signed the biggest trade deal ever made with Europe, $950 billion. We were able to do it because of tariffs. It was a deal that was good, very good, but we had a very unfair deal. We were treated very badly before I came into office, but we just signed. It's the single biggest trade deal ever signed. So we have a very good relationship with Europe. Yeah.
Mr. President, since
what is the main dispute with the Russians which prevent the Budapest summit with Putin from taking place?
The basic dispute is they just don't want to stop yet. And I think they will. I think it's taken a big toll on Russia, big toll on both countries, obviously, but it's taken a big toll. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. That's a big toll. And between the two of them, divided, with Russia losing more soldiers, actually. But they're both losing a lot of people. And that's the primary thing that with me, it's not economic, it's not money. In fact, we don't spend any money. We send it to NATO. They pay us for our missiles and for our military and everything else. It's not a question of money. It was with Biden. He spent $350 billion. He got nothing for it. The war would have never happened. If I were president, the war would have never happened. I think you would.
Trump's hate for Biden
war would never have happened if I were president. It's stupid that it happened. But it did happen. I inherited the war, and I think we're going to get it ended. Not too distant future.
Mr. President,
I'm going to be honest. Hold on, let me pause you.
Why wouldn't he?
That time.
Hold on. The hate that Trump has for Biden and the hate that the left and Biden has for Trump is just amazing. I'm sitting here too chiefed out, just sitting here going, wow, they really just talk, man. You would think it's like WWF wrestling or something. They fucking hate each other.
The name of the United States president would have been Donald Trump. There would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear. But what we are speaking about here is more than that. Because without the pressure coming from the United States government, I'm speaking 2022, the Europeans would not take that hard line what they have today on the war. Remember that big countries of Europe rejected to be involved more than just sending some, humanitarian issues. So the pressure coming from the United States to be more pro-war in Europe. So that's the fact of the history anyway. So we have to restore something which was ruined and created from here, and that's the reason why I understand absolutely the devotion of the president now to do everything to stop the war, because that would be not that deep without the previous government pressure from here.
Good job, Billy.
So the reason why I'm here to be as much as helpful I can to contribute to the peace efforts of the president, because that was an enormous mistake what we have done, the Western world several years ago, and we have to stop it, and it's common responsibility.
Biden actually pushed for that war to happen. Okay, if you can believe it. Nobody can believe it, but it's one of those things. And now look what happened. Look what's happened to Ukraine. It's a much smaller country. A lot of people are dead. You take a look at it's a whole different world over there. And Russia has not been helped very much by that war either. They lost a tremendous number of soldiers and people. And, look, that war should have been a 1 week war. I don't know why it's taken. This is 4 years. Should have been 1 week. Should have been over with, but it would have never started. Should have never started. And I would have solved the problem without giving up anything. Ukraine would have remained as is. So there were tremendous mistakes long before I got there. I inherited that mess, so we're getting it solved, along with the 8 wars that we've already ended.
Mr. President, since you brought up...
Mr. President.
What is America's interest cultivating better relations with the EU leader or not?
I think I can do both. There's no reason why I can't. I get along well with the European nations.
We are still a member of the European Union, so it's easy.
Yeah, and by the way, he's a member in good standing, I guess, although they penalize him every once in a while. But he's a member in good standing with the European Union, so he's a member. He's a part of it. But I get along great with him. I get along very well with them. I agree with him on immigration much more than I agree with them. But I agree with, a lot of the things in Europe he also agrees with. But he had a difference, I would say, primarily on immigration more than anything else. And I happen to think he was right, because their whole fabric has changed. You go to some of the countries, they're unrecognizable now because of what they've done. And Hungary is very recognizable. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Will there be a peaceful meeting with the Budapest still this year? What do you think?
You mean a meeting with President Putin?
Yes.
You mean in Hungary? Well, I'd like to keep it in Hungary, in Budapest. That meeting, it turned out I didn't want to do that meeting because I didn't think anything was going to be happening of significance. But if we have it, I'd like to do it in Budapest. Yeah, it'd be good.
Mr. President, you said many times to support Viktor Orban. Why is it important to win the next election, for example, for the United States, Hungary, and also Europe? Why is it important?
Well, I don't know his opponent. I don't know if he has an opponent yet. At some point he will, I guess. We always have opponents, right? Not much of an opponent. But I'll be supportive of him. He's done a fantastic job. We've had a great relationship.
David, don't be a weirdo, bro. Come on, man.
Look, we had a country
that
had no leader. It had an auto pen.
Brian,
auto
I don't
pen,
know
totally
what you feel
illegal.
about that shit.
And it's coming out stronger and stronger. But we had
goofy,
no
bro.
leader
Come on
in the
now.
United States. Hungary, as an example, had no relationship with the United States, even though we do.
This has got to be the most laid-back, chill fucking chat you could possibly get into. Y'all could debate. Y'all could argue. Why y'all got to be can't y'all be normal and just bitch at each other without having to fucking say stupid shit? Come on, y'all.
See,
Do better. Do better, bro.
don't say that. Don't say that. Don't type in all caps, bro. Why you gotta?
I don't even care about that too. Just man. Come on.
I'm just deleting 2 of them right now. Why?
Billions
do you
of dollars
keep doing
in trade
that?
with Hungary. Hungary's a big country economically. We do, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary.
Freedom
Wow.
They give that
It
up.
doesn't work like that on YouTube.
Freedom of speech, my ass.
You
bro.
fucking. I don't know what the hell you.
This is a YouTube channel. I run by rules through YouTube. You run through my rules. This is freedom of fucking speech. Are you kidding me? this was freedom of speech, we wouldn't be watching this right now. We'd be talking some real shit.
And they gave up so much else. Look, they gave up everything. This country was poorly run. I think if I didn't win the election, we might not have a country, if you want to know the truth, not a recognizable country. But our relationship was immediately good as soon as I won the election, because Victor's one of the people that's highly respected, and we had a great relationship with Hungary. We do again. That was an easy one.
Mr.
Yeah.
President, do you and Prime Minister Orban agree on ways to put pressure on President Putin to come to the negotiating table to end the war in Ukraine?
I think we agree that the war is going to end. Sometimes people have to fight it out a little bit longer, but I think we agree that the war is going to end in the not too distant future. Do you want to talk about that, Victor?
I have some ideas, and I will present it to the president. How to stop it.
Mr. President, since you brought up the Walmart Thanksgiving meal, and it is cheaper, but it also contains less, as affordability continues to be an issue, well, that's what Walmart says. I'm with NBC News, sir, representing the poor. But, sir, as affordability continues to be a problem for Americans.
I swear to God, when he said who you with, and she said NBC News, right away I knew he was going to go fake news.
NBC's gone down the tubes along with most of the rest of them.
If I may ask, why do you think there's such a disconnect between the economy that you're describing day to day and the way many Americans say they are feeling and their concerns about affordability?
Well, they feel better about our country right now, other than the shutdown, obviously, which is caused by the Democrats, could be ended by the Democrats in 2 minutes. They feel much better. We have more jobs. We just set a record on jobs. You do know that? We have more investment in our country than any country in history. We're over $18 trillion as of this moment, and we're going to be maybe at 20 or 21 trillion by the time I finish up my first year. And there's been no country, China, no country in the world that's done anywhere even close to that number. Your friend Biden, as an example, in 4 years was less than $1 trillion. We'll be at 21 trillion in 1 year. So there's no country that was even close to that, and our country was a laughing stock all over the world. We have more jobs, we have more potential than any other country, and frankly, we're the hottest country right now. Victor said to me before, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of it. We'll have $21 trillion invested. We have auto plants pouring back in. We have AI pouring back in. We're leading China in AI.
Are we the hottest country, though?
By a lot. We're leading everybody in every category. There's no category that we're in second place. So I just heard this yesterday that Walmart said that the Thanksgiving was 25% more expensive under Biden. That's a big, to me, that's a big number, because Walmart's respected. I mean, Walmart is Walmart, and you know they're giving you prices.
Walmart.
So that would mean that the whole series of price.
Man, fuck Walmart, bro. You always be covering for Walmart, man. They're shady as hell. Fuck Walmart.
And costs, you know, the groceries and everything.
Fuck their groceries. Anybody watching this, don't buy Walmart. They're trash. It's all GMO. It's not even real. You might as well just go fucking eat dirt.
Else, it was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. The Democrats are good at a few things: cheating on elections and conning people with facts that aren't true. It was 25%. Walmart just announced it 2 days ago. 25% cheaper this year, will be cheaper to have Thanksgiving than it was a year ago under Sleepy Joe Biden.
I bet it's going to be 25% more shit.
And how long, Mr. President, how long will it take SNAP recipients?
Say it.
Here are you SNAP fucking Dells. Come
You said affordability was a con job, and you said last night you didn't want to talk about affordability.
I talked about it. When did I not want to talk about it? I talk about it all the time. We are much better than Biden and all of them. Now, do you remember that the Biden administration had the highest inflation in 48 years, but most people say...
Sorry, this is going to, whatever. People that are watching, whatever. This is rugby, whatever. Bro, his hate for fucking Biden is just like y'all's TDS, dude. I swear to you, it's the same shit, dude. This dude said Biden's name more time than what we actually want to know, bro. This shit's fucking killing me.
Ever recorded. Do you remember that? Right? Do you remember it?
So, yeah.
Did they have the highest inflation in 48 years? Did they? Just answer me the question. You know the answer. The answer is yes. They had the worst inflation in 48 years. We have almost no inflation. We're down now to 2%, and we'll be at maybe 1%. You want to always stay above 1%, actually. You want a little tiny bit of inflation. We're at a perfect number. They were at the highest level in recorded history, okay? And when you talk about affordability, that one fact. Now, let's talk about the second biggest subject after inflation, energy. We're going to be at $2 gasoline. We're going to be approximately $2 very soon. We're a little bit above $2 right now for gasoline. Now, under Biden, it was $4.50. It even hit $5, but it was $4, $3.50. We're going to be at $2 a gallon. So gasoline's much less. Energy costs are less. When you have energy and when you have gasoline less, everything else follows. It's such a big category. So when you have lower energy prices, which I think you admit we do substantially, that means everything else. So we are the victors on affordability. But if I watched that election, which I was not much involved in, I didn't support Virginia, the candidate, didn't do a lot of support for the other candidates. They asked me about Cuomo, and I said, well, it's a question, do you want a thug or do you want a communist? I mean, that was my response. So I wasn't involved in that stuff too much. But I will say this.
Bro, it's funny. Do you want a thug or a communist, dude?
If you look at affordability, which they campaigned on, they lied because they talked about, oh, prices are up. No, prices are down under the Trump administration, and they're down substantially. Energy prices are down by 30, 35, 40%. Gasoline is way down. And the other big thing is inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down, and what's also down?
Hope the electric goes down so my fucking weed price goes down.
Gasoline. Also, the biggest thing is inflation, and it's way down. We took over a mess. The highest inflation in recorded history. Some people would say 48 years. I'll take either one of them. But I believe it's the highest inflation in recorded history. That alone makes it impossible for them to have done a good job with affordability. So one other thing. When I came into office, Victor, 2 days into office, they were screaming at me about the cost of eggs. I was there for 2 days. Eggs had quadrupled. And I said, listen, I just got here. Let me check it out. And they were right. Eggs had gone up by 3-4 times. Within a period of a few months, we had eggs down to a normal cost. We did a great job on groceries and affordability. The only problem is the fake news. You people don't want to report it.
No, motherfucker. Eggs are expensive as shit, dude. What the fuck? They're like fucking double, triple, quadruple what they fucking were. Even from the farmers, they're fucking taxed. Like, literally, they're like $5 a dozen from a farmer when they used to be like $1, $2. It's fucking insane.
And in fact, I
got an egg guy.
We do too, and the fucking price is tripled, dude.
I'd like to ask Caroline.
I don't know.
Caroline?
You go to Aldi's and the prices, I would never buy an Aldi egg, but the price is fucking tripled there too.
I'd like to ask Caroline a question.
Man.
Where is she? Did she? She deserted us. She deserted me. Our great Caroline superstar deserted me. Anyway.
How long, sir? How long
right
is it?
outside. Mr. President.
How long is it?
She was going to talk about because the fake news yesterday, they talked about that. They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is
they used to be $2, is what I said.
Look at that. Look at the
because
check.
everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down. Caroline?
Yes, sir.
Could you discuss that question that was asked and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news?
Yeah, and I just saw it asked again here, and it's very unfortunate that the reporters in this room refuse to address, sir, what you just said. which is that you inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, and you are fixing it in 10 short months. And your entire administration has been tasked with this effort, from Treasury Department to Agriculture Department to the National Economic Council right here at the White House. They are slashing regulation. He signed the largest middle-class tax cut in 6 months. In 6 months, in record time, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. So affordability is what the American people elected this president to do, and he is doing it. And you guys refuse to cover it, and you refuse to cover that the previous administration created the worst unaffordability crisis in American history. And I've been watching the TV all day saying that he doesn't want to talk about affordability. That's what he's working on every day, and that's what this administration is doing.
Right now. But you know why they refuse to cover it? Because they're fake news. That's why. Go ahead. Sure. Caroline, the Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary.
Thank you.
You know what? It's a very good decision you just made.
President, on
Please don't leave us.
on the shutdown, Mr. President,
please.
you spoke to Republican senators. They do not seem interested right now in getting rid of the
It's
filibuster.
too bad. They're making a big mistake. That's right. No,
Well,
but
what's the
they're
off-ramp
coming
here is
way.
my question to you.
You're right. Wait a minute. The way to do it for the Republicans is to terminate the filibuster.
$3
They call it
is
the
still
nuclear
a lot, bro.
option. This is the second form of nuclear. Very good. Very good. This is a good form. This is not a bad form. I would have been in favor of that a long time ago. But you know the Democrats are going to do that. And most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that. So why aren't we doing it? And I think only a foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people. These people are absolutely crazed, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it may be. And I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster. And we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place. And lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that.
If they're not going to do that, then it seems like you'd have to make a deal with Democrats to end the shutdown. Are you
Here's
open
some
to
of the
that?
things that we'd pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you pass anything because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are. But I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, has quit. And she'll be out of here pretty soon. And that I consider that to be a great asset for America, getting her out.
Are you really going to deal with Democrats? You're not interested in a deal?
I don't know. We'll see what they have.
On
we'll
Snap,
see.
sir?
But they're very destructive for the country. NBC, fake news. I'm not taking you.
Snap,
Go ahead.
sir, what?
Are you worried about it backfiring in the future on Republicans?
He said NBC, I'm not even taking
Well, normally I would say, well, a little bit. But the reason that I'm not is because if they ever took over power, they'll do it. Look, Joe Manchin and Sinema are 2 people that are no longer in politics because of this issue. They were opposed to what the Democrats wanted to do. They wanted to terminate the filibuster. They were opposed to it. They're no longer in politics. They're gone. The Democrats will do this. So if the Democrats are going to do it, I'm saying Republicans should do it before they get a chance. It's very simple. And if we do it, we will never lose the midterms and we will never lose the general election because we will have produced so many different things for our people, for the country, that it would be impossible to lose an election.
Are you worried about an AI bubble?
No, I love AI. I think it's going to be very helpful. So many things are happening with it. And in addition to which, we're leading China.
I fucking hate AI in this whole entire fucking part of what Trump says. Just so everybody.
We're leading the world in AI. We're building massive electric plants that the companies themselves.
I'm going to be doing a show about how Ohio is going to be the leading place for these plants. Look out for it.
Are building for their plant. I've given them the right because we need so much electricity for that. And just the word is electricity, believe it or not. Double the electricity that we currently have in the country for just the AI plants. And I've allowed those companies to rebuild and...
They're using Ohio because the Great Lakes are going to cool down all the electricity for these centers.
Build electric plants along with their facility. We're getting approvals done in less than a month, sometimes in 2 weeks for massive, beautiful, massive buildings. And no, I'm totally in favor of it. I think it's it's really going to be the wave of the future, and we're leading the world. We're leading everybody by a lot.
How long do you think the shutdown will last? President, how long do you think the shutdown will last?
I don't know. It's up to the Democrats. We voted, the Republicans have voted 14 times to open up the country, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to hurt the country, really. They should approve it, but they might not. That's why I like the fact that we terminate the filibuster. If we terminate the filibuster, the country will be open within 10 minutes after that termination, because we'll take a second vote, which is the opening of the country.
Hey,
and the Republicans will vote to open
who's
the
the
country.
hateful
That's
trolls?
one
Go
of the
ahead and list
reasons,
it. We'll get
not
rid
the
of them.
major reason, by the way. I think it's less important than
Yeah,
the
don't
other
be
things that we
nasty.
get.
I'm trying to get a
But if we
hold of
terminate the filibuster, the second vote that we will take will be to
Bill.
open up the country. It'll take 10 minutes, and the country will be open.
Brian, you fix that. I just gave that guy 5 minutes to type in your
The
caps.
main purpose of the filibuster is to create some sort of compromise. So
Well,
how,
it didn't work, obviously.
so,
If not,
so how do
You're
you
right.
encourage
That was the purpose of the
bipartisanship?
Let him be the
bipartisanship,
fucking
but that
blessing.
didn't work.
So are you saying the next 3 years in Washington there shouldn't be
Well,
some
no,
level of?
if the filibuster is terminated, we will have the most productive 3 years in the history of our country. If the filibuster is not terminated, then we will be in a slog with the Democrats, and very little for either party will be done. So it's a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. Let's go. Thank you, Fred.
Will it take
Thank
for
you, Fred.
staff
Let's
benefits?
go. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Fred.
Okay,
Head out. Thank you, guys.
so that's the end of that. I'm gonna go ahead and end it with Speaker Mike Johnson talking about the government shutdown and what they're planning on doing today. And then we'll probably end it unless something else pops off while we're here. So here it is. Here it comes. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon. Please hit the like, share, subscribe. God bless y'all.
What's that? Yes, you can get right here.
Good morning, everyone. We'll just say a word before we begin here. Our condolences, our prayers go out to the Cheney family. Of course, we've had the loss now of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Scripture is very clear. We give honor where honor is due, and someone who gave their life, loved their country, loved serving their country in so many capacities. As you know, Dick Cheney served as Vice President. He served as a Secretary of Defense. He served as a congressman, of course, from Wyoming, and as the youngest chief of staff to any president in the history of the country. And so the honor is certainly due to him, and our prayers go out to the family. This is now day 35 of the Democrat shutdown, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think any of us expected that it would drag on this long. We didn't believe, we couldn't have imagined. It's now tied for the longest shutdown in U.S. history, and we didn't think we'd have to come every single day, day after day after day, and repeat the obvious facts to the American people, and to put on display every day what is happening here. Again, it's a split screen. We've talked about the split screen in the country right now. The American people are wise. Ronald Reagan used to remind us you can trust the American people, and we do. And they can see the facts here. They see that President Trump and the Republican Party are delivering real positive results to the American people, delivering on our promises. We passed the Working Families Tax Cut, which is the largest middle-class tax cut in American history. We signed into law as part of that. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, big savings for those on Social Security. We strengthened Medicaid with popular, common sense reforms that strengthens the program. We've improved healthcare access in rural communities, and we have reduced premiums. There's a lot more work to be done there. It's the Republicans who are delivering those reforms. We restored American energy dominance. We got the border crisis solved. We are reducing and handling the crime crisis in city by city around America. And we have restored peace through strength. That is on one side of the screen. Over the past 34 days of the shutdown, the Republicans have been the only ones working in good faith to end the shutdown and get everyone paid and get the service.
I like how, look, a lot of y'all call this MAGA. This is your government. This is what they're telling you. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe shit. But this is your government, dude. Go ahead and make it MAGA, but this is what they're telling you. Read between the lines or figure it out.
This is flowing again. And we have voted that way 14 times. That's on one side of the screen. On the other is the Democrats.
Good job,
It's such
Billy.
a stark contrast. Because in the last 10 months, the only thing that party has accomplished for the country is to shut down the federal government and cause this pain. The past 5 weeks have been painfully clear. The Democrats are not interested in doing their most basic job. And we explained here yesterday, all of this is motivated by one thing and one thing alone. The Schumer shutdown was never about health care or any other policy that they claim now. They can't even decide amongst themselves what it was about. Some have said it's the Seinfeld shutdown because it's about nothing. But I'll tell you what it is ultimately about, truly. And this is something that can be demonstrated and everyone here knows it's true. As I summarized yesterday, the Schumer shutdown was never about health care or any other policy. It is about fear. It's about fear. Right now, the Democrats fear political retribution from the far left activists in their party more than they fear the consequences of keeping the government closed for weeks on end. They fear political retribution from far left activists more than families going hungry and workers missing paychecks. That is a fact that they are demonstrating day after day and vote after vote. It's gotten so bad for them that even their traditional allies are losing patience now. The head of the Teamsters Union had a blunt message to Democrats a couple of days ago, quote, "American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill," unquote. And it's not just the Teamsters, as you know. AFGE, the largest union of federal workers, had the same plea. And so did the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, the NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, the Allied Pilots Association, Southwest Airline Pilots Association, the New York Steamfitters Union. It goes on and on and on. These organizations have traditionally backed the Democrats for decades. That has been true. They represent tens of thousands of working Americans, all these associations together. And now they're calling on the Democrats to drop their partisan demands and reopen the government. Stop inflicting this pain on the American people because you are afraid of your far left base. And how did the Democrats respond to all this? They're gaslighting the American people and even their own base. The truth is the Democrats have lost touch with working Americans because they simply stopped listening and stopped serving them.
Yeah, I see.
And every few months, after leaning harder into their woke identity politics, they commission an expensive study to try to figure out why working class voters have completely abandoned them in the Democrat Party. Here's a recent finding. This is a left-leaning research group that surveyed 3,000 working class Americans. This was published in Politico November 2nd. Quote, this is the finding. Working class voters perceive Democrats to be woke, weak, and out of touch, too focused on social issues, and not nearly focused enough on the economic issues that impact everyone every day, unquote. And here's the kicker. They also said working class voters, quote, can't name what Democrats stand for other than being against Donald Trump. Well, good luck with that as a message to the people. Of course, you don't need a months-long study to tell you that Democrats are woke and weak. You simply need to look around. As the Democrats continue to pander to their radical base of affluent progressives, President Trump and Republicans are building a new multi-generational coalition of voters that is grounded in common sense. Since November 2024, Republicans have welcomed record numbers of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, young people, all these different segments of the population, and they came in large numbers. People everywhere can see clearly who's fighting and voting here every day and delivering for them. And I'll say this clearly to every hardworking American in any place who's missed a paycheck, anyone who has been made to suffer because the services, the health services you rely upon, or the food and nutrition supplement for your family. Anyone who is hurting, you have a home in the Republican Party. You have people here who are elected by their constituents to come and do their job, and they do it. They're voting to support you, to make these programs available, to ensure that the people in need have them. And the Democrats, by stark contrast, are doing the exact opposite. With federal workers entering their 5th week without a full paycheck, Democrats ought to be taking a hard look in the mirror. Will they continue to bend the knee to their radicals who run their party? Or will Democrats finally do something to serve the working Americans they abandoned long ago? Have we said here all along, and every day we come in and tell you the same thing? Democrats made the deliberate choice to shut down the government, and only Democrats can put an end to this madness by making the deliberate choice now to reopen the government. Today is a big election day. In these blue states, we certainly hope for a surprise, but I mean, it won't be a big surprise if the front runners, the Democrats, the radicals, win some of these elections. We're watching New York City very closely, as you all know, and so is Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. And they're terrified. The Marxists are taking over their party, and the evidence today may show that that is true. Now, until Democrats decide to do the right thing, we expect working Americans to continue to flee the Democrat Party and find a home with the Republicans, and we welcome them with open arms, and we'll keep fighting for them every day. And one of the people who is fighting every day and doing an extraordinary job in the cabinet of this administration, this historic administration, that has accomplished more in the first 9-10 months of an administration or Congress than arguably any in history. We have our former colleague and our dear friend who's on the side of American workers, and we'll address that today, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Reamer. We're happy to have you. Madam Secretary.
Here's a look at a simple trade I placed this morning around 10 a.m. It's designed to be completely finished by 4 p.m., win or lose.
Well, thank you, Speaker Johnson, and it's certainly an honor to be here at the Capitol on behalf of this administration and this president. Speaker Johnson, I want to say thank you to you and my former colleagues. House Republicans did their job more than 5 weeks ago by voting for this continuing resolution. How do I know this? Because I did the same thing 5 different times when I was a member of the House. It was one of the easiest votes for me to take, because you do not play games on the backs of the American people. It's the fundamental tenet that they elect you to do, and that is to keep the government open. That's exactly what I did. And now Democrats are not choosing to represent their constituents and the American people. What does a shutdown do? 42 million Americans are going without their SNAP benefits. Air traffic controllers are working around the clock to keep Americans safe, without sleep, without paychecks, and they are required to do their job. Small business owners are not getting $4 billion in small business loans to keep their doors open. How can the economy continue to grow? We are losing $15 billion a week in GDP because of this Democratic shutdown. American workers are suffering. Prominent unions are speaking out. Our friend Sean O'Brien, as the Speaker said, was at the White House begging Senate Democrats to open up this government. American workers, 1.3 million Teamsters are represented by Sean O'Brien. He mentioned they cannot be used as political pawns. But you know who's being used as political pawns? The Teamsters by these Democrats. Because they will go to the Teamsters and they will ask them for something, and now they're not going to answer that call. They are begging them to open up this government to grow this economy. Other unions as well, manufacturing, building trades, industry-specific skilled trades. It's the workforce that I represent as the Labor Secretary. Every single day we show up to make sure that they have the tools that they need. We have sent out over $86 million to our respective states in order to upskill and reskill the American workforce. The future of the American economy is on my shoulders, on this administration's shoulders, and the Democrats have stopped all the momentum that we have put in the last 9 months. Registered apprenticeships, the future workforce. Not only are we hurting the current workforce, it's the future workforce. We are trying to educate our young people. We're trying to register 1 million active apprentices across this country. We had almost 250,000 registered, and now that has come to a screeching halt. We're trying to educate our young Americans on AI, pilot approaches for workforce challenges in AI, the uncertainty. American workers deserve to know that they are going to have a job in this country, and the Democrats have chosen to play those political games. But many of our efforts have been stopped. 13 times they had an opportunity to say yes, just like I did, just like my colleagues have done. Enough is enough. President Trump has done his job. Not only has he leveled the playing field with tariffs, not only has he welcomed great trade agreements, he has worked most recently with South Korea and Japan to bring hundreds of millions of dollars back to this country for the shipbuilding trades. I have been working around the clock to make sure that we can protect our national security for this country, and now that has also come to a stop. We are hurting American workers. We need to get them back to work. We need to grow this economy. We need to get their paychecks back in their hands so they can provide for their families, put gas in their cars, pay their mortgages, turn on their lights. I'm talking to all of you American workers out there. We're here for you. We're going to continue to fight through this shutdown, and I am begging these Democrats to show up, do their job, and open up this government. 35 days is far too long for the American people. Enough is enough. I'd like to turn it over now to my Chairman Wahlberg, Education and Workforce Committee. And again, on behalf of the President, it is an honor to serve him. It is an honor to serve the American people, an honor to get up every single day and do this job for the American men and women of this country who are building back the United States. Thank you.
Well said, Madam Secretary. And I've worn out my voice, Mr. Speaker, over the course of the last 5 weeks, all across my district from
commercial.
Lake
I'm
Erie
grabbing coffee.
to Lake Michigan,
Please, no
from
commercial.
Detroit to Grand Rapids, from South Bend to Toledo, Ohio. Getting the message out that Republicans did what we needed to do to keep this country moving forward. We were willing to negotiate on everything and anything, but do it in a way that doesn't have a punitive impact upon the citizens we are so privileged to serve. And Madam Secretary, we're looking forward to Workforce Pell being initiated and getting more people trained for the workforce for the jobs that we need. And this stutter that's gone on now for 35 days doesn't help us get it up and running well as a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill and what we've done there and many other things for education and the workforce. It's now been over a month since Democrats shut down the government, and the American people are feeling the impacts. Workers and families don't know when they'll receive their next paycheck. Service members and men and women who keep us safe may not be able to feed their families. Air traffic controllers are working double shifts along with TSA that I greeted last night and thanked for working without a paycheck in sight. These are proud Americans who are working hard to keep our communities running, and the Democrats are making sure they won't get paid. The Democrats are making sure they won't get paid. Did I make that clear? We've tried to do that all across the media networks in Michigan, and I think it's working. Similarly, businesses across the country are facing mounting uncertainty. Groups like the Job Creators Network and National Restaurant Association are raising the alarm about millions of workers and businesses at risk of closing because of the shutdown. And according to the American Hotel and Lodging Association, the economy loses $31 million per day from lost hotel revenues. Virtually every sector of our economy is hurting because of this foolhardy Democrat shutdown. And since the start of the shutdown, more than 4,800 small businesses have been unable to access the Small Business Administration loans. I've sat with some of those businesses. I've heard their concerns. I've heard their desires to expand their business, but they can't get the applications filled out, further restricting businesses' ability to grow, potentially forcing others to close permanently. What's more, this shutdown has disrupted the data that drives the economy. Jobs, prices, paychecks, the data that guides it all has stopped flowing, and that is hurting workers, families, and job creators. In my home state of Michigan, we're losing more than $360 million in economic activity every week, week upon week. That means every week workers, job creators, and communities lose out on chances to thrive as families struggle to put food on the table. But Democrats don't seem to mind. We've all heard House Democrat Whip Catherine Clark's interview describing the suffering of families as leverage to remote health care to illegal aliens. And then there's the Senate Democrat leader, Chuck Schumer, and his comment that every day gets better for us. How cruel, how unfeeling, how uncaring. Clearly, the Democrats are so wrapped up in D.C. politics, they've forgotten what really matters, helping the Americans thrive. Now, labor unions, as the speaker pointed out, who overwhelmingly supported Democrat politicians and left-wing causes, are calling for Democrats to vote for the House Republican-passed clean continuing resolution. We passed it. We funded government. We didn't shut it down. The American Federation of Government Employees, Steamfitters Local 638, Teamsters, and pilots unions are calling for the government to reopen because livelihoods are being crushed. Our nation's children are being impacted too, and I'm concerned about that. Some Head Start programs, some of those small little seats that I've sat in, hearing about what good work is done for these families and kids. Head Start programs, because of the Democrat unfunding of them, will not receive federal grants despite being the only option for many low-income families. That will lead to disruptions that will force families to go without child care as programs face dwindling funds or go without funding entirely. We funded it in the House. The Senate Democrats need to do the same.
Say fuck America.
If the COVID-19 pandemic taught us anything, it's how bad any disruption to a child's life can be. Long-term school closures exacerbated learning loss and caused skyrocketing truancy. How long do the Democrats need to keep our government shut down before they see the real harm they're doing to Americans' children?
This fucking idiot says fuck America.
I know.
Why don't you just call it what it is, bro? Fuck the government, you fucking idiot.
The Democrat government shutdown has gone on far, far too long. And the longer it lasts, the worse things get for the American people. This is the first time in history, if you might be reminded, the first time in history a political party has shut down the government over a clean CR. The Democrat petty partisanship is hurting workers and families across the country. The shutdown is also showing Americans just how far the Democrats will go to promote their out-of-touch agenda, even if it means holding the American people hostage for more than a month. America's workers, families, unions, and job creators have all spoken. Chuck Schumer, pass the clean CR and reopen the government immediately. I hope the Democrats are listening, at least 5 of them. Republicans have listened and voted to fully fund the government, coming on 15 times as of today. It's time for 5 more Democrats, including my 2 members from Michigan, to vote the same way. For the children, as Nancy Pelosi has famously said. Do it for the children. Do it for Americans. I now am pleased to turn over the podium to a great leader.
Sounds
Leader
good
Scalise.
coming from these people. Do it for the children.
Thank you, Chairman Walberg and
Right.
Secretary Chavez DeRemer. It's great to have you back here in the House. I'll start by joining in with what the Speaker said and extending my condolences
Right, Mr.
to
Dirty?
the family of Dick Cheney. Of course,
Right, Mr. Dirty, that was a bad choice of words, dude. The way he said it, I don't know. It's the Democrat thing, right?
8 years as President George Walker Bush's vice president, served in so many other important roles in government, started as a member of this House of Representatives, and lived an incredible life. And we mourn his passing and extend our prayers to the Cheney family. As we
do some,
look
DD.
at potentially another
How
vote
the fuck would
today
you
in the
hear-
Senate
Hold on
to
a minute. Let me pause
try to
this
have a
real
breakthrough
fast.
to open up the government.
How the fuck do you hear a picture, motherfucker? Please put that in the fucking chat. That was the dumbest comment I've read yet, and I've read a lot of dumb shit.
Let's remember when the Senate votes today, they're not voting on some big,
I'm gonna find
massive
it and
omnibus
post it,
bill,
too.
a
I
bill
hear
that
a
resolves
picture.
all of our differences.
What, motherfucker?
You know, if you're one of these Democrats, and it
I
only
hear
takes
a
5
picture, bruh.
to get this government back open, and you're
hear a
struggling with this decision,
Hearing
do you
some
offend
picture.
your far left radical base? It's about to elect the new leader of their Democrat Party
Hearing
in
some
Mamdani
very
in New York.
delicious
Or
photos.
do you stand up
Hearing them,
for
You
the
ain't
tens
seen
of
them.
millions of people around the country who are actually suffering? And if you vote yes today,
I can hear them,
are
but
you
you don't
giving
see
anything
them.
up? What's in that bill? A clean continuing resolution that violates any of your principles? There's nothing. Again, that bill does not solve our differences. That bill just keeps the lights on. That bill just allows federal workers to get paid for the work that they're doing. Those that have to show up and work and keep our airports open. The air traffic controllers who are working under high, incredible stress in a normal time. So
Hey,
that
bro,
planes
I know all
can
about
land and
working
take off
high under stress.
safely with 150 plus people on each one of those planes, without
two
worrying about the
planes
stress that as soon as they get off the job, they've got to go do a
Fucking
second
eyes
shift
are-
as an Uber driver
Yes,
because
reading
they
the chat,
can't
dude.
put food on the table because Democrats shut down the government.
9 likes away
Hopefully
from
they weigh
150.
that when they cast their vote today. And we see every day, of course, unfortunately, more and more consequences to the suffering Democrats are causing. We know on the SNAP program, 42 million people. And yes, the courts are trying to work with the White House to find ways to move some other money around. But as we know, even if they're able to move money around, it doesn't make that program whole. The only way to make the SNAP program whole is by Democrats opening up the government. It's real straightforward. You vote yes or no. You vote yes because you want to put food on the table for 42 million low-income families. But if you vote no, maybe because
Seems like they're using us as pawns.
you're afraid of some radicals in Portland
Am I silly to think that?
or San Francisco or New York City, when you vote no, you are taking food off the table for 42 million low-income people, the least among us who need that help.
Right.
6.7 million going without the Women, Infant, and Children program funding. WIC program is really, really important, again, to very low-income people who need that help. Democrats have no problem shutting off that funding, causing that suffering, and to use their term, because they think they're getting some kind of leverage. We still don't know what the leverage is for. They're trying to leverage the American people, and they can't even articulate what it is they want. Yeah, $1.5 trillion wish list of crazy items like free health care for illegals, gutting a rural health care fund. Is that really the leverage they want to use the American people for? And deny the WIC funding? 2 million people in the military, 2 million service members going without pay. What do they say to them? Oh, gee whiz, they were so afraid of Mamdani in New York that they couldn't vote to pay our men and women in uniform who are keeping our country safe, risking their lives, while their families are wondering if they're going to be able to put food on the table. What a profile in courage.
I grew up on WIC.
700,000 federal employees without pay, 670,000 federal workers furloughed, 5.9 million households at risk of losing their home heating services. under the HEAP program. You know, we had Secretary Chavez-DeRemer talk about opportunities for young people that just want to learn through apprentice programs to get their start in life so that they can go and get a skill, a trade, maybe start their own small business. That's not going to happen while the government's shut down. And if those Democrats vote no again today, ask them to articulate why. What's their answer to those young people? Some 19, 18-year-old kid who just wants to go learn electrical skills, but won't be able to because, why? Because Democrats want to use him as leverage in some game that they can't even explain. And then, of course, we all know all the different groups that have come out over and over. They've not said, let's pass some big sweeping omnibus bill. They've just said, pass the clean CR that the House passed over a month ago. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association, American Federation of Government Employees, Teamsters, Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, Airline Pilots Association, NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, Southwest Airline Pilots, additionally, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, Southwest Airlines, have all called for the same thing. It's for the Democrats in the Senate to pass the clean CR. The message couldn't be clear. Their mission can't be more direct. You just show up today and do your job and vote yes. Doesn't solve all of our differences. It just gives us a few more weeks to start negotiating our differences on so many things, but while not holding the American people hostage. End this madness, Democrats. Open up the government. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
Hey everybody, Peach here, and today we're going to take a look at the Speediest Gym Monster 2, which is an all...
The Democrat government shutdown.
Sounds like a whole lot of bitching, but hey, they call it the Democrat shutdown. I watched the Democrats do a press conference, and they literally called it the Democrat shutdown. So it's not like they made this word up.
Spanning 35 days and still counting, is now tied for the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Chuck Schumer and company are going down in the history books for beating total obstructionists over a nonpartisan government funding bill. Meanwhile, it's hardworking Americans who are being forced to pay the price.
Agreed, dog.
Federal workers are turning to local food banks to feed their families. Head Start programs are beginning to close, as Chairman Wahlberg mentioned. Thousands of flights are getting delayed due to staffing shortages. Small businesses that contract with the federal government have already lost an estimated $12 billion. Even unions, as you've heard, which traditionally have favored our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, are begging for them to end their needless shutdown charade. The good news is, I think we've reached the real inflection point. Today is election day in several states, and we're hopeful that after today, the Democrats won't be as concerned about holding the line in order to appease the Kami Mamdani and Omar Fata wing of their party. And maybe, just maybe, at least 5 Senate Democrats will finally come to their senses and join us by passing our clean CR to reopen the government. The ball is in their court. Republicans have done our job. The question is, are Democrats willing to put politics aside long enough to do theirs? I hope the answer is yes, sooner rather than later. The American people deserve better. Chairwoman McLean.
Hey, we're 8 likes away from 150. If you haven't hit the like, smash that.
And thank you,
shit.
Chairman Wahlberg and Secretary Chavez-DeRemer. It's good to see you again. Thank you for your words of wisdom. But again, here we are today, and I want to be very clear about the consequences of the Democrats' actions. 42 million Americans will lose their SNAP benefits because they voted to shut the government down. Air traffic controllers, TSA agents, and federal law enforcement officers are working without pay because they voted to shut the government down. Democrats have weakened our military, threatened families, and held hard-working Americans hostage. Why? All because they voted to shut the government down. And why did they inflict this pain? because Democrats wanted leverage. Leverage to appease their radical base with more wasteful spending. And don't take my word for it. They've admitted this countless times. They're not even ashamed of this. And today will prove it again when the largest federal workers union called on Democrats to end the shutdown. What Democrats do? They still voted no. When air traffic controllers unions asked them to support the clean CR to make sure that the government stayed open, Democrats voted no. And when nearly 500 small businesses and travel organizations warned the shutdown is crushing them, what Democrats do? They voted no. But the socialist wing of their party wants government-run health care, taxpayer-funded benefits for more illegals, and another $1.5 trillion in wasteful spending. That's what your Democrats want. Enough is enough. We aren't going to let your socialist base call the shots. To every Democrat watching, hear me when I say this. It is time to stop holding the American people hostage. Just because you are being held hostage by your socialist base. End the shutdown. End the pain and suffering for the American people of which you represent, and end it now, please.
All right, thanks again, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary. I know you all are busy. We're glad you're here and grateful to have you. Let's take some questions. Front row, front row.
Dude, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to go ahead and dip off of this because there's a live debate going on in Congress as we speak. And let's go ahead and watch that, and then we'll go ahead and call, because this is live. Hold on, let me get the headline first. They're arguing over the government shutdown. This actually, I was listening to a little bit. It's got Cruz is gonna speak. Everybody's gonna speak. It should be a good one. Let's check it out.
This is the perfect time for everybody to hit the like.
Please hit the like, share, subscribe. Yeah, see what type of shit they're gonna show. Yell at us.
Democrat brand means more to them than 42 million hungry Americans. The Democrat brand means more to them than military families who aren't getting paid. The Democrat brand means more to them than safety in the skies. Let's call what it is, what we're seeing with the Democrat shutdown. It is cruel and it is heartless. Now, let's be fair. Even some Democrats now recognize that it is cruel and heartless.
I should get the chat going. Ted Cruz is speaking.
One Democrat staffer admitted to the press that the far left Democrats in their caucus have no plan to ever end the shutdown. None. Zero. They want to keep it going forever. The staffer even admitted the far left Democrats are hurting people and they're doing it for political gain. This is the direct quote from the Democrat staff member, Senate staff. Families who can afford it least, he said, are getting walloped every day the shutdown continues. Mr. President, Democrats can and should end this shutdown today. Republicans have a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution at the desk to reopen the government.
What?
We want to pair this with 3 full-time appropriations bills.
Slow it down. I can't read it.
These are bills that have already passed the Senate with bipartisan support.
You got it then, because I can't. My eyes are.
They've been negotiated on a bipartisan basis with the House. Progress. We need to get it done. These bills would fully fund veterans care. They would fully fund our Capitol Police. They would fully fund food assistance in America, such as SNAP and the WIC programs. This is a very reasonable deal, a reasonable proposal, a deal that Democrats earlier this week asked Republicans to put onto the floor. And if it passes, the Schumer shutdown will end quickly. 13,000 air traffic controllers will get paid. 50,000 TSA agents would get paid, 1.3 million military members would be paid, food assistance for 42 million Americans would be fully funded. Flights would get restored, government would reopen. Some Senate Democrats have signaled they will still vote no. No. Evidently, they want the pain. They want the pressure. And as members of this body, as well as the Democrat whip, said to the press on television, she said, they want, quote, leverage to continue so they can score political points. Let me be clear about what a no vote means. A no vote is a vote to refuse to pay air traffic controllers who are working, refuse to pay TSA agents who have been working for the last 37 days, refuse to pay members of the military who continue to defend us and are serving us all around the world, refuse to pay Capitol Police officers who are here in this very building that the Democrat senators walk by each and every time they come into this chamber. A no vote is a vote to cut more flights and to cause more chaos for families hoping to travel over Thanksgiving. A no vote is a vote to deny food to 42 million hungry Americans. A no vote means Democrats continue to play their dangerous game of the politics of pain. There is no excuse, none, Mr. President, for voting no. Don't tell me I want leverage, which is what the Democrats have been saying. The American people are not leverage, they're not pawns.
Well said, RD.
Democrats treat American people as political pawns. The American people lose. And I don't want to hear them say, I stand on principle. What are the principles when you allow 42 million Americans to continue to go hungry? The American people are watching. They're watching to see who is fighting for them and who is simply using them as leverage. Thank you, Mr. President. And I yield the floor.
Here we go. Here's where it's going to get real. I was watching. I saw Lindsey Graham talking. I saw Ted Cruz was talking. They're about to get into it because you know they like to debate.
President, the Democratic whip. Mr. President, I have one word for my colleagues on both the other side of the aisle and on my side of the aisle. One word: enough. It is time for us to get down to the business of agreeing on some basic things. I think we can. The first thing we need to do is to agree to reopen the government of the United States of America. I believe we should do it before the sun sets today at 5:02 p.m. and 39 seconds.
He really did, though, Gigi.
The second thing we should agree on is to protect the families who are facing outrageous increases in health insurance premiums across the United States. We cannot address the Affordable Care Act and make dramatic changes. We need to legislate for that to happen, and that rarely ever happens around here, but it should. That should be part of our agreement. The third thing is we need to support a bipartisan appropriation process to fund our government. We're lucky. We have two leaders on the Appropriation Committee, one a Republican, Susan Collins, another a Democrat, Patty Murray, who are competent and able to achieve that goal. It is time for us to get rid of the never-ending continuing resolutions and actually appropriate money for purposes that the public sent us here to honor. The fourth thing is we need to collectively apologize.
My candy.
And pay in full all federal employees and contractors as soon as possible. It is an embarrassment to come to work each day and realize that these wonderful people who are working with us, doing their job and doing it well and professionally, are not being paid. And finally, we need to pass legislation to guarantee that the longest shutdown in U.S. history, is the last time Congress ever should be showing political resolve at the expense of food on the table of hungry children. Mr. President, it's time for us to act. Enough. I yield the floor.
Thank you, man. You're boring as shit. Let the next guy come up because there's some guys in here that's about to blow, that's going to talk some shit. Don't worry. I wouldn't even stay up and do this if there wasn't going to be a real debate. I promise you.
Billy, I've been wondering the same thing also.
Why aren't the airlines paying TSA airlines? I don't know, man. I've been wondering the same shit. I think they're going to talk about it, though. I bet if Ted Cruz will, if anybody.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Lindsey Graham. Ted Cruz is next, I think. It should be here. Hit the like, hit share, to subscribe. It should be Ted Cruz coming up now.
I was reading chats laughing. Like, it's funny. Thank you, Scott.
Except we try. I've had some discussions, and I know a lot of my colleagues have, Senator Britt and Collins and many others have spent a lot of time, Mark Wayne Mullen, trying to find common ground to open up the government so we can move forward and have a debate about health care and maybe find a solution. Apparently to no avail. There's a group of my Democratic colleagues who believe
Thanks, Scott.
every day gets better for us. That's Senator Schumer. They, I guess, apparently feel emboldened by the election. The question I have for the country is every day getting better for you? If you're trying to get to an airport or fly somewhere, I would say not so much. If you're a government employee working, not getting paid, not so much. There are a lot of services that are being disrupted out there because the government shut down. And truth of the matter is both parties have had government shutdowns trying to get a policy win.
Come on, bud.
One time we shut the government down as Republicans to get money to build the wall. We eventually got money to build the wall because it was a very good idea, but it didn't happen through the shutdown. And so I learned that shutting the government down, try to get a policy win is probably not good government. And our Democratic friends, whatever day it is, they're shutting your government down, our government down, to try to make Republicans do something on health care we're just not going to do. They're trying to repeal elements of the working family tax cut, big beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, that would prohibit health care funding going to illegal immigrants. They're trying to repeal many of the things that we think are just good reforms, over $1 trillion, pulling back.
Nobody's stopping your freedom of speech. Don't use fucking caps. And you don't have freedom of speech here anyways.
Well, thank you. I was about to fucking say something, but I didn't want to fuck the
$1.5
video.
trillion to go in programs we think that are not good investments. Investing in a program where illegal immigrants can get free health care just gives you more illegal immigration. One of the things that we're trying to deal with is Medicaid has grown by 50% in the last 5 years, and we're trying to put it on a more sustainable path and helping rural hospitals. They want to take the provision out of the bill that would give $50 billion to rural hospitals to help with Medicaid reform. So we're just not going to do that. That's never going to happen, nor should it. So what do we do next? I think the first thing we need to do is understanding that the statement, every day gets better for us, is a lie. Us being the United States. Every day that this thing drags on is bad for America, it's dangerous for America, it's dangerous to our national security, the people in the FBI, the CIA that have to work no matter where they get paid, simply to protect our nation. So this madness really needs to end. I think there are plenty of people over here that would try to go forward to have a debate about health care and maybe find common ground, but not this way. The one thing I've learned in my time up here is that taking hostages, political hostage taking, shouldn't be overly rewarded. Political terrorism should never be rewarded. And what you're doing over there by not finding a way forward, you're terrorizing the country for your own political benefit. You really are engaging in political terrorism. You're making it hard for people to do things they need to do and have to do. You're making it hard for people to get services they need because your political desire to beat us. Well, I tell you what.
In the Win with Zen sweepstakes, you can get a chance to win $100,000. But there's more than one way.
Y'all have done a great job, Senator Thune
I
particularly.
needed a 2-second break.
Saying we'll talk, but we got to open up the government first. I really appreciate what Senator Thune has done in that regard. But I want my colleagues to know the longer this goes and the more people you hurt and the more you try to extract from your political hostage taking, the less votes you're going to get from us, starting with me. I'm not going to give in to this. We're not going to reward people who do this. I understand trying to find common ground and getting something to give something, but you've gone way too far. You're hurting way too many people. You're asking for things that are really absurd. So don't think you're going to open up the government with a handful of Democratic votes if this continues. You're going to need much more than that because you're going to lose me. I'm not going to play this game any longer. This is bad for the country, and if we do it now, it will never end. So, Senator Schumer, I couldn't disagree with you more. Every day gets better for us. You clearly need to get out of Washington and talk to people outside the wacky left. You're disconnected with real life in America. Every day this goes on doesn't get better for us. What are you asking us to do?
You know what, D? You're pressing your fucking buttons, bro.
Increase spending by $1.5 trillion.
Mention that nigga's
from
name one more
savings
time and I'm booting, bro.
Working families tax cut.
Come on, man.
You know, we're not going to do that. But the main thing that's driving this debate
we're not talking
is
about
a desire by Democrats to continue a program called Obamacare that is not well designed, that is costing way too much. It's not delivering for the American people, and we're not going to do that. Senator Welch, a good friend, noted yesterday that the Affordable Care Act hasn't lived up to that billing, and there are things we can do on health care to lower cost and make life more affordable. But my statement is that the Affordable Care Act is
I don't know if it gets better, man.
We're not going to reauthorize it because you demand we do so, because it makes no sense
See that,
to
boy.
keep throwing good money into this program. Now, President Obama told us back in 2010, if we pass the Affordable Care Act, which is the Unaffordable Care Act, families would have a $2,500 a year decrease in their premiums for health care. Well, that's turned out to be a big flop. Healthcare premiums have gone up 100% from 2013 to 2019. So the Affordable Care Act is anything but. And they're asking for $350 billion over a decade to keep these subsidies in place that they chose to do in a partisan way. They're due to expire. If they were that great, why did you let them expire? Bottom line is you're trying to hold us hostage as Republicans, making us invest in a program that's just not a good deal for America. No matter what you call it or how you want to sell it, you're selling a bad product, and that product needs to be discontinued as it exists today. Who is the biggest winner of the Affordable Care Act? Not consumers, a dramatic increase in premiums. We didn't lower premiums by $2,500 per family. They've gone up by over 100% in just a matter of years. Now you're wanting to continue subsidies that create subsidies for the Obamacare that nobody in the private sector has. The average person in America is paying about 25% of their premium that works for a company. What they're trying to do is basically have most people pay nothing and allow people making up to hundreds of thousands of dollars to get subsidies for their health care. We just can't afford that. Senator Klobuchar talked about a husband and wife that retired early from a union job that have a combined income of about $130,000, that their premiums will go up. Well, the question is, do we need to be subsidizing premiums for people that make $130,000 that have defined benefit plans plus Social Security. The question becomes, what makes sense? What can we afford? What's the best way to help the American people? I tell you, the best way to help the American people is stop the madness when it comes to Obamacare. What has happened since the passage of this bill? Let me tell you what's happened. Healthcare companies, insurance companies in the healthcare space have had their stock go up since 2010 by over 1,000%. Now, what you want us to do is continue these subsidies that go to insurance companies that drive up the cost of health care. We're not going to do it. We're going to try to find a better way to use the money to give it to consumers so they can buy health care of their own choosing, to create competition that doesn't exist, to get a better health care outcome and save some money in the process. So Democrats are insisting that Republicans continue the practice of taking your hard-earned tax dollars and making healthcare insurance companies incredibly filthy rich. Look at this chart. This is the S&P 500. These are different companies in the space. But the main healthcare companies that benefit from Obamacare have seen their stock increase by 1,000% with no end in sight. United Healthcare, 1,177.
Type it again, lowercase.
Stock. Cigna, 822%. 441%. Humana, 490%. They need to up their game. MOLINA, whoever they are, 859%. SENTENE, 604%. Aetna, 595% since the passage of this bill. We are not, as Republicans, going to continue what you've created, a windfall for healthcare insurance companies, inflationary mechanisms in healthcare without an end. We're going to stop and fix what you created in 2010, which is an out-of-control inflationary approach to healthcare that rewards insurance companies over anybody else. You told a big lie to the American people when you passed this bill. Their premiums will go down by $2,500 per family. They've gone up by 100%. We're going to stop the madness. We're going to come out with a proposal that will have a different outcome than this. We're going to come out with a proposal that will allow this money to go to people to make better choices for them, to create competition that doesn't exist, and the big loser will be the insurance companies. The big winner will be the consumer. And President Trump stands ready to work with you on the other side to get an outcome we can all live with. We cannot live with this, folks. We cannot live with Obamacare and these subsidies as designed, because they're creating runaway inflation in healthcare. They're rewarding the biggest healthcare companies in the country to the expense of the taxpayer. We're going to break this cycle. Now, how long will that take? I don't know. But I know this: I'm not going to be forced to continue this wasteful, inefficient program called Obamacare because you tell me I have to open the government. I will not. And we'll have an election one of these days, and we'll see how this plays out over time. We'll see what the American people want. Do they want to continue throwing money at insurance companies like this with increased costs to the taxpayer and people that participate in this program? Or would they like something new and different that would break the endless reward to healthcare companies and start rewarding consumers to get better outcomes and lowering their premiums? We'll have a debate about that one day, We'll have an election probably over that. But what we're not going to do is be held hostage for you to get your way, for me to vote to authorize a program that is failing, that was a lie, and I'm going to do what I can to fix this. And if you want to continue to shut down the government, holding me and others hostages to continue this garbage, we're not going to do it. We'll be rewarding the worst possible behavior.
Somebody talk fucking some sense into Deltron.
So here's my advice to my Democratic colleagues.
I don't even know what to say.
Work with people who are trying to find a way forward to reopen the government. Have a conversation about how to better deliver affordable health care, working in a bipartisan manner, and we'll get to where we need to go as a country. We will not give in to political terrorism and hostage-taking. Your desire to keep the government shut down is terrorizing Americans. Americans are losing vital services. Their lives have been turned upside down because you care more about continuing a terrible program than you do them.
America's a corporation.
We're not going to give in. I promise you, I will work with
Deltron, America is a corporation, and you scream for more government. Huh? That fucking contradicts everything you stand for, bro.
With you to get a better outcome. I promise you, I will vote no to your political hostage taking and let the chips fall where they may. You're overplaying your hand. You're doing a lot of damage to good people that just want a better life and some certainty in their life. I try to work with you when I can on the other side. Sometimes we argue, and I try to argue effectively, but I will not be part of this process any longer. You're destroying the lives of Americans for a political desire that's unreasonable. You're asking me and others to...
Dude's over here talking about corporations, but he wants to fund the biggest one of them all.
Continue a program that is fundamentally broken, that's inflationary, and the only winner of Obamacare are the largest health care companies in America who are making excessive profits off a health care system you designed, and all you want is more people signed up on this program, and you're rewarding insurance companies for finding more people who are making a fortune, and the delivery of health care is costing more, and the quality is going down. We're not going to do this. We're not going to give in to this. So my approach is a nightmare for the health care insurance companies. Our approach will be the biggest loser will be healthcare.
Get him, Billy. When you're ready, let me know.
The biggest winner will be consumers who will have choices they don't today and money they can have that they don't have today to buy a better product. That's what this is about. The insistence of the Democratic Party.
You're making me stop the video. Screaming for more programs, more free shit, more everything is asking for more government. Yes, you are.
To excessively reward healthcare insurance companies who are doing their bidding to sign up people on government health care that's inefficient, it's not working. You don't care it's inefficient, not working. You just want more people, and you're using the insurance companies in the healthcare space as your agents, as your proxies, and they're willingly doing your bidding. To the insurance companies in the healthcare space, your days are numbered when it comes to this crap. To my Democratic colleagues, you want a debate on healthcare? Let it begin right now. Look what you're doing with taxpayer dollars. You're not relieving the cost of healthcare to working people. You're increasing their premiums. You're making healthcare more inflationary, and the only people that really are winning big are healthcare insurance companies who are willingly playing this game, and they'll never stop. Why would they? Why would a healthcare insurance company turn their back on this program when they're making a killing? Well, I don't know what's going to happen or when it's going to happen, but I know this.
Why doesn't Nancy Pelosi fund some money out of her fucking $300 million pocket on a fucking House of Congress fucking salary, okay?
Yes. I will never vote to continue this madness.
The president makes $500,000 a year. Think about it.
If you're insisting that I have to continue this
the
program,
caps, yo.
I will not. I owe it to the people of South Carolina and the country to break this cycle. We owe it to the people of America to open up our government and have a logical discussion about making health care more affordable and breaking the cycle of runaway inflation.
Exactly, JB.
You're on a course that's going to disrupt American people's lives to get an outcome that's terrible for the country, which is continuing Obamacare the way it's constructed. You will not be successful. I will make sure there are enough Republicans over here to say no to your plan to hold us hostage and continue to terrorize this country.
Thanks, Bill.
You've gone too far. If I were you, Senator Schumer, I would rethink. Because I'm telling you, every day is not getting better for you. Because every day is getting worse for the people in this country who interact with the government, who travel, who are working and not getting paid. It's getting worse for them. And you're demanding of something of me and others we will not give into. We will not be held hostage to continue Obamacare that's been a miserable failure. We will not be held hostage to continue to give money to health care companies, insurance companies, to enrich them at the expense of the American people. So I don't know when it ends and how it ends, but I know what the outcome will be with my vote. We're going to break the cycle of rewarding health care insurance companies at the expense of the consumer. We're going to stop this madness with my vote. I hope we can find a way forward, but that way forward will not include what's going on today. So I will be voting no to the idea that we will continue these subsidies, rewarding healthcare insurance companies insane amounts, driving up premium costs, and getting bad outcomes to open up the government. I reject that, and I will vote no to that. And the demands you're making grow every day.
Ryan, tense.
You're overplaying your hand, and you're hurting people.
Good
Stop
job.
it.
Good job. Good job.
With that, I yield.
All right, let's get to fucking Ted Cruz is up next. This is a good one.
Congratulations. Congratulations for setting the record for the longest government shutdown in American history. Hope you're proud. But it came at an enormously expensive price, a very, very high price. And for who is paying that high price? It came at the price at the expense of your constituents. That's who. That's who is paying the price for the government shutdown. And the reality is this, though. President Trump was elected overwhelmingly by the majority of Americans just a year ago. He'll be in office for 3 more years. I know.
Can't stand Lindsey Graham.
That for many of my colleagues, they don't like that prospect. But that's the reality. That's how we do this in America. We elect presidents every 4 years. And he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people. So I certainly hope, in standing up to him, you do not intend to keep the government shut down for 3 more years.
Blaze it if you got it.
For the process that you're using to gain leverage through your record-long government shutdown is at the price of the American people. They are the ones that are suffering from this, not the people in this chamber, the American people. They are the collateral damage for your leverage. That's who's paying the price for the political game. And who are the they? Who are the they that's paying this price? Well, they are SNAP beneficiaries who don't know if they'll be able to afford food. They are the TSA agents and air traffic controllers who are missing paychecks, some of them having to take other jobs, probably some of them will soon need to resign because they won't be getting a paycheck and they'll need to find some way to put food on the table. And what's the result of that? Flights being canceled. It's disrupting lives of American people all around the country. That's the price of trying to gain leverage. Congratulations. The Capitol Police that protect this place and all of you, they're part of paying the price for this. They are going unpaid while they still remain on the job. The staff in this chamber, the staff that serves all of you to keep the floor open, to keep the clocks running on time, they pay the price. They're going without pay. Talked to a small business owner the other day who can't get their loan from the SBA. Small business owners are paying the price, and when they pay the price, so do their employees. In my own state of Ohio, 8,000 civilian employees
smoking all
were
night
furloughed
today,
from Wright
bro.
Patterson
You ain't
Air Force
choking me out
Base.
without a dab.
The people that protect our country, they are paying the price for your leverage. These are real people, not bargaining chips. They have real jobs. They have important things that they do to serve our country. They are not bargaining chips.
My third one
for your
today.
political
This
leverage.
show, dude.
Republicans have voted time and time again to reopen government, cleanly, responsibly, and without game.
I hear you, Aubrey.
The same thing that we've asked you to do.
Much love.
I've done it 14 times. My colleagues and I on this side of the aisle have voted 14 times to reopen the government. It's not unprecedented to pass a clean CR to reopen the government. In fact, during the Biden administration, when Republicans didn't run this chamber, they compromised with Democrats and voted 13 times to pass a clean CR to keep the government open, the same thing we've asked you to do 14 times, and you said no. There's a way forward right now, though. We can pass a funding bill today, get workers paid, keep America running, and then pair it with the firm commitment that has been given to debate and vote on the policies that divide us. That's how grown-ups govern, by the way. That's how grown-ups are supposed to do this. We don't always get our way. We debate it, we fight for our values, and we vote. And sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. That's what the majority leader of this body, John Thune, who is a man of his word, has said he would do. My Democrat colleagues say they don't want to give up their leverage in funding government until all of their demands are met.
Love to you.
But let's be abundantly clear. It's not Republicans. It's not Republicans that you're hurting with the strategy. It's the American people, the American taxpayer. The American taxpayer that's paying for a government that's not serving them. They are the ones. They are the ones.
Most caregivers lose thousands just because they don't know about this benefit. Don't be one of them. You could be eligible.
Because yes, I'm fired up about
again,
this.
Aubrey.
I'm frustrated by it. I think it's wrong, but I want to fix it. So I want to offer this perspective. If leverage was your goal, you got as much leverage now as you're ever going to get. Never going to get better than this. The shutdown has lasted 38 days. Do you really think you'll have more leverage after 48 days or 58 days? You won't. It's just a matter of how much more suffering you will cause until it comes to an end. When will enough be enough? How much suffering must occur before you decide to vote with us to open up the government? I'm not asking you to abandon your principles. Would never do that. Everybody here stands on their principles. They argue and fight for what they want. Would never ask you to abandon your principles. If you want to defend Biden's COVID-era bonuses that prop up a broken Obamacare system, then keep fighting for them. If that's what you believe. Not working. You can propose your own legislation, or, which I would prefer, that you propose some bipartisan legislation that the majority leader of this chamber, I believe, will bring up to a vote It's time for you to take yes for an answer, to work with us to solve these problems. Madam President, I wasn't here, neither were you, when all the Obamacare legislation was passed. Nor was I here when the Democrats voted to set an expiration date of 2025 for the subsidies that they now say they want to renew. They set the expiration date. But I'm here now. I want to fix it. I want to get some results. But those policies, those Obamacare policies have contributed to increasing health care costs that are the biggest driver of inflation in the 21st century. Look at this chart. This is the cost of consumer goods, services that have increased from 2000 to 2024. Hospital services, number one. Medical care services on this chart. Healthcare inflation is the most dramatic form of inflation that this nation has experienced in the 21st century, and it is due to Obamacare policies. Those are the facts, and that is the reality. I didn't create the problem. Many people in this chamber didn't create the problem. But I want to help solve the problem. I want to reduce the cost of health care. When the government shutdown ends, I am happy to be one of the people that works on solving the problem that others created. We want to fix this. We want people to be able to afford health care. But the way we do that is to drive down the costs. I want to work with anyone in this chamber that will change that, to eliminate the fraud that has filled up this ACA system, to target the benefits to those who truly need them, and to create an insurance market that doesn't rely on endless taxpayer subsidies. Create something that works. Reduce the costs of providing health care in this country. And I say this, for the love of God and country, stop making the American people suffer while we wait to do this. Bring it to an end. Open the government. Let's work together to reduce the cost of health care and make it more affordable. Because the truth is, you have no more leverage today than you did on day one. In fact, you have less, because there's less time to negotiate the items you claim to care about. There is less time today to negotiate it when this all started. So it's a matter of urgency. Let's get this done. Let's get the government open, and let's get to work. It's the longest government shutdown in American history. We can't change what happened in the past 38 days, but we can change the future. We can end this today, right now, today. We can end this. Let's get back to work. The American people expect their leaders to solve problems, not to stage them, not to create them, which is what's happened during this government shutdown. It's long past time to reopen the government, to restore trust, and to prove that the senators in this chamber can lead. That's the question that needs to be resolved, and it needs to be resolved today. It's time to reopen the government. Madam President, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
There we go.
I rise today to speak about a grave matter and a clear violation of religious freedom, human dignity, and the rule of law. In China, Christians are fighting daily for their religious freedom against the Chinese Communist Party. And on October 10th, 2025, the Chinese Communist Party launched the largest coordinated nationwide crackdown in more than 4 decades against a Christian urban house church in China. In that sweep, 23 members and church members of the Zion Church, one of China's largest underground congregations, were arrested and wrongfully detained, including Pastor Ezra Jin. Pastor Jin and the members of the Zion Church were not engaged in violence. They were worshiping. They were serving God. And for that action, they are being treated as enemies of the communist
Remember when Tucker tore his ass apart?
state. Last week, I introduced a bipartisan, bicameral resolution to condemn the abduction of Pastor Jin and the Zion Church leaders and to demand their immediate release. This resolution is designed to pressure Chinese leadership to release the congregation members and to let them practice their Christian faith freely. It sends a message that faith is not a crime, and a government that fears its citizens' faith is nothing more than an oppressive tyranny. Pastor Jin's daughter
I'm just hiding them
and her
from now on.
husband, Bill, a native
If they
Houstonian,
keep on to do it, fuck 'em.
wrote about the CCP's persecution in the Washington Post this past week. In their column, they made a piercing observation, and I want to share it here in full. Quote, "There are few more obvious ways to showcase the bankruptcy of an ideology and the vitality of the Christian faith than by forcing peaceful believers to suffer for the sake of their convictions." This is a profound truth. China, like other communist regimes before it, utterly despises the fact that there is and always has been a higher authority than the state itself. In its effort to bring every aspect of society under brutal government control, the CCP uses state power to drive fear into the hearts of its citizens. History has shown these tactics will fail, and the persecuted church will only grow stronger. The Apostle Paul reminds us that God gave us not a spirit of fear, but of power and of love. I know that that same spirit, one of power and of love, is what the church in China is fighting with. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution unanimously, to show our support for Pastor Jin, his family, and his fellow believers, and to show the world that the United States stands on the side of freedom, on the side of faith, and we stand with the persecuted Christians in China. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged for further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 463.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 463 expressing condemnation of the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of religious minority groups and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that Cruz's substitute amendment to the resolution be considered and agreed to.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the resolution as amended.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the resolution as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution as amended is adopted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Cruz substitute amendment to the preamble be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
What does that mean? What just happened? What just happened? Chat, help me out.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I rise today to honor a very special group of Americans, the soldiers, the sailors, the Marines, and the airmen who have fought bravely for this nation, but who have received the very highest distinction that any member of the armed forces can earn, the Medal of Honor. Since 1863, presidents of the United States have awarded the Medal of Honor to more than 3,500 of the bravest men and women ever to wear the uniform of this nation. Each one has demonstrated valor.
Look, dude, I can't stand politicians and these.
Gallantry and heroism above and beyond the call of duty.
Why don't you cut the bullshit and just get down to the fucking. Give us the damn truth.
Duty. With acts so selfless, so extraordinary.
Getting sick of hearing this shit.
That they stand as beacons of courage for future generations. In 1916, Congress passed Public Law 6556, establishing the Army and Navy Medal of Honor roll and entitling each Medal of Honor recipient to a modest special pension of $10 per month for life. Over time, that monthly amount has gradually increased from $10 to $100 to what stands today at approximately $1,400 per month. But Madam President, let's pause and think about that. $1,400 a month for those who risked everything, their safety, their future, their very lives for freedom, for the opportunity for all of us to be here today. Today, there are 61 living Medal of Honor recipients. 61 men who faced unthinkable odds, who put their country before themselves so that the rest of us could live in peace.
Thank you for not putting that in camps.
We cannot
I agree, Director.
ever repay them. There is no sum, there is no medal, there are no words that can measure up to their sacrifice. But there are ways that we can continue to honor them by ensuring that they are cared for, respected, and supported. Madam President, in January of this year,
how you doing, Vincent?
I introduced the Medals Act, my legislation to raise the monthly pension for Medal of Honor recipients.
Here we go.
This legislation is a way for this nation to say, we see you, we remember you, and we will not forget what you have done. Many of these heroes spend their time traveling the country, speaking to school children, visiting military hospitals, and strengthening the very fabric of America. This monetary increase will allow them to continue those efforts and to reach more communities, mentor more veterans, and remind all of us about the cost of freedom. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize 9 Medal of Honor recipients who currently live in the Lone Star State. We honor them and we cherish them. I would also like to recognize the 139 Medal of Honor recipients who are either born in, entered the service from, or died in Texas.
Are they going to pass this?
These are America's heroes, and they are heroes.
Sorry to interrupt at this time, but it's like, dude, I thought the debate was about reopening the government.
Heroes.
This is Nick Fuentes, 23 too.
Now,
I wish they'd bring him up here. At least I'd get a laugh or I'm just like, let's bore everybody to death to the point where they don't give a shit.
Moment to recognize the Medal of Honor recipients with us here in the gallery. Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson.
No, they're not, Director. I'm
Colonel Paris
I can tell what they're doing.
In just a moment, I will propound a unanimous consent request to take up and pass
wake up and see
HR
what happens.
695, the House-passed version of the Medal Act that passed the House 424. I urge my colleagues to join me, as our companions in the House have already done, in supporting this measure, in passing it into law, in sending it directly to the president's desk to be signed into law, and showing that when it comes to honoring our nation's very greatest heroes, we are united and we speak with one voice. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 695 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
I'm going to let you sleep.
H.R. 695, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will now proceed to the measure.
She's having a discharge.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
You want to get laid on the table? What?
Objection.
Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Finally, everybody, can we get a fucking one just because he's done? Hit one in the chat. Let's fucking shut the fuck up. Let's be happy.
Please don't put all caps, dude. I'm sorry. Let's get a one in the chat, please.
But in the end, we overcame objections within our conference to adding furlough.
Oh, no. We're not listening to this old fuck.
So we've completely of things about giving the administration more power. I think we can agree on that, whether we can pay our troops and our federal employees, period. That would be my
Thank
goal.
you. Thank
I
you.
will continue to work to this end, to work to end this government shutdown and address the healthcare crisis. But in the meantime, we must protect our hardworking federal employees. My bill's very straightforward. We could agree to that right now, and it's done. Federal employees are going to get paid without all the other extraneous language that's in the senator's bill. Therefore, I ask that the senator modify his request so that instead the Appropriations Committee be discharged from further consideration S3043, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration
what up,
of the bill
yo?
be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Does the senator from Wisconsin so modify your request? His request?
Reserving the right to object, Madam President.
What up, Flint? Good to see you, brother.
Once the American public understands what's going
Hope
on
you're
here.
doing well.
Again, I came down here 2 weeks ago. I
Smoke one with me,
modified
brother.
my bill quite dramatically. Entered into talks immediately with the senator from Delaware and the senator from Michigan. Within those talks, again,
burgers.
they were accusing my bill of giving the president all this additional authority.
Y'all do know I'm keeping this going because your chat is fucking hilarious, bro. This is more fun than, like watching TV or doing more research.
Staff to staff.
As long as it's lowercase.
They admitted there is no
lowercase.
additional authority on giving the president.
Stop making me do my job.
This bill is completely silent on president's authority in terms of who he can follow.
I'm going to have to call it out.
Included. Every employee is now included. There's no discretion whatsoever in terms of who's furloughed, who gets brought back to work, who gets paid. They all get paid.
It is angry old white. I feel like I'm watching like a one of those like mega churches, and this dude's just like ready to fucking start going hallelujah, pass around the fucking thing. Like I swear to God, I'm waiting for like the crescendo, bro. He's just so monotone. Like, bro, start screaming. Like, throw your hands up, dance, do something, motherfucker. Goddamn.
The senator from Michigan is well aware of this. Those discussions.
Come on, man.
I'd say
This
petered
is the
out.
second time, bro.
Within a few days, I don't know, they're emboldened. They're just digging their heels in. They're going to continue the shutdown.
Marley's
Don't
sitting
feel
on
they're
the
getting
table.
blamed for it. Didn't have much
Snappy
pressure
to
on
get
it.
out here. He said, "Who's
Now,
this
here,
old?"
No, that's the second time, bro.
They want
My cat said, "Yo, shut this freaking cracker up, please."
to redline the bill.
That's what Marley's saying
In
right
that 2
now,
weeks,
Candy.
we've had our
Yeah, I'm
bill
telling you,
examined
you can't
exhaustively by our leadership,
Oh.
by OMB, by the unions. Our bill is in a really good place right now. We've tried to think of everything.
My bong.
No federal employee would be excluded
You
from
always
this.
go after my bong, dude. Come on, man.
Looking for reliable car insurance that doesn't break the bank? With us, you get comprehensive coverage starting at...
Wow.
I don't know why the president's pick and choose.
I've had in like
That's totally
minutes.
You're objecting because you think they support.
Members of the Senate and the House and do what he wants, and he knows the Republicans will say, oh, well, that's fine. We're just here to rubber stamp. That's what we're here for. So let's hope we can work together.
Is this the left guy? Because this guy sucks worse than all of them. If this is the left, what the fuck? Let me rewind this a little. This guy cuck. Let's see what this cuck's got to say. I've been waiting for some opposition.
Later, we'll go through the process. I would hope that you and I, during that process, could work on language to perhaps address some of the concerns that I have. It's not that we pay people. That's not my concern. I wouldn't be offering this legislation here today if I was concerned about that. I want them paid. Labor unions support my bill, too. No surprise. They're getting paid. And that's why I've introduced it. This is not a political game. I hope we get the shutdown opened. I hope we're able to find...
He's like, couldn't get those words out very well.
Common ground to say that we want to lower the cost of Americans of affordable health care, that we don't want to see their premiums go up and people lose insurance. I hope we can do that. It's not a game. I don't see this as leverage. Now, a president who refuses to release SNAP funds to feed people, now that is what is irresponsible and irreprehensible leverage. Money's available to feed people right now, and this president is saying no. The court has ordered him to put that money into food, and he says, I'm going to appeal it.
Bro, this guy's so dainty. This shit's hilarious.
That is...
Thank God I stayed up for this shit.
Absolutely despicable that the president of the United States wants to starve children in order to get his way. We got to move beyond that.
Bring back Flying Ted, dude. This guy should be in the corner, you know.
We got to find common ground. I hope we can find common ground in this bill. My bill is just plain simple.
Your Bill is laying in bed and his name is Bill.
Clean, no games, no other language, no. We have to have guardrails when we have a lawless president. We better put some guardrails in. He walks over Congress all the time. My colleagues on the Republican side just let him walk over Congress all the time. I don't know why you ran for office if you just want to be run over by a president. We're a co-equal branch of government. We're here to represent the people of our states. So let's work together, be thoughtful about this, understand that if Congress puts this law forward, it actually goes the way we want, and we don't have a president that basically thumbs their nose at members of the Senate and the House and do what he wants, and he knows the Republicans will say, oh, well, that's fine. We're just here to rubber stamp. That's what we're here for. So let's hope we can work together to get this right, pay employees. They should be. They have a right to that.
Buy us.
I think we can do this if we can get together and get beyond the rhetoric and games we're here and the leader that I heard. It's also on this side as well. So let's work together. Let's open up this government. Let's end this shutdown. Let's make sure people have affordable health care in this country. Let's make sure our employees get paid. Let's do all of that this weekend. I'm on board for all that. Hopefully we can get it done.
Are you going to vote for it, though, dude?
Objection to the original request.
Madam President.
Objection is heard. Senator from Wisconsin.
So again, let me correct, I hate to say falsehoods, just presented here in the chamber. My bill is completely silent in terms of presidential authority.
Your bill don't tell
Senator from Michigan, I know they wanted to put language in there to restrict presidential authority, but the fact of the matter is, and I made him well aware of this, that's a bill that would never be signed into law. So if you're serious about actually paying the workers, you'll recognize the fact, admit that my bill is completely silent. It does not add, it does not detract from presidential authority. There's nothing in the bill that does that. Secondly, we tried to come accommodations.
This guy back, dude.
Senators from the other side.
They all date a guy named Bill, because that's how I feel right now, dude.
For a couple weeks.
It's the shit.
Pretty much fell on deaf ears. So again, I know it is unfortunate that he objected right now. And if we proceed and vote and actually get on the bill, and I hope at least we do that, that will take quite some time.
Hey, this is live, and I just rewound it a little bit while I set it up. This is live. I'm like 10 minutes. This is our fucking this is our government right here, dude. Like, this shit's a joke, dude.
So Stings has already objected. What I am happy to do, not happy, I'm very disappointed I'm going to have to do this, but we'll look at their language. If it's acceptable, and again, if he is doing anything with president's authority, adding or detracting, that won't be signed into law. It's a fruitless exercise. But if we can accept their language, we'll look at it, and then maybe we can come back down here, do another unanimous consent request, and pass this today. That is what I hope we can do. So we'll look at the language.
Well, you hope you can take a shit.
We didn't pass it right now.
Today.
But maybe later this afternoon we can do so. With that, I yield the floor.
Did you line out your ass?
President.
Senator from Oregon.
Oh, God, Oregon.
I appreciate that my colleagues from Wisconsin and Michigan are striving to find a path to make sure that folks are paid.
I will bet money this guy's a fucking cuck.
Folks who are working should be paid. Folks who are furloughed should be paid. But here is the problem with the proposal from my colleague from Wisconsin. And that is, we have a president right now violating the Constitution. Every time you hear the President of the United States say, hey, I'm ending that program because it's not in alignment with my priorities, or a cabinet member who says, we're going to kill those grants because they're not in alignment with the president's priorities. What you are hearing is an authoritarian statement in violation of the Constitution. So in recognition, we have an out-of-control tyrant in the Oval Office violating the Constitution. We have a responsibility right here to defend the Constitution.
I told you.
And that's exactly what I'm
told you. I spotted this motherfucker from a mile away. You can hear it, and there's no bass in their voice. Fucking.
My colleague from Michigan put those protections into the bill. If you have a president who chooses what programs are funded and not, that is an authoritarian country. And that's what we have.
Thanks for informing me, Grandpa.
The whole vision of our nation was founded on
give me
these
a
senators
fucking breakdown
and these
of
House members coming from different districts and different states with different life experiences and different.
This motherfucker's so old. He's probably part of the signing of the Constitution. Shut the fuck up.
Geographic interests and bringing them to forge a consensus or forge a vision of how to address the challenges in every part of our nation. Not to have one person down Pennsylvania Avenue who knows a little bit about New York and a little bit about Florida, has a certain one point of view.
You're such a fool, Miguel.
Martial law would be empowered by the proposal from Wisconsin. And that's why my colleague from Michigan was absolutely right to ensure we here in the Senate defend the Constitution.
I'm sure he is. I hope you suck his cock while he opens up your government, you fuck. Literally. You fucking moron. You're the type of person nobody wants. Oh, look, it's your buddy, Ryan.
No.
It's your buddy, dude. It's about to get real Jewy. This month.
Where?
Therefore, we'd like to offer a simple proposal
that
would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium credits simultaneously, and then have the opportunity to start negotiating longer-term solutions to health care costs. Let's do all three. I've spoken with my caucus, and Democrats are offering a very simple compromise. Democrats are ready to clear the way to quickly pass a government funding bill that includes health care affordability. Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law, something we do all the time around here.
Gosh, he reminds me of Larry David.
As we all know. But we also offer this.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's create a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms, ahead of next year's enrollment period, to provide long-term certainty that health care costs will be more affordable. This proposal reopens the government and ensures working families who are shopping right now for their health care get certainty and financial relief. While open enrollment has begun, insurers can update their rates after we pass a simple extension of the tax credits. With this approach, we do not negotiate health care in the shutdown, as Leader Thune has maintained he wishes, and the American people get the tax credit extension they want.
Miguel, I'm guessing you're not in the United States. I don't
over
know.
the last 6 weeks is a compromise, a one-year tax credit extension and reforms to the credit beyond that.
Miguel, Bubba.
We will agree with the Republican request not to start negotiations until after the government reopens. All Republicans have to do is say yes to extend current law for 1 year. It makes sense. And since what we're proposing is only a simple extension of current law, the Senate could do this within a few hours. This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with health care affordability, and begins a process
I hear you, Miguel.
negotiating reforms to the ACA tax credits for the future.
I hear you, Bot Boy.
Now, the ball is in the Republicans' court. We need Republicans to just say yes. I yield to Senator Peters.
Thank you, Leader Schumer.
Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Republicans have repeatedly said that they will not negotiate reforms to the health care law credits until the government reopens. I will tell you right now that all my colleagues on this side of the aisle definitely
I have a feeling this guy waves a certain flag in June. I don't know.
want to open government. We want to do it as soon as possible. We are also willing to respect Leader Thune's desire to negotiate after the shutdown. So Democrats are offering today a very simple, straightforward compromise. And if Republicans accept this, we could open the government today.
Come on,
That'd
man.
be fabulous. So that we can come together with
We read
a
it.
common sense, bipartisan compromise and open government. All we have to do is have a one-year extension of a clean bill that's law now. It's expired. It's just an extension of an existing law dealing with tax credits.
We're 15 likes
Over the
away
next
from
year,
200.
we can figure out a long-term
Oh
solution
no,
to the
Reed
healthcare
here.
challenge that we're facing as a country.
Reed,
This proposal opens the
I don't
government
know. He still doesn't give me
and
my
ensures that
lawnmower.
families who are shopping right now for their health care can get immediate financial relief at a time when costs are driving families to make incredibly difficult financial decisions. And we believe that while we're trying to figure out a long-term solution to the healthcare crisis, people should not be penalized. People should not be suffering. Give the relief that they need now, and over the next year, we'll work together to find a more comprehensive solution. We know that right now our nation is experiencing a healthcare crisis where costs are skyrocketing and too many Americans are risking losing their coverage. Too many Americans are struggling to choose between food or gas or health care. And it's not just Americans in blue states, let's be clear. Families in every state across the country are paying these prices. Every one of us have families that are experiencing this now in our states. But we can take action today to give our constituents some immediate financial relief and prevent them from being priced out of the insurance market. We all want to end the shutdown. We want to ensure that government services can continue, and we want to ensure our hardworking federal employees get the pay that they have earned. But Democrats have made clear since day one that in order to get the votes that Republicans need, we must address the healthcare crisis. Because the American people have made it clear they want Congress to take action on this issue, it's literally life or death for far too many American families. I know many of my Republican colleagues want to work on this issue too. I've had conversations with so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who want to try to figure out how we fix this. But they've said repeatedly, we won't negotiate until government reopens. Leader Thune has said, quote, give us the votes to open up the government. Then we will have a conversation about some of these issues that you want to discuss. And I think healthcare is certainly something we are anxious to all talk about, end of quote. And perhaps most importantly, even President Trump has said he'd be happy to work with Democrats on healthcare policies, but only once the government is reopened. Well, I agree with my Republican colleagues. It's not realistic to reform a major healthcare policy in just a few days. That's not going to happen. And I respect Leader Thune and President Trump's desire to work on this when the government is reopened. And I'm willing to compromise on that. My colleagues are willing to compromise this, and it's something that can be done today if we need to. But our Republican colleagues have to be willing to compromise too. Compromise is a two-way street. And they have shown us that these, and we want them to show us that these are not just empty words, that they really are willing to compromise, and they do want to take action. So that's why we've put forward this very simple proposal. Extend the tax credits for 1 year. We are not asking to make any major changes to the current law, just extend that to protect people who are suffering right now and are hurting. We're just asking to keep the credits in place for 1 year so that families can see some immediate financial relief from the costs that are going through the roof, so that they can make important decisions about buying their health care right now during open enrollment.
This is crazy, Miguel.
People are dealing with this situation as we speak. We can fix this. If we care about making sure families can afford their health care, we should all agree on that. We should get 100 votes here for people to say we're going to do everything we can to protect health care for Americans. And we can do that right now. And we can open up government right now. We can pay employees. We can move this country forward if we do that. All we need is a very simple extension of a law that's already existed for some time. We know that from the start that any deal will ultimately have to be a compromise. It doesn't have to be unanimous. There'll be likely folks on both sides that may feel uncomfortable with this, and I get that. That's the way this place works. But our proposal would try to work in a bipartisan way by creating a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations on reforms ahead of next year's enrollment process. So we're not pulling the rug out from underneath families. We're going to do it ahead of time so folks know exactly what to expect going forward. So I'm telling you now, Madam President, if we vote for this compromise today, we could open up government. This could all be behind us. Families could get some certainty for the next year while we look at long-term solutions. The government can open.
This is a show, you guys. I mean, clearly you guys already know it. They are fucking not planning on. There's never was a plan to open it. This is literally a shit show.
But it takes all of us just to say we're willing to compromise.
A world stage show for sure.
For the good of the country.
Yeah, our government is fucked.
My colleagues are standing here saying we are willing to compromise for the good of the country. I just hope my Republican colleagues agree.
Exactly, Miguel.
Yeah.
Mr. President, or Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
There's a lot of focus on what divides us.
Rhode Island.
Real opportunity here is what unites us. We're having a contest here with this shutdown where our side is very concerned about what happens to these tax credits. Your side is very concerned about using a shutdown as a tactic. I think we both have pretty valid arguments. And one of the reasons I think there's merit in our position is the reality that once the December 31st deadline arrives, people literally are going to lose health care. So what unites us? Both sides really do want to have all of government paid, and we want to be reopened. And both sides, I believe, want to make certain that the people we represent continue to have access to health care, that the health care they had in 2025, they're going to have in 2026. That won't happen unless we resolve this. Given the time crunch, the only way, as a practical matter, we can do something that helps the people you represent
and helps the people I represent is extend what we have for another year. So it's not an overreach on the part of, say, folks who want a single-payer healthcare system. It's not overreach or diminishing any concerns folks on the Republican side, and by the way, on our side, have about the cost of healthcare. We are in a practical crunch where unless this United States Senate acts, the people we represent are going to lose healthcare. That's the fact. That's just the fact. It's the way it is. And we've talked about how those premium increases are going to spike. So what do we do in this situation where Leader Thune, who we trust, who we respect, is taking a position that we won't have discussions until we reopen government? Why do we object to that or have cautions about that? We trust Leader Thune. We trust our Republican colleagues. But what happens after it goes out of the Senate? We have no guarantee whatsoever it'll be taken up in the House at all. So the question that a farmer in Vermont would ask me at the end of any agreement is, Peter, what does this mean? Will I get my health care in 2026?
Thank you, Pale. Much love. That was the best comment I've read yet almost today.
And unless we have it where
it's
going to be a vote with some support from our colleagues in the House, the answer is I don't know, but I hope so. So we find ourselves with January 1st here, and that farmer, that small business person, not having health care. And
much love.
This is the lament I have. What we're trying to do here, the folks who are going to benefit or not suffer are Republicans who voted for Trump and Democrats who voted for Harris and independents who didn't like either candidate at all. So we have an opportunity. And actually, we're the only people in the United States of America who have an opportunity. The only people, it's us who've been entrusted by the
he said, bitch, open up
we represent with their vote to solve this problem. And what I think is being proposed has a quality that's rare around here. It's restraint. We're not trying to overreach.
Right.
We're just trying to say, maintain the status quo so that the folks in America who are getting their health care with the help of some tax credits will continue to have that health care in 2026 as they have it in 2025. So I hope we can come together for this temporary fix. And by the way, I just want to say,
hit the like, share, subscribe. Perfect time.
And we have an obligation if we want to maintain access to health care
in about a minute.
Address that. It's not a solution to deal with the health care crisis.
Isn't it?
Taking people off of health care. They still get sick. So when our leader says that we want this bipartisan committee to address the cost of health care, we are sincere about that, because the biggest threat to the continued access to health care is the exploding cost of health care. I yield to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Did you ever start?
From Wisconsin.
You yield. You are
I rise today to echo, to underscore, to emphasize what my colleagues have just presented. This is our path forward. This is how we reopen the government and lower health care costs for millions of Americans. This is what compromise looks like. Look, if I had my way, we would be making these enhanced premium tax credits for working families permanent. But I understand that we can't get everything that we want.
I know,
That's how
Bob.
compromise works.
That's crazy.
That is what our constituents expect that we do.
As soon as we get under a $100, I'm getting
I know that giving relief for the 275,000 Wisconsinites who are shopping online at healthcare.gov for healthcare as we speak. I know
11 likes away from 200.
Urgent, just like it's urgent that we reopen our government.
I don't know.
I've had so many conversations with my Republican colleagues here in the Senate. I know that so many of them have expressed privately that they are supportive of a one-year extension of Affordable Care Act tax credits. You know, they're hearing from their constituents who will no longer be able to afford.
Everything about Mint Mobile seems unreal. And now we're introducing 5G home internet for $30 a month.
Offering 5G.
My Republican colleagues can join us in voting to pass this proposal so that we can finally put this shutdown behind us and allow 22 million Americans to rest easier, knowing that their health care costs are not going to double, triple, or even worse. That I yield to the Senate.
Breathtaking.
Don't say that word.
Madam President.
Miguel, don't say
From
that.
Arizona.
Madam President, for more than a month, I've been here in D.C. fighting to keep healthcare costs from spiking for my constituents. And for more than a month, I've been hearing from people I represent about what their healthcare costs now and what it will cost if these tax credits are allowed to expire.
All right, I'm going to give this
People
guy
like
a chance, and then I'm
Leslie
probably
from
going to
Buckeye,
start talking to y'all.
who's a diabetic and whose premium is about to go from $600 a month to $1,000 per month. And people like Jessica from Yuma, her and her husband currently pay $560 per month for them and their 3 kids. That's going to go to $3,100 per month if these tax credits are not extended. And for more than a month, I've been waiting for the President or Republican leadership in the Senate to sit down with us and try to figure this out, or even show that they care about the millions of Americans in our states who are in the same boat. People like Leslie and Jessica.
Honestly, dude.
Now that hasn't happened.
I'm skipping this
President,
shit.
as far as I
The bill that got passed this summer on our side. But what can we do right now? And what we can do right now is stop this doubling and tripling of these healthcare premiums. And it's not something that's going to
$1,300 to about $3,200, almost a $2,000 increase. So those stories are everywhere in our country.
Prescriptions, weekly doctor visits, current quarterly labs, and biannual mammograms, my share of cost will go up well over $1,000 per month. And as a senior on a fixed and low income, I
gonna
cannot
smoke it,
possibly
Joe.
come
Fuck
up with $1,000 a month.
I'm not
Sadly,
We're 10
there are
likes
so
away,
many
Joe.
seniors who
10
will be
likes.
in this
Come
position.
on, guys.
We can get the mics up.
These are
There's
some of the millions
114
of people
people
that
in
will
here,
lose their
man. Hit
access
the
to
like.
healthcare if we don't extend the ACA. So
Why not?
I
It's
urge
free.
support for this. As Leader Schumer said, we can reopen the government today if we can simply extend the tax credits for another year and give us time through a bipartisan commission to work on a more permanent extension. I urge support, and Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for this unified support for a measure that is eminently reasonable. I thank the leader of our side, Senator Schumer, for advancing this proposal. It is a compromise. It's simple and plain, and I'll be very blunt, it's not everything I would have wanted. Like the senator from Wisconsin, my friend Senator Baldwin, I would have wanted the health care tax credits to be permanently guaranteed. I would have wanted that there be no rescissions or impoundments of funds, as this president has done repeatedly. I would have wanted a reversal of the firings
the so-called RIFs, reductions in forces, that have been eminently unfair, and a guarantee of back pay to everybody who has been furloughed. There are other provisions that, for me, were profoundly important. It is a compromise, and compromise is not a four-letter word. It is the way we get things done. And this picture of unity is worth 1,000 of my words, but it is also a clear response to a crisis that we face. And we face it today. It is a crisis in healthcare. It's a crisis.
I wonder who voted for this guy.
In hunger. It's a crisis in air transportation. And for millions of Americans, it's a crisis of affordability. Nobody in America needed Tuesday's election to tell them that the costs of rent and electricity and food and all the other necessities in life are spiraling out of control. And yes, healthcare costs are spiraling out of control, and they are at the kitchen table right now across America, looking at the exchanges and concluding they simply can't afford those spiking premiums, multiples of 3 and 4 times, and at least twice what they were paying. And many of them are taking the risk that they will go without insurance. This measure guarantees an outcome. The majority leader, Senator Thune, has said he can't guarantee an outcome. All he can promise is a process. And I am unwilling to accept a promise of some vote at an indefinite point on an undefined bill sometime in the future, because the urgency of now for American families means they are making choices about whether they can afford insurance this moment for next year. And in fairness to the majority leader, he can't promise anything for either the Speaker of the House or the President. And they have been absent without leave. They have been AWOL. They have refused to talk. And we are presenting them now with a reasonable compromise that the majority leader can accept and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle should embrace. And the problem here is one of trust. What we've seen from the administration is a strategy of maximum pain to magnify political
Agreed, gentlemen.
in just minutes from now in the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. This administration will argue that SNAP benefits should be ended.
At the end. I'm hoping
after
they at least
the president himself promised
honestly,
that
I feel
they
like
would
I
be
have,
paid in full in compliance with the district court
or something.
orders
I gotta
in
hear
Rhode
the
Island.
end. I feel weird. I want to just end it. I just want to see what they're gonna fight. How dumb? Where are they gonna end this? I can't believe I'm even.
And Massachusetts. There's no way to trust that SNAP benefits will be provided without a guarantee from the courts. The urgency that we face.
No caps, Ronnie. Come on, dude.
We all want people to be able to reach their destinations safely. It has to come first.
Like for people like Ronnie.
We need to make sure that the TSA and air
He
controllers
work extra
are
hard. I'm
paid.
trying to
They
pack
are
a ball over
heroes
here,
for
Ronnie.
having worked for so long
Right?
without pay.
Trying to smoke this fucking
We need to stop
RS-11.
the
I'm getting
madness
lit
of
over here. Why are you
this
making me work, bro?
trend line. It's a through line in the administration's tactics here. It's a through line of cruelty and stupidity that has magnified the costs for the American people, not just in blue states, but all across the country. And we should seek reform and improvement in the ACA, eliminating any kind of fraud.
Nice.
And
Good looking.
stopping the spiraling increase in healthcare costs.
Yeah, what do you got these days,
But
bro?
I should warn my colleagues.
You know what?
We will not sacrifice the ACA.
Much love,
Very
Marty.
revealing yesterday in the hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation
I appreciate you, bro.
was the commentary from a number of my Republican colleagues, in effect saying that we should kill the ACA.
Hit 1 in the chat if you want this to keep going. Hit 2 if you want me to end this and just bullshit with John Smoke one. Let me know.
An effort that has been part of their relentless campaign over the last 15 years to decimate this resounding and important law that now is embraced by the vast majority of the American people. And we put in the record stories of individuals from Michigan and Pennsylvania and Iowa, Aaron Lehman, a fifth-generation farmer who told us, I grow corn, soybeans, oats, and hay with my family. The Affordable Care Act has been one of the best investments in rural health care in decades. We cannot afford as a nation to go back to the days when pre-existing conditions were a pretext for denying health care if someone had a history of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, HIV, asthma, depression, pregnancy, the list goes on. Insurers could force patients to pay more or refuse to offer them coverage at all. Stand strong for the ACA very simply means providing health care to Americans. Extending the health care tax credits for 1 year is a compromise that makes sense. It will put the government back to work fully and capably and fairly, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this reasonable compromise. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, we are now in the 38th day of a government shutdown.
Hold on.
That means
Ryan,
that federal...
Don't edge too hard, bro. Don't edge too hard. All you fucking socialists watching, don't edge too hard.
Employees all over this country who have to feed their families are not getting paychecks. It means that air traffic controllers are forced to work crazy hours.
Sounds like
we worry about the safety of our...
Del, come on, this isn't Father Time right here. Come on.
Flights right now.
Father Time. Del's dad.
Right here in
Accent. If
Father
Time
Time is Del's dad right now.
D.C. having a hard time feeding their families. These are hard-working people who are doing important work. They deserve respect. They deserve to be paid. This shutdown must end as quickly as possible. And on top of the fact that we have hundreds of thousands of workers not getting paid, we now have a president who, for the first time in the history of this country, is willing to allow our kids, low-income, working-class children, to go hungry in order to try to make a political point, a point, by the way, that the American people are seeing through. Mr. President, the cause of this shutdown is not complicated. For the first time in ever, the majority party in the Senate, which needs 60 votes to pass a budget, is refusing to negotiate. It is their way or the highway, take it or leave it. We got the majority, we're not talking to you, despite the fact that they only have 53 votes. And to make the situation even more absurd, and to show the American people the contempt in which the Republicans hold for negotiations and democracy, you got a Speaker of the House who has now given his members a 6-week paid vacation. Country is in the midst of a major crisis. Republican members of the House are nowhere to be seen. They're on a paid vacation. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about whether Republicans are willing to negotiate, I don't know what will. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows that our current healthcare system is broken. They know that we pay by far, not even close, the highest prices in the world for healthcare, while some 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. They know that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right, something which must change. And what they also know is that Donald Trump and the Republicans, through their horrendous, big, beautiful bill, are making a broken, dysfunctional health care system even worse, taking it to the verge of collapse. That legislation is doubling premiums for over 20 million Americans who are in the Affordable Care Act exchange. And in my state, we are hearing from Vermonters who are being asked to pay a tripling of their rates and even a quadrupling of the rates. Who, in God's name, at a time when health care costs are already so high, can afford a doubling, a tripling, or quadrupling of their rates? That is insane. Nobody in my state, or I expect in this country, can afford to pay that. Further, that big, beautiful bill would throw 15 million people off the health care they now have as a result of massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. According to studies, that would result in some 50,000 Americans dying unnecessarily every year. Low income, working class people. Anybody think it's a good idea to allow 50,000 of our fellow Americans to die unnecessarily each year? And all of this is being done in order to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. No, Mr. President, I do not believe that Elon Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Bezos and the other multi-billionaires deserve $1 trillion in tax breaks in order to throw 15 million Americans off the health care they have and double premiums for over 20 million Americans. I don't believe that. The overwhelming majority of Republicans, Democrats, Independents don't believe that either. Mr. President, the American people understand that the Republican Party controls the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives. And understandably, for that reason, poll after poll shows that Americans hold the Republicans accountable for this shutdown. But it's not just polls. On Tuesday, there was an election in which Trumpism was overwhelmingly rejected from Maine to California and a lot of states and cities in between. And one of the key reasons is that Americans want Democrats to make certain that they do not experience huge increases in their health care premiums or get thrown off the health care they have. That is what they are saying. We cannot afford a doubling or tripling in our health care costs. Stand with us. That's what that election was significantly about. President Trump claims to be a deal maker. In fact, he wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. Well, Mr. President, the ball is in your court right now. Help negotiate a deal. Show us what a great deal maker you are. Help us negotiate a deal which protects the health care of tens of millions of Americans, and let us end this shutdown today. We can end it in the next few hours. So, Mr. President, that is what this struggle is about. That's what this shutdown is all about. It's whether Republicans succeed in making a broken and dysfunctional health care system even worse by making health care unaffordable for working class and middle class Americans. It's about whether millions of our fellow Americans no longer have health insurance and that many of them will die unnecessarily. So, Mr. President, we are hearing right now every one of our offices.
Thank you, Del.
Are hearing tragic stories of families having to decide whether they can pay for their parents' cancer treatment, for example, or whether they will see a parent die without that life-saving care. There are millions of Americans now dealing with chronic disease. They're dealing with cancer, they're dealing with diabetes, they're dealing with Alzheimer's, they're dealing with with heart disease. And they are wondering, if they get thrown off the health care, premiums go so high, how are they going to stay alive? How are they going to take care of their parents, their kids? That is what this shutdown is about. And whether it is in Maine, New Hampshire, Nevada, or Vermont, the American people want us to stand with them. And that is what this whole debate is about. We cannot ignore the American people. They are looking to us to make sure that they continue to have health care. Let us not betray them. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I actually like good local journalism. I'm going to fight as hard as I can in the United States Congress to keep local journalism and fight AI that basically might obliterate it for all intents and purposes. So I'm just going to read my statement here. In an article printed in the Vancouver Columbian on August 11th, 2025, the headline is, Child care owner urges Congress to take action to save the Affordable Care Act tax credit expansions. Senator Cantwell, D. Washington, Monday, to draw attention to Washington's rising healthcare costs. The two spoke at a news conference at Tree Hill Learning Center on East 196th Avenue, along with representatives from the local insurance agency and the workforce Southwest Washington. Washington's insurance commissioner said that in May, the 14 health insurers in the state were seeking a rate increase for next year, and the proposed increases for plans sold on the individual health insurance market averaged 21% and ranged from anywhere from 9.6% to 37.3%. The office expects premium increases to affect 300 people statewide. Dana Christensen, the owner of Tree Hill Learning Center, said this isn't the first time she has faced rising healthcare costs for her two Vancouver child care facilities. Each year, I face a difficult decision of how much this rate increase, currently 24%, do I take on and absorb, Christensen said. How much do I pass on to the employee? How much do I pass on to the families in the form of higher child care tuition increases? Each rate increase request is evaluated independently by actuarial staff, said Aaron Van Tool, spokesman for the Insurance Commissioner's Office. That's mandated by state law. But the rate changes are usually finalized in September, Van Tool said. Claims and administrative costs, medical, prescription drugs, company expenses, profits will be reviewed by the Commissioner's Office as all part of determining if they are reasonable. Cantwell called the proposed increases a threat to child care affordability. The Insurance Commissioner's Office said Congress anticipated failure to renew the enhanced premium tax credits is contributing to the proposed increases. Congress created the premium tax credits in 2014 as part of the Affordable Care Act to lower health care plan premiums for eligible households. The American Rescue Plan in 2021 expanded who was eligible for the credit. The Inflation Reduction Act extended it to this year. It is set to expire at the end of this year.
That's funny.
We all know the increased rates are something we can deal with.
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge
Halloween, no more
Affordable Care
here, Big D Randy.
Care Act tax credits and their expansions, and to make sure we do so before the end of the year. The Senator's office said rate increases are being requested nationwide, and 3 states have already
I see it now.
approved them. The Congressional Budget Office expects fewer people will participate. Rate will climb if payments aren't extended. NBC News reported earlier this year that Republican lawmakers are split on whether to extend the tax credit. Some said the federal government could no longer support it, while others wanted it extended. Just a little side note before I keep reading. At that point in time, 5 of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said they wanted the tax credits extended. That was early in August. The Washington Health Benefit Exchange, the state's health insurance marketplace, estimated 216,000 health plan enrollees in Washington were eligible for the enhanced premium credits. Christensen said her business already operates on thin margins. I view providing health care benefits not as a perk, but a fundamental necessity, she said. I never want an owner.
My God. Oh, imagine having
an unforeseen illness to financially ruin an employee.
Imagine if she was president, having to hear this bitch talk every single day. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh.
Or force them to neglect their health care. Still, rising health care costs are forcing her clientele to reconsider if they can afford to keep their child in a licensed facility or continuing to work at all.
Dude, this bitch is
Quote, we cannot solve this problem alone.
Bob Boy said this is Kamala Harris's mom.
The insurance industry, and regulatory agencies to address the root cause of the rates and increase the disproportionately disproportionately affecting those.
This chick might be straight facts, bro. She looks like Kamala's mom too. Holy shit! But I can't. Like, voice stays at the same pace the whole time, and I start to like not. It's just like
who need it most.
Yeah, Billy, like rub some
As
dirt
the
on
clock continues to tick here, that's actually the end of the story. I wanted to read that story because that was August, and it showed at that point in time we had people on this side of the aisle who wanted to negotiate. They were in the news. I summated it by saying there were 5 people, but I'm sure there's more by now. So that is why we're asking with this simple proposal. Let's open the government, extend these tax credits for a year, because we know there's bipartisan support in both the House and Senate to do that, and continue to reform this child care facility in Vancouver, Washington, in business. Let's not make this. We've shared a lot of stories about individual people, but we haven't shared enough stories about the small business impact and the economic impact to employers when you take affordable health insurance away from them and they don't have options. This owner lamented in the story, which should I do? Do I absorb these costs and not be a profitable business? Do I make these employees not have health insurance? Do I raise these costs and then these parents can't have the child care that they need to stay? She told me on that day that literally some people decided to stop work because they no longer could afford child care. So this is ruining our whole economic picture by making insurance too expensive, by making the cost play too big a role in our economy and taking workers away from us. So I support this 1-year proposal. I support us working together to reform the system. I've championed many things in the Affordable Care Act that have driven down costs, and I will work with any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to continue and expand that work, because it is important. It is important for us to continue to have affordability, particularly in healthcare, as we have a rising baby boomer population reaching retirement age. We have no other choice but then to focus on affordability. I thank the president, and I yield the floor.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, thank you. Millions of Americans are counting.
Mr. President, thank you.
It's fucking Pocahontas. Yes, because that last broad needs to make me a sandwich. Here comes Pocahontas. Maybe she could do a rain dance. Keep it raining here. It's fucking pouring right now. Let's go, Pocahontas.
On Democrats to stop Donald Trump and the Republicans from raising health care costs. And I'm here to say Democrats will not back down. Fighting to lower health care costs is a righteous fight. For too many Americans, health care premiums are going up by hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month. Who has that kind of money? Just this week, I talked to a woman in Florida, practically in Donald Trump's backyard. She is a wife, she is a mother of 4 lively kids, and she is about to lose her health insurance because of Trump's cuts. So what does that mean for her? She has malignant melanoma, and now she is looking at cancer.
How dare you call me that, woman?
Because once she loses her insurance, she cannot afford treatment for her cancer. That is deeply, deeply wrong. Democrats are in this fight for the right reason, and Democrats will stay in this fight for the right reasons. In July, congressional Republicans worked hand in hand with President Trump on their biggest passion project, jamming through a bill to hand out massive tax cuts to millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. And then, just to put a little extra whipped cream on top of their Republican ice cream sundae, they paid for those billionaire tax cuts by slashing health care coverage.
I swear to you, Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi were the ice cream fiends, but I could be wrong.
For millions of Americans. Every single Republican voted for it, and every single Democrat voted against it. And when the Republicans voted to cut health care funding
ice cream on the cake.
Democrats said we cannot sign off on a 2026 budget that cuts health care for millions of Americans. On September 30th, the 2025 budget expired, and Democrats were ready to negotiate to get some of those health care cuts reversed in the 2026 budget. But the Republicans didn't want to negotiate. Nope. The Republicans decided they would rather shut down government than offer a single nickel to help Americans manage health care costs. They told Democrats to vote for the Republican spending bill, take it or leave it. And they have repeated their take it or leave it through 15 votes and 38 days. Now, Democrats have asked,
you know, Chuck Schumer found a shiny nickel somewhere. He could have fucking floated him.
Yeah.
For sure. Come on, Pocahontas. Give us something here. Come on. What's up with your hair, too? You looking like a dude. What's up? I like that part.
Over and over and over and over to negotiate to help Americans with their health care costs. But Donald Trump and the Republicans flatly refused to even talk to Democrats to try to get the government back open. Not even once have the Republicans been willing to negotiate. Not once. So, where are we now? Well, Trump tweeted 7 times in one day about his brand new marble bathroom at the White House, while Americans turned to crowdfunding to pay for their health care and grocery bills. Trump hosted a Great Gatsby-themed party while he turned off food assistance for millions of Americans. You know, the message to 42 million Americans from Donald Trump: eat dirt. And Trump is weighing the important idea of etching corporations' names into his grand new gold-encrusted ballroom, while millions of Americans who lose will get sick and be forced to decide whether to give up care altogether or go bankrupt trying to pay for it. Meanwhile, Republicans in Congress are in disarray. The House is now in its 7th week of paid vacation. They couldn't reopen the government if they wanted to because they aren't even in Washington to vote. They have members, Republican and Democratic members, who want a deal on health care. But Speaker Johnson just says, nope, everyone spend another week on paid vacation. And here on the Senate side, Republicans are in chaos. Leader Thune puts the same bill up over and over for the same votes, but he won't talk about changing a single word. And now He can't even organize a vote among Republicans to reorganize the government. Instead, Republicans are fighting with Republicans over what to do, and still no one says, let's help families on health care and get the government open. So Democrats have put a proposal on the table. Lower costs by extending health tax credits for 1 year and reopen government. Do it all in one vote. And during this next year, we will continue to work to make our healthcare system work better. It's a common sense plan that helps people across this country and that gets our government open. The Senate could do its part to reopen government in less than an hour. We can do it right now, this afternoon. We just have to put the interests of the American people.
I thought she said they couldn't because the people weren't even in the
Americans are demanding, urging, begging Congress to do something. Do something before Americans are forced to get sicker and sicker before they can get health care. Do something before health care costs go up and up and up for everyone in this country. People are sick of Washington politics.
No.
So we ask our Republican colleagues, help us do what is right for the American people and help us do it right now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Yay! Man, Pocahontas is fucking...
He's still yapping?
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand here today on behalf of the people of Massachusetts to say that we are angry. We are angry.
Why is
Trump
everybody
and MAGA Republicans are doubling the cost for millions of Americans, and their health care bills are going to skyrocket when they promise lower prices. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are stripping Medicaid from the most vulnerable people in our communities. We are angry that Trump and the MAGA Republicans are making families with hungry children go to food pantries for their next meal, forcing families to choose between groceries and rent. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are using public servants as pawns in their hateful political games. And we are angry that during all of this, the Republicans have
talking like he's
Wait
like
a minute.
hero or something, like he sounds like a gangster or something.
refused to come to the negotiating table. The House of Representatives has been out for 6 weeks. They're in a political witness protection program across our nation, refusing to come to Washington to sit down to negotiate on these issues. And Americans are counting the hours that are left to solve this health care crisis for them and their families. They're looking around for help. They're looking around for hope. And they are all looking instead at cruelty, pain, fear. That is the agenda of Trump's MAGA Republican Party. Last weekend, I met with Jeff from Natick.
My name is Jeff.
Who was fighting stage 4 lung cancer. He pays $35,000 a year for an affordable care, health care plan. $35,000 a year. If he can't keep that insurance plan on December 31st, he will have to pay $300,000 a year. Jeff does not have $300,000. That's about to hit him in about 7 weeks. Barbara, she retired early to take care of her spouse with dementia. Her bill's going from $7,500 a year to $18,000 a year. She cannot afford that. There are 22 million stories like Jeff, like Barbara, 22 million of them, who are facing Thanksgiving and Christmas over the next 7 weeks, and there are no answers for them. 22 million people. That's outrageous. These people are afraid and they're angry. By the way, we saw a lot of that anger come out on Tuesday night. They came out angry. They came out of fear to vote. That's what happened. And it's only going to build and build and build as each day goes by, and we cannot get an answer from the Republicans on how are we going to handle those people? How are we going to give them what they need for those families? And it is very difficult to fathom this abject cruelty of this president, who is happy to force grandma to choose between paying for her prescription and paying for her heating bill, forcing a caretaker to choose between being there for their parent with Alzheimer's or picking up an extra shift, forcing a single mom to choose between paying for a checkup or paying for after-school snacks. And since they have taken over in January, the Republicans have promised that they were going to solve the health care crisis in our country. And all it's done is grow and grow and grow. And they pass a bill to take away all of the health care coverage for all of these 22 million people, and then transferred the money to billionaires in tax breaks. They swiped the health care of 22 million vulnerable people for billionaires. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great Massachusetts poet, said, "Health is the first wealth." And MAGA Republicans and Trump have looted that wealth, that health, for those people. These people are angry and they're afraid. They're afraid. They don't have the backup funding that millionaires and billionaires have. Now, my father drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. He drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. I'm his son. And I believe that God created a world where every single person is able to receive the health care which they are entitled to. 3 meals a day, put children through school, keep them safe from illness, give Americans dignity in tough times. Those are the families we're talking to right now. It's the milkmen, it's the workers in nursing homes,
Milkman?
it's the children across our country who are going to see a loved one lose their health.
In a long time, dude. His wife being the milkman, the milkman.
Care in 7 weeks. And the Republicans refuse to come to the table. Every American has a right to live in dignity in tough times. That's where we are right now. They're facing increases in electricity costs, in healthcare costs, in food costs, in clothing costs, in everything. And we can solve at least the healthcare part of this issue right here. The richest nation in the world can ensure peace and health and opportunity for every man and woman and child in our country. We're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And the Republicans are about to let 22 million of them lose their health insurance, or see it increase by double or triple, or in the case of Eric from Natick, 10 times, from $30,000 a year to $300,000.
Meet Gym Monster 2, your all-in-one smart home gym.
You haven't hit the
Anywhere,
light?
no limits, no installation.
Hope everybody's having a good evening, afternoon.
Been discussing this.
It's almost 4.
The House of Representatives is it a vacation for 6 weeks? Well, those 6 weeks, if you project them forward from now, we're talking about Christmas. That's what we're talking about. What are we in the world is in the mind of Donald Trump that he would allow these families for the next 6 weeks to worry about where the coverage for their family is going to come from? The very least we can do is extend the Affordable Care Tax Credits for 1 more year and provide some desperately needed relief for those who are struggling to get by, who need our help right now, who need the peace of mind right now. Those 220 Republicans on that political witness protection program that they're on across the country, they're going to have health insurance for their families. They don't have to worry this Thanksgiving or Christmas about the conversation that's going to take place. And all we're asking for is a vote to provide that health care. And we're looking for any Republican anywhere to come and discuss it with us, negotiate it with us. And they just keep saying no. So this anger that people are feeling, these people are pissed off at the federal government, pissed off that they're losing coverage for their family members. And they want Republicans to come to the table and solve this problem. What we saw on Tuesday night was the beginning of this anger being translated into action. They asked the ancient Greek philosopher once, when would we know true justice? And he answered, we will know true justice when those who have not been harmed are as angry as those who have been harmed. And across our country right now, those who have not been harmed are angry on behalf of those who are about to be harmed. 22 million people losing their health insurance, seeing skyrocketing health insurance rates.
Don't fucking say that word, buddy.
Without food
I don't know
stamps,
that.
without SNAP programs
strike
for
one,
nutrition
bud.
for their families. People are angry, and they deserve an answer. And all we're asking for is 1 year so that we can negotiate this issue. 1 year so we can give peace of mind to 22 million families that they know they will have health insurance after this Thanksgiving and Christmas. I thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Oh, that was moving. Need a fucking water for fuck's sakes. I'm dehydrated.
Damn. Okay, here you go. Yeah, I got you. Good look, Billy. He's gone. He can't come back after that, bro. Come on. Stupid enough to say that. Come on. Bye.
I had to boot somebody for
Go make another account. Come
Senator from
back
Oregon.
again.
President, I support this proposal and would like Americans to know why. Since before Donald Trump was sworn in for a second term, Senate Democrats have known that this is a health care problem for millions of American families that cries out for fixing. Again and again, we asked our Republican colleagues to work with us, sit with us, and negotiate improvements to turn better for American families. Again and again, we were turned down. So, on the Senate Finance Committee, everybody knew this day was coming long before Donald Trump took the oath of office. Now the crisis is here, and I'm here to say our door is still open. The Senate Finance Committee has a track record of getting bipartisan work done. Senator Crapo and I wrote a bill that transformed how pharmacy benefit managers work in Medicare. It passed the Finance Committee 26-0. Despite this track record, Republicans still refuse to sit down and even have a conversation about how to help Americans afford their premiums. That's why we've all been out on the floor today. I'm in the fight for Bart and Carla from Eugene, Oregon. A few years away from Medicare, they've had long careers as a carpenter and a teacher. They worked hard. Now the rug is being pulled out from under them. They've been paying $400 a month in premiums. Without an extension of the credits, they're going to pay $2,200 a month. That's an increase they just can't handle. My Republican colleagues have provided a host of excuses about why they can't work with us, but the excuses don't hold water. For example, there have been allegations of fraud. The same straw man that they used to make the largest Medicaid cuts in history. Republicans pretend they're fighting fraud, but really they're just pushing up costs and kicking working people off their health insurance. And so, to again try to bring everybody together, we introduced legislation that would prevent bad actor brokers from enrolling or switching people into plans without their knowledge. That way we could slap fraudsters with criminal penalties when they harm consumers. On the Republican side, after all the talk, no co-sponsors. Finally, there's been an excuse that says this policy was created during COVID, and now that the pandemic has passed, the tax credits ought to lapse too. Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see Republicans coming down to the floor, for example, to say that telehealth benefits for seniors on Medicare should expire because they were created during the pandemic. This is something I feel strongly about. As my friend from Minnesota knows, I wrote that with the late on a bipartisan basis. Again, the first Trump administration used them to it ought to be ripped away from Americans once the crisis is passed, especially when ending that policy would create a new crisis for over 20 million people who no longer will be able to afford good quality health care. Those are just a couple of the Republican excuses. But the bottom line is, over here, we want to protect families' health care and keep premiums from rocketing into the stratosphere. And unfortunately, the Republicans haven't shared that view. My hope is, and we've had an important conversation, appreciate the leadership, Senator Klobuchar, we've had an important conversation about trying to get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the right thing. Join us as we've done so often in the Senate Finance Committee, and lower Americans' health care costs. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
I believe in health care. Your health, my mother told me a long time ago, is everything, so take care of your health. It is vital. It is essential. And I believe that health care is a human right. And it is certainly something that the
Now that's definitely the guy from How High.
wealthiest nation on the planet and in the history of humankind can and ought to provide for all of its citizens. It is right, it is fair, but it is also smart. A healthy nation is a strong nation. Healthy children are ready to learn. And so that's why I've worked so hard and so long with my colleagues on this issue. Matter of fact, long before I came to the Senate, I've been focused on this issue of health care, trying to get my home state of Georgia to expand, and I keep preaching that sermon because right now there are more than 500,000 Georgians who are in the health care coverage gap. I came here in 2017 to this place not as a senator, but as a pastor and as an activist. And I remember getting arrested, I believe in 2017, when there were major health care cuts on the table.
Dude, I'm trying not to laugh.
And as I began to make my argument and gathered with other pastors in the rotunda,
Gary's out of control.
the Capitol
Fucking
Police,
Gary,
very
man.
professionally, but they began to say to us, pastors, you can't gather and pray in the rotunda, we'll have to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My mind and my imagination had been arrested by this idea that surely the American nation can do better than this. Healthcare is a human right. Dr. King, who led the church that I am still honored to lead, said that of all the injustices, inequality in healthcare is the most shocking and the most inhumane. And that's why I was proud to join my colleagues, and I am proud to stand with my colleagues in this fight. This is about 22 million Americans
who will see their health care premiums double, some triple, some quadruple. And this is not theoretical stuff for me. These are the people in my community. These are folks sitting in the pews of my church.
The first one. Dude.
And many of them will lose their health care if something doesn't happen. A few weeks ago, I was at the Evans County Memorial Hospital in Evans County. And
Right,
I got to tell you, that's a red district. I don't have a whole lot of votes. I got some. Claxton, Georgia, known for the fruitcakes. And I was at that hospital, and I can tell you that those folks were already worried because of the draconian cuts to Medicaid.
Isn't Georgia really known for like fruitcakes? Legit, like
in the big beautiful bill, so-called beautiful bill.
Peaches.
15 million Americans already standing to lose their health care, and then the premiums raised for 22 million Americans, while giving Elon Musk and people like him a tax cut.
Get divided because of it. Oh, shit.
That's beyond the pale of partisanship. For me, that's not about Democrats and Republicans. You ask ordinary people on the street if they think that's fair. I can tell you that those folks in Evans County, many of whom did not vote for me, but I am fighting for them because I am their senator too. They're worried about it. And so that's why we've been in this fight, and that's why we continue to stand to this very day. It's day 38. And we're holding vigil because of the pain of the people we represent. And there's a lot of pain to go around. 22 million, whose premiums may go up, have gone up. They're seeing it on the portals right now. Federal workers who've been furloughed. The kids who like me, are in Head Start. We've got Head Start centers that are about to shutter because of the government shutdown. And let's be honest, the folks on SNAP were dragged into this fight. They were not a part of this. They were dragged into this fight. There are already legal provisions to make sure that they are cared for, and this administration right now is defying a court order to feed America's hungry people. With all of that pain, from the crisis in healthcare, from the ongoing government shutdown, we come to our sisters and our brothers on the other side and we extend the hand of compromise. Because it hasn't taken me long to learn that really that's the only way you get anything done in this body. I work all the time with colleagues with whom I disagree about 90% of the time. Because it's not about them and it's not about me, it's about the people we represent. And the founders were wise to organize our government in such a way that that's the only way to have sustainable change, is to do it in a bipartisan basis. And so my colleagues have taken their position, we've taken ours, and here we are at an impasse. But I represent a state that elected me and Donald Trump. And so they expect us to figure it out. Sometimes when I'm driving my car, I've got a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, 9-year-old daughter, 6-year-old son. Sometimes they're in the back seat having a disagreement. He looked at me. She touched me. And then they say, Daddy, you know, they call on me. And here's what I say more often than not. Figure it out. The two of you on the back seat of the car, that's your sister, that's your brother. We're all in the same car. We're trying to get to the same destination. Figure it out. We're all in the same car tonight. Democrats and Republicans. There's a way in which the poor and the wealthy don't. There's a way in which they're all in the same car. COVID reminded us of that. Before we had a vaccine, if my neighbor had the virus, I too was in peril. That didn't make my neighbor my adversary. That means that I have a vested interest in making sure that my neighbor has coverage. And so here's the proposal: 1 year clean extension of the ACA subsidies. That's you know that's not what we want. You know, if we had it our way, we would make it permanent. That's not what we fought for 38 days for, a 1 year extension, but we're offering that after standing for 38 days. 1 year extension, and then let's sit down, and in the words of Scripture, let us reason together.
Sounded like Mr. Huxtable right there. Sit down.
Let us have a conversation. Let's reopen the government. Let's extend health care to folks who in real time are opening up the portal and they have sticker shock.
Oh, I swear to God, Gary, I just was saying that joke in my head. I was like, Tree Fitty, I swear on my grave, bro.
Hey,
let's sit
I was
down
part
and
of that
figure it
joke.
out, because if we're honest,
dude, we're too much alike. It's scary.
the status quo is not working very well for anybody.
Bastards.
Anybody who's just trying to defend the status quo has not been talking to ordinary people. There are a lot of things that need to be fixed, and we can do that, but we've got to reopen the government and give people a little bit of hope.
Leave me.
Give those 22 million Americans hope. Give the 44 million Americans who need SNAP some hope. Give our federal workers some hope. There's an African proverb that says, when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. It's the grassroots in Georgia and all across the nation right now who are suffering, because too often the politicians make the politics about the politicians rather than about the people. Let's center the people, and if we center the people, we will compromise.
Love you guys. Thought I heard that.
And we'll figure it out. In closing, Mr. President, nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says in closing. I've worked with members of your party on a whole range of things. And at the risk of embarrassing him, Ted Cruz and I even work together every now and then.
God.
And I mention him because early in my tenure here, he and I worked on a little thing, just a little provision, to try to get a little bit closer to building out this interstate, I-14. That would run through Georgia all the way to Texas. Same road that runs through Texas runs through Georgia. And if we get that road built out, when it's time to get on that road, nobody asks you, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Nobody asks you about your religion or if you have a religious tradition at all. Nobody asks you. Some folks are going to church, some are going to the mosque, some are going to temples, some are going to the park, some are going to the beach, but they all get on the same road trying to get to wherever they're going. There is a road that runs through this American experience. There's a road that runs through our humanity that ought to connect all of us together, that ought to remind us that we all want our children to thrive and we all want our families to have a future. Let us make haste to that road. and walk towards a brighter American future. I yield the floor.
He sure spoke good, a lot of nothing but good. I don't know what he said, you can't believe it, but he sure damn could speak well.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President. Minnesota's embarrassing. Said, what? What? Why? Why you gotta say this? Are you fucking stupid? Come on.
I must be on live chat. Oh, good.
Alright, bye, bitch. You're out of here. There.
Now I see.
Anybody else want to play fun games? Let me see if I can see if there's anything even. I think we fucking wait.
He cleared the list already.
Dude, it's live.
No. Oh, this.
Now this.
Yeah, who knows?
Hey, look, if y'all wanted to watch this just on the thing, y'all had to sit there through the whole thing. I cut through all that, got us right through the freaking thing. We got to catch all the good ones for sure. I wonder how long they take. Bro, why you keep putting that shit? I already deleted you, bro. The fuck? Can you find some other stupid shit? Nah, I'm not gonna play anything after this, bro. Once this is over, I'm fucking done. I want to see what happens. A few more. I can't. You guys are keeping me up, going. You guys are fucking hilarious, dude. You guys are fucking funny.
Yeah, Chad's on fire today.
Chad's definitely on fire. Hey, I'm laughing my ass off. Don't think I'm laughing at the situation. I'm laughing at you guys 9 out of 10 times.
Look at Bob.
I am laughing at these little weirdos that are on the fucking screen. But for the most part, I'm laughing at the chat. You guys are fucking hilarious. Dude.
Read Bot Boy shit, yeah.
Bot Boy, all you guys have been funny. Everyone you guys.
He said, "Can we watch that again?" That was awesome.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Bot Boy. Is it over?
And then he said, "Just kidding."
Is it over? I don't think it's over, dude. I don't think it's over. I think these fuckers. This is the longest. How long do they go for, bro?
I don't know. Too goddamn long. That's what.
I never bro. What the? They just sat there and just spewed, bro, nonsense. Honestly, the only ones that really talked about it was at the beginning, and then everybody just started going in on fucking little speeches, just like sermons and shit. I don't know. I don't see anything happening. But let's commercial while we're waiting. Definitely Jay's running the shit. Fucking give me a commercial while I'm sitting here looking at a bunch of no goods. Get out of here. What's up, chat? Who we got in here while we're waiting?
Patty said, "Which one is Tim?" Gary's like, "The one that says Tim." Wow.
Which one is Tim? You dude. Can we watch this again? Do you want me to do you want to hear Bernie talk again? You want which one? Do you want that old guy at the beginning? Remember that guy? Fuck, dude, he gave me anxiety. I had to like skip it. I was like, I can't even listen to this shit.
No, we're getting under. Oh, I was just gonna say, shit, we're under 100. We might as well just cut it, but no, it just jumped up like 40 or 50. Okay.
Yeah, that old fucking guy. Jeez, dude, that dude was ridiculous. That guy was fucking boring as shit. Like we pay this guy. Like people actually went out of their house and voted for that guy. How does that make you feel? How does that make you
Gary?
feel?
How does that make you feel, Gary?
Any one of those did any one of those people make any fucking sense or make it seem like it was good at all?
No.
Any of them? Seriously, have we gotten anywhere with this? I want honest opinions. If it says Tim up on the top of the TD print, I cannot read it. Well, patty cakes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, patty cakes. Maybe try glasses. But I'm Tim, by the way, patty cakes. Nice to meet you. Hey, I got bad eyes too, though. I can't even talk shit because I can't even see shit. Like your face right now in your avatar, I can't see it for nothing.
I can't read shit now, so I have to put these on.
I can't see it.
It's like a miracle.
No, I have to vision. Thank you. Yeah, I have horrible vision too. That's why I had to rewind myself because I'm like, wait a minute, I can't see shit either. Who am I to talk shit? I need glasses. Like straight up, I need glasses. I'm from Ohio, bro. I'm from Cleveland. We're both Cleveland. I cannot Zoom live chats. I got you. Carson City, Nevada. That's what's up, dude. That's what's up. Welcome, Nevada. Hope everybody's hit the like and subscribe.
It's free.
We'll be popping on and stuff. I don't know if they're gonna do more. I mean, I don't know. I'll give it a few more minutes. I'm gonna pack one up, see if someone else comes out, or if the judge or the whoever makes a ruling, or if they just call it a day. We'll see what happens.
Oh, no,
I mean, we might as well wait it out now.
All day, bro.
We already did it this long. I feel like you might as well finish it, unless everybody wants to leave. But it seems like we're all waiting to see that's what's good. Thanks, Braps. I do have glasses, but I can't fucking find them. I know I can't find them, Gary. I don't know where they're at. Poker later for sure, Gary. You know we're playing poker. It's Friday freaking night.
Is it already?
Friday night. That's why we're doing this. If it was, I don't know. It was like
no, dude. No, it was like
Cleveland.
I don't know. 5.5, no, 6 hours ago. Was it Friday? Was it?
You've seen my glasses? No, you haven't.
It was Friday morning. No,
I haven't even seen my glasses.
If I touch the screen, it'll kick me off.
Did they just say, fuck it, all right, guys, it's nap time. We're old. Let's have nap time. It's nap time. We'll be back in 30. Take a quick nap. Everybody just fucking kills over. Then it's like adrenochrome time. All right, it's adrenochrome time. I wake up and start talking hog shit again.
Bring me my dino nuggies.
No, I know, Scott. Listen, dude. Look, If you read in the description, it clearly says the shit sucks, but we're gonna laugh while we're doing it. I can't sit here just not laugh. Like, make us laugh at it. Fucking, it wouldn't make no sense. I don't know. I don't know. You make anything kind of funny if you want to. I mean, that's why I stayed away from the whole Charlie Kirk thing, because I didn't want to make that funny, so I stayed away from it. Yeah, man. I mean, dude, what can we do? We're gonna cry about it? The fuck, dude? All we can do is fucking laugh. Y'all are killing me in the chat. And then you hear these dudes talk. It's like, dude, all we can do is laugh at these idiots that are supposedly running us. It's a hilarious thought.
If you haven't subscribed yet, now's a good time. Perfect timing.
Absolutely. You know, I didn't want to. You know, I personally didn't want to exploit his shit, because I really didn't follow him like that. So if I started covering him real hard, it would be because not for the reasons that other people would want. You know, I didn't want to get into that. I just didn't. You know, I try to see what's going on. I feel like they wanted us to focus on Charlie and not what's going on, like this shit right here. So I kind of let other people do that. I've listened, and I've heard a lot of theories, you know.
Are you talking to me, Gary?
At some point, for sure, bro. I don't know how much longer this is going to go. I mean, they're not just going to make us sit here and stare at the damn chairs, are they? Like, I don't think so.
It seems like it. I mean,
ask me. I don't have any thoughts, bro. How about that?
Hit the like. Almost at 220.
If they ended it without even saying goodbye or like nothing, man,
Look
I'm
at
gonna
sticker.
feel like
Look at Sticker's comment.
I mean, it would make sense. I know. It would make sense if they would F us and then leave and not even say goodbye or fucking give us a fucking nothing.
No, not even have the common decency to give us a reach around.
Yeah, no reach around, nothing. Just straight,
nothing.
Just straight rocks.
No, you're like, you did like what? I don't know. Here's 6 hours of shit we just watched. We're not gonna hit the like. You know, like how dare you?
They're not coming back. Did you say they're not coming back?
No, I don't know. The people that didn't hit it, like that have been sitting here for 5 hours and 50. Let's see.
We're waiting for
minutes.
Edge we just sat here waiting for the climax, and here we are. We're just like, what? This is what we get?
You're all shit asses. They won't say goodbye. That's not my fault, bro. It ain't me. That's on him.
Hey, no, he's talking about the damn Congress that's just.
Oh yeah, I know. I know, dude. This is ridiculous.
Like,
dude, you're not gonna sit here and watch a empty freaking room all day, dude. Nobody. We'll just come back when it starts up.
This is like the realest our fucking world stage we've watched. Dude, this is the most real it's been the whole time, just so you guys know. They ain't doing shit. That makes the most sense out of the whole day. Straight up. Everything, want, not doing shit. Yeah, this looks more like it. When I picture our government, this is what I picture. I don't picture them just yapping away about nothing.
Well, they be yapping right now. I
know, right? I know, like I call them and while you're at it, ask them for your EBT, bro. Tell 4 Democrats to go ahead and just vote so you can get your shit back. Come on. One of y'all do it. Call your local representative. They'll help you out. I promise.
Yeah.
I call Pocahontas. She'll help you out. She cares. I promise. Same with that old white guy at the
She'll take
beginning.
good care of you.
Huh?
She'll take good care of you.
Yeah, that old white guy at the beginning.
Fucking the old white guy or the old Pocahontas, the same fucking
The old
thing.
white guy at the
They
beginning,
don't
dude.
look the same.
I guess we're still watching chairs, but look, there's people walking around, dude. It's not like we're. Are they making the ruling or are they not? What the F? They're about to talk, I think. Unless those two people are dick teasing us standing in the front again.
Yep.
It's empty. Wait, if you
There's
really look.
either,
Straight
bro.
up empty. Right. Shit. I didn't realize it's just straight up empty.
Yeah, bro.
Like, is there anybody coming back?
Yeah, I want to know what they're talking about too. It's too bad we can't like tap into the mics there.
They really did raw dog us, bro. They really did. Look, bro, I have bad eyes. I just went and looked at it, like zoomed in. There's nobody in them chairs. Like,
No,
they go,
dude, that's why I'm sitting there. I said we're sitting there staring at an empty room.
Didn't realize it. I thought there was people in those chairs. That's how bad my eyes hurt right now. I see people moving. I'm like, okay, there's shit going on.
It's 3 people moving.
Why is this still filming?
4.
This is live. Why is this still filming? If so,
I don't know, but I don't know, but if you haven't liked and subscribed yet, you know, we'll get the rest of it. We do this all the time.
Dude. Yeah, it's like the government's closed. See you after. We're not even gonna say goodbye. We're not even
Deltron
gonna
said the
say
government's
goodbye.
closed again.
So it's double close. See, he was just like, dude, they just closed on the closing, and it's like exactly double closing. Even trying to try, bro. Hell yeah, it's Friday. All right, look, let's just smoke one, and if they come back, cool. If not, then we could go celebrate our Friday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like fucking take a nap.
Buddy Ozzy, what's up, Bubba? Glad to see you pop in, man. The fraud rate was so, bro. Both sides were just horrible. I didn't think one person made me feel fucking moved at all. There wasn't one speaker that made me feel like, okay, we're in good hands. One, dude. Yeah, it's been a while, Ozzy. You haven't. What's up, bro? We haven't been really going live. Make your announcements. They're not going to. They're not going to. We're now having a smoke sesh. I'll keep it on and see if they fucking come, like, at least say goodbye. I feel like they fucked us by not saying goodbye. That's my, like, complaint. We should all complain. Like, y'all made us sit here for 5 hours and didn't even fucking say goodbye. That's messed up, dude. Seriously. Exactly, Mark. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. You sound like that dude that played Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo movies. Yikes! I think he face painted Chief got the gavel still. Mark, what are you talking about? I was at work watching this shit earlier. I am now home. Y'all still at it. I'm proud. Thanks, Smoke Rocks. Look, it's over now. Now we're just smoking, like trying to see if they come back on, but I really don't think they are. Now we're just chilling, which I like to chill at the end and talk to y'all at the end anyways. So this isn't a bad thing. Like, this is exactly
Senator
how
from Wisconsin.
Oh, here it is. See?
Without objection.
Told you, bastards.
President,
Here
I
we
came to the floor
go.
2 weeks ago with a completely nonpartisan, very sincere attempt. The bill that we called the Shutdown Fairness Act, to simply pay the federal workers who we were requiring to work.
You gotta piss. Is there gonna be
The finest among us, the members of our military, people in federal law enforcement, TSA, the air traffic controllers that keep our skies safe. Now, when I was asking the Senate to proceed to that bill, the senator from Maryland offered an alternative. He called it the True Shutdown Fairness Act. The main difference is his was only going to be for 1 year. My bill's permanent. Permanently stops using federal employees and the American public as pawns in these sick partisan games. The other difference was my bill is focusing on the people we were forcing to work. His bill added.
Are you saying this isn't? Is this the?
So on the floor 2 weeks ago, I said, if you're serious about passing this, if you're serious about stopping, and he said we can't punish federal employees for our dysfunction. If you're serious about that, I told the Senator from Maryland, vote to get on the bill. I will include that. I will convince our conference to include furloughed workers, get on the bill, we'll amend it, we'll get this passed, we'll start paying people. He rejected that offer. Now we started having discussions. His staff immediately acknowledged the fact that my bill did not in any way, shape, or form impact the president's authority in terms of who determined who was furloughed, who gets, included in reduction in force. It was silent. Even though they falsely accused my bill of giving the president greater authority, it didn't. I came to the floor again today to pass an amended bill with furloughed workers. By the way, a bill that is now supported by the American Federation of Government Employees. I believe that's the largest public employee union, the Federal Managers Association, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controllers Association. We're going to have the senator from Texas come down and talk about what is happening with air travel as we speak. The International Association of Firefighters, the Association of Flight Attendants.
Sound.
These are public sector unions that generally don't support Republican legislation.
Get reverb.
What they particularly like about my bill is the fact that it's permanent. It prevents federal workers, and quite honestly, the broader American public, from being used as pawns, again, in these sick political games being played right now with their lives. So, in a few minutes, we're going to proceed to vote on a motion to proceed to my original bill. That's how this works. The leader voted no, so he can bring it up for reconsideration. So we have to bring that bill up. But we already have the language for the substitute amendment, which includes furloughed workers. It has been vetted by, quite honestly, offices, both Democrat and Republican Senate offices, by the Office of Management and Budget, by the public sector unions who have come out in support for it. This is a bill that is ready for prime time. This is a bill that is ready to be passed tonight. Now, it was unfortunate that we couldn't pass it by unanimous consent, because had we done that, the House is on a 48-hour callback, and they will come back. The Speaker has already said they will pass this in the House, and we can get these
our military members, air traffic controllers, these federal workers who keep us safe, we can get them paid. So again, I'm just asking, I'm actually pleading with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please vote to proceed to this bill. We will substitute an amendment that includes furloughed workers. We can pass this tonight. If we vote to proceed, we can then vote for unanimous consent to waive all the time agreements, and we could even pass this yet tonight. Make our skies safer. But I know the senator from Alaska has a few words to say, and I know the senator from Texas will as well. So I yield to the senator from Alaska.
Thank you, my colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Johnson, and I've been proud to work with him on this bill over the last couple of weeks. The way this came to the floor, Senator Johnson and I were making the case in the conference. I had a bill that actually was a bill about paying our troops. Imagine that. You wouldn't want to pay our military during a shutdown, including the Coast Guard. Senator Johnson came to me and said, hey, Dan, I got a broader bill. Let's pay everybody who's required to work to keep us safe in America. So I said, great idea. Let's do it. So this is the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson already talked about what it does. It's very, very simple. If you are required to work because your job's important, primarily because you're keeping Americans safe, then you should be paid. We have a great example right here. All these Capitol police officers right now keeping us safe right here on the Capitol, they're not getting paid. Air traffic controllers, TSA, keeping us safe right now in America. Senator Cruz is going to talk about what they've been going through. They're not getting paid. They should be paid. And of course, our military. President Trump has worked magic to keep them getting paid, but that's going to run out soon. So this is a very simple bill. There's nothing more American than paying people for their hard work, especially when the federal government is requiring them to work. So what happened? Oh, and by the way, Senator Johnson mentioned it's well over 200 groups now. I have the long list of public employee unions, the Teamsters, private sector unions, all kinds of organizations across America are saying to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, pass the short-term CR, but also pass this bill. So what happened? When we worked this 2 weeks ago, there was a number of Democrat senators who came to us and they're very interested in doing it. Because it makes sense. How could you not be interested in doing it? We can negotiate health care and these other issues, but the men and women in the federal government who are working without a paycheck, you've been hearing stories about the FAA guy driving an Uber because he's got to pay his family. He's not getting paid. And he's had a really important job as an air traffic controller. So we thought our...
Bro, you're done already?
Yeah, bro.
How?
I hired most of the higher AI employees.
Hit the like and subscribe.
We agree with this.
I've been
2 weeks ago.
praying.
So what happened? Here's what happened. The same thing that's been happening every night. The minority leader, Senator Schumer, and the Democratic leadership is pressuring the other Democrat senators, don't do it. Don't do it. The pressure comes on them. It's happening right now. The pressure comes on. Don't do it. We got to make sure the left wing of the party's happy. You heard Senator Schumer recently that we're, quote, winning. We are winning the shutdown. I'll tell you he's not winning the shutdown. By the way, I have no idea who he's talking about when he says we, but I'll tell you he's not winning the shutdown. The men and women in America who work for the federal government who aren't getting a paycheck and are required to work. So that's what happened last time. Democrat senators are going to vote for our bill. And the leadership on the Democratic side, because they want to use these people as leverage, convince them, pressure them not to vote for it. So I hope my Democrat colleagues, at least 9 of you, actually it's 8 of you, have the courage to look at your leader and go, you know what, Chuck, Sorry, I'm going to pay the Marines. I'm going to pay the Navy. I'm going to pay the FAA. I'm going to pay TSA. And we're certainly not going to use them, as Senator Johnson said, as pawns. Because right now they're being used as pawns. So here's the deal. To my Democratic colleagues, 2 weeks ago, a number of you were going to do this. We had discussions. And then you kind of got pressured to not. Show some courage. Walk up and vote with us to pay the men and women in America, federal workers who are keeping us safe and haven't gotten a paycheck. There's nothing more American than that. Have the courage to do it. I yield back to my colleague from Wisconsin.
And I want to thank the Senator for Alaska. He has been so dedicated. He's been so tenacious in making sure the finest amongst the men and women of our military get paid. And then, signing on to my effort to broaden this to all federal employees. Again, as you said, they shouldn't have to go to food banks. They shouldn't have to drive DoorDash to pay their child's tuition or to feed their families. This is ridiculous. But we had a chilling report from the senator from Texas, the chairman of the Commerce Committee, in terms of what's happening with air traffic control in terms of our skies. But before we turn to the senator from Texas, we're going to go to the senator from Wyoming who has a few words to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Texas, that's fucking Ted Cruz.
And I want to thank Senator Johnson for his dedication
looks like the end of the video.
to try to pry the federal workers who are being used in what is a political battle, and I want to excuse them from a partisan political battle that is not of their making, so they can go back to work and serve the American people.
I don't think so, because at the beginning there was no females.
Is she okay?
Political standoff between Democrats and Republicans in Congress. It has nothing to do with the air traffic controllers. Some of them are Democrats, some are Republicans. It has nothing to do with any other essential or furloughed federal worker. Some of them are Democrats and Republicans. Some of them probably agree that we should shut down the government so insurance companies can make billions more dollars off the American taxpayers under Obamacare. Some of them are Republicans and think that we should open the government and work out this healthcare mess after we open the government. But regardless of that, they're not in a position to make those decisions. We are. So here we are, in the longest
It's 5
shutdown
p.m. here,
in government history. The Congress is responsible for it. It's political, it's not policy driven. So since we're going to argue about politics and who's winning and who's losing and who's setting themselves up to have the next president or win the midterms, instead of worrying about whether the airways are safe, whether WIC is funded, whether SNAP is funded, whether workers are funded, whether the military is funded, since we're going to fight over who's going to win the election a year from now, let's excuse the people who are not responsible for this dysfunction from our dysfunction. That's what Senator Johnson is trying to do. Now, we all agree, Democrats and Republicans, that this is not fair to federal workers.
This is not fair.
People who are in the military, who are air traffic controllers, who are essential, who are furloughed. It's not fair to them. We all agree. What Senator Johnson is doing is finding a way that we can be together on a bipartisan basis, excuse the federal workers from this mess, let them be paid,
You're right,
and
Charlie.
let us go on with our absurd, partisan, political dysfunction if that's what we want. If we want to fight about health care, it's my opinion we ought to do it
What do you
after we fully open
do,
the
Del?
government.
Let that go.
But if we're not willing to do that, let's at least let the
No,
federal
that's not
workers off
the
the
same.
hook.
Okay, I didn't see it.
I applaud Senator Johnson. I applaud Senator Sullivan. I applaud Senator Cruz. We want to be able to keep Americans safe who are getting in airplanes every day. We want to keep Americans safe who are working in the military.
It's self-explanatory, bro. Come on.
They don't make very much money, especially those young first and second year military employees. And some of those have young families. Some of those have spouses. I'm telling you,
God.
they don't make much money. And then you withhold their pay. Those are the people that are working paycheck to paycheck. Let them out of our political dysfunction. Don't make them suffer for our political misfunction and dysfunction. I want to also thank any Democrat who will listen and be compassionate towards your federal workers in your districts. This is wrong for those of us, whether we disagree about health care or not, whether you want to fund billions of dollars to give to insurance companies for a broken health care system, fine. We can have that debate. But don't penalize the federal workers for our dysfunction, our disrespect for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
I appreciate the remarks by Senator for Wyoming. I know people are already coming down here to vote, but there are no time restrictions here. This is extremely important. We have a number of senators that want to speak to this issue. We should give them time to speak. Hopefully, to convince our colleagues on the other side to, again, be fair. Think about what your vote means to people that don't want to be used as pawns. Now, I believe the senator from Texas, our chairman of the Commerce Committee, he's got some pretty, as I said, chilling information to relay to the American public based on what is happening if we do not pay air traffic controllers. Senator from Texas.
I thank Senator Johnson. It is day 38 of the Schumer.
Heard this shit. I told you, bro. All right. Oh shit. What do we do, son? You can tell us no kings while we tell you no pawns, right? Right? Yeah, I know. We already
Shut down.
bro.
The longest
I feel bad for the people
government
watching this. I'm
shutdown
ending
in
it
the
after
history
him, just so
of the
you guys
United
know.
States. Now, Senator Schumer told the world, quote, every day gets better for us.
Oh no! Is this different or not?
Senator Sullivan asked, who's the us? I'll tell you who the us is. This is a partisan political show. It happened because in March, the Democrats decided to be reasonable and allow the government to stay open. And the extreme left wing of the Democrat Party got furious, and Senator Schumer nearly lost his job.
I know, right? I hear
and
you.
now the government is shut down because the Democrats want to show the radical left wing in their base that they really
No, this isn't on
Donald
repeat
Trump.
because Lindsey Graham spoke
Now,
before Ted
On the
Cruz.
Democrat side of the aisle, there's a talking point we actually had in the Commerce Committee yesterday. One of our Democrat colleagues said, there's a Republican president, there's a Republican Senate, there's a Republican House. This is the Republicans' shutdown. And I don't know who actually produces those talking points for Democrats, but every one of them, word for word, says the identical thing. Well, I tell you, I spoke shortly thereafter, and
Hit
I
that
said,
like,
you know,
share, subscribe.
every witness in a court of law, before they testify, they're sworn in, and they're asked that their testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I said what my Democrat colleague just did there failed part number 2, the whole truth. You're right, there is a Republican president. You're right, there is a Republican House, and you're right, there is a Republican Senate. What the Democrats also know is that under the Senate rules, it takes 60 senators to vote to fund the government. They all know that. That's not something they don't know. And it's not an accident that they don't mention it. Why do we have a shutdown? Well, let's count. There are 53 desks on this side of the Senate floor. There are 53 Republicans, which means the government cannot be funded until at least 7 Democrats decide we're going to fund the government. By the way, this is not a new development. When Joe Biden was president, 13 separate times, we passed a clean continuing resolution. What does that mean? We had a 60-vote threshold then, too. That means Republicans could have done this garbage any of the 13 times under Joe Biden, but we did not. They didn't have 60 votes. What was different when Joe Biden was president is Republicans voted with the Democrats to allow the government to stay open. And by the way, in March, the Democrats knew that was the responsible thing to do. It does not take much on the magic Google machine to get video of every one of these Democrats saying on TV, government shutdowns are reckless, they're irresponsible, they're wrong. They all know that. But you know what they're counting on? I look up and the press gallery is virtually empty. They're counting on ABC, NBC, and CBS lying to the American people. They're counting on CNN lying to the American people. They're counting on MSNBC lying to the American people. This is not complicated. 14 times the Republicans on this side of the floor have voted to open the government. And 14 times Democrats have voted to keep the government closed. And then, after they vote to keep the government closed, the Democrats walk out to the reporters and say, gosh, I can't believe the Republicans closed the government. That's when a reporter is actually supposed to do something really radical. It's called report. The person telling me he or she is upset at the government shutdown, why did you vote 14 times to keep the government shut down? That are painful. But there's one in particular that is impacting American families all over the country, which is any family that is traveling for work, traveling to visit a sick relative, traveling to go to a funeral in a family, traveling to go on a family vacation. There are right now over 50,000 TSA agents. Many of them are going to work. They're not getting paid. They miss their paycheck. There are right now more than 14,000 air traffic controllers. Many of them are going to work. None of them are getting paid. That means they're trying to figure out, their last paycheck didn't come. They're trying to figure out, how do I pay my
you beat me to it.
How do I pay my rent? How do I pay my food? How do I feed my kids? How do I take care of medical bills?
You got something to do, like
you know what the answer from the Democrats is? Every day gets better for us.
It was what we
If you're hurting and not getting a paycheck, Senator Schumer's answer, I do appreciate his doing the Mr. Bird's tent with his hands. I wish he'd started off with excellent. But that is, in fact, his quote, every day gets better for us.
You just called fucking Schumer Mr. Burns.
On Wednesday,
Yep, he sure did.
15,000 flight delays. On Wednesday, there were over 600 canceled flights. Delta Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. United Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Southwest Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. American Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government.
Who'd they call?
Yesterday, I had a conversation with the administrator of the FAA. It was chilling. As everyone knows, the FAA announced that it is putting in place a mandatory 10% reduction in flights in the 40 largest airports in America. What the administrator of the FAA told me yesterday on the phone was why. And here's what Administrator Bedford said. He said, last Friday, which was Halloween, half of the busiest 30 air traffic control facilities were short-staffed. That includes New York, Austin, Newark, Phoenix, Washington, Nashville, Dallas, and Denver. I want you to listen to this next statistic. Nearly 80% of the air traffic controllers in New York City called out. They did not show up to work. Nearly 80%. Senator Schumer represents New York City.
You're not paying them.
Nearly 80% of the controllers called out on Halloween. There were rampant delays. The FAA said the aggregate data, the whole national airspace system, looked okay. But then they deaggregated the data, looking at the 40 biggest airports in particular. It painted a very different picture. Here's what the administrator of the FAA told me. Pilots filed more than 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic control problems they were encountering. Air traffic controllers that were fatigued, that were tired, they were making mistakes. And what's the Democrats' views? Well, there's an old line that a gaffe is when someone in Washington accidentally tells the truth.
Caps, please.
You heard Chuck Schumer say every day gets better for us. Here's what one Democrat aide told CNN. Another senior Democrat aide said, as long as public perception is in their favor, the party will not concede short of, quote, planes falling out of the sky. That's out of the words of the Democrats themselves. Let me tell you, as chairman of the Commerce Committee, part of our responsibility is to oversee the FAA and to do everything possible to ensure safety. Turning to my Democrat colleagues saying, this is not a joke. First of all, the shutdown happened because Senator Schumer had to demonstrate he was tough, so he didn't get primaried by AOC in New York. Then the next threshold was the No Kings rallies. They had to show they were tough enough that when radicals were marching in cities across the country, they were as angry as the blue-haired angry radicals. Then we had Election Day. They were going to keep everything shut down to Election Day because it energized their base. And then Democrats won elections in the very blue state of New Jersey, the very blue state of Virginia, and the insanely blue city of New York City. And suddenly Democrats said, holy cow, our really left-wing voters like it when we shut the government down. Are there any Democrats on that side of the aisle for whom responsibility matters? Or is every one of them proud to say, we will keep it shut down until planes fall out of the sky? God forbid that comes to pass. Over 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic controllers. You got air traffic controllers driving Uber to pay their bills. And here's the good news. We can resolve it right now. Senator Johnson's bill that we will vote on in just a few minutes is very simple. It says any federal worker that goes to work will be paid. If you have to work, if you're a soldier, if you are manning the wall, keeping this country safe, you're being forced to work, you'll be paid. If you're a Border Patrol agent, if you're an FBI agent, if you're a TSA agent, and you have to work, you'll be paid. And if you're an air traffic controller and your job is literally keeping, Mr. President, your children and my children safe when they get on an airplane, you will be paid. And to those in the media who persist in repeating Democrat talking points Understand this. The vote right now, if we vote yes, the air traffic controllers will be paid. If we vote no, the air traffic controllers will not be paid. So every Democrat who votes no is saying we will not pay the air traffic controllers. What does that mean? There are roughly 45,000 commercial flights a day in the United States. The 10% reduction that the FAA has put in place will be roughly 5,000 flights a day that will be canceled. Now, if you assume 100 passengers are on each flight, I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician, so I'm going to make the math simple. 100 passengers, 5,000 flights a day, that is more than 500,000 Americans who will have their flight canceled each and every day the Schumer shutdown continues. More than 500,000. And millions more will have their flights delayed. So it's a simple choice. It is a simple choice. Do you want to pay the air traffic controllers or not? But I got to tell you, you better be ready to talk to your constituents who said, why was my plane canceled when I was going to see my sick mother? Well, because I, Democrat, voted against paying air traffic controllers. That's the answer. You won't like giving that answer. But I'll tell you what, that's a lot better answer than if you have to look in the eyes of someone whose family was killed because the Democrats get what they are explicitly asking for, which is planes falling from the sky. The Schumer shutdown, if you are a left-wing partisan Democrat, you say every day gets better for us. I'll tell you who us ain't. It ain't the American people. So do the right thing because every one of you knows it's the right thing. Vote yes, pay the air traffic controllers, and end this ridiculous shutdown. I yield the floor.
Wow, he lit that up.
The senator from Texas for his sobering remarks.
That was the best fucking
the chamber should be full. It'd be nice if our Democrat colleagues were here to listen to that. I'm hoping they are listening to him on their TVs in their office.
They're not.
God, I hope. It literally doesn't take planes falling out of the sky. Tonight, you can continue your shutdown, but you can vote to pay the air traffic controllers, so that is far less likely. If you vote no, and God forbid it actually happens, can you live with yourself?
They will
on the floor 2 weeks.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
They will sleep just fine.
Democrats to pay people that are forced to work, that are keeping our skies safe, that are keeping our nation safe. 2 weeks later, we haven't done it. This isn't partisan. Search your conscience. Ask yourself, honest to God, if a plane has fallen out of the sky. I'm not saying it's because of air traffic control, but you heard 500 safety instances. Our air traffic control system is already antiquated. Can you live with yourself if another plane falls out of the sky and more people needlessly die because we were short of air traffic controllers? I know Senator from Alaska has a couple more comments, then we'll turn it over to the Senator from Florida.
Well, I just want to thank Senator Cruz, Senator Johnson, for coming to the floor and making this very strong case. And it's about safety, and it's about the American way. There's nothing more American than paying people for the work that they do. We all know that. Again, Senator Johnson's bill is a simple bill. It's about paying the federal workers who are required to work to keep us safe. All these jobs we're talking about are jobs that keep the American people safe. Of course, the military is a big part of this bill. They epitomize the federal workers who are keeping us safe, and they epitomize courage. So do many of our federal workers as well. So I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just show a little bit of the courage that our military displays every day all over the world. Just a tiny bit of that courage. Again, to my Democratic colleagues, we know you're getting a lot of pressure from your leadership. Senator Cruz did a great job of explaining the origins of that. By the way, it has nothing to do with health care, it has nothing to do with anything. It has everything to do with appeasing the far left of the Democratic Party, which is rising. So we get that you're under pressure. But you all know the thing to do. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They're good people. As Senator Johnson just said, have a little bit of conscience and a little bit of courage, the kind of courage that our military displays every day. And vote.
Florida.
The senator from Florida.
Right. So, Mr. President, first thing I want to do, I want to thank all the senators that are speaking tonight. I can't imagine voting not to pay somebody. You know, in my state, here's what's happening. We have people that are not getting food. At church on Sunday, the pastor asked if we would actually bring in a whole bunch of food because they knew because of what the Democrats were doing, people would not get their food stamps. So all the food banks, they needed way more food. I was talking to a reporter today in Tampa, and he said the line is unbelievable at one of the food banks he was at in Tampa today. And when I think about these people that are not getting their food stamps, I think of my mom. So my mom was a mom of 5 kids. So we lived in public housing. I never met my dad, and she had to go to farm to market stores and ask for food. She never got food stamps, but she had to go ask for food. So just think about what's going on around our country. There's people right now worrying about if they're going to feed a 2-year-old little kid. Can you just imagine what that mom's doing? I mean, I just can't imagine how anybody ever could vote to shut down the food stamp program to not feed kids. Then let's think about all these people not getting paid. So I'll give you my experience. When I was 19 years old, I got married. I was an E2 in the Navy, and I was making $332 or $334 a month. So that same person today, and my wife and I, she was making $75 a week as a legal secretary. So those people, if something like that, I didn't have $25 in the bank. They wouldn't have said, "Oh, it's okay not to pay the rent." Any costs we had, no one would have said, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to pay it now." And so that's what's going on with our military. They have mortgages. Their kids have school costs. You know, their kids want to play sports. They might have medical bills. And my Democrat colleagues are saying they don't care. I mean, it's just do they ever live that life? Do they ever live the life that they
Where'd you go, Patty? Walmart?
How they're going to pay for food, for the rent, for a mortgage? Do you think all the lenders are going to say, "Oh yeah, we know the government shut down, so you don't have to pay your mortgage"? So I just don't know how you could not have a heart.
Yeah,
to open up government. I mean, we can have a policy disagreement every day, and we should.
They all
but to not make sure people get their food stamps, make sure that people are showing up today, as Senator Cruz said, trying to keep us safe in the skies, our military that's trying to keep our freedoms, and the Democrats don't care if they get paid or not. Now let's think about it.
Don't bring up Oliver
Since I got
Anthony
up here, I've been at this
versus,
7 years, I've had a
bro.
bill that says no budget, no pay. Right? The Democrats have blocked it, including yesterday, because they want to get paid, even though they are making the decision that other people don't get a paycheck. They're not willing to give up any of their pay because, like one of them said, he has a mortgage. Why would he be expected to give up his pay? Well, they're doing it every day to all of our federal workers. I just can't imagine doing that. So what I'd say to my Democrat colleagues, open the government. Pay our workers. Make sure people get food, have food on the table. Don't ever, ever, ever in your wildest dreams do that to people in our country. It's wrong to do what you're doing. Senator Schumer came out and said he had a proposal. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. And I'll tell you why. Let's think about what they want to do. For us to be able to make sure that we start paying people, they get food stamps, they want to make sure insurance companies continue to get rich. So their proposal doesn't do anything. So right now, people don't lose their Obamacare subsidies. It's people that make over 400%, that's over probably $128,000, $130,000 a year, get subsidies for their health care. You could be a millionaire. You get a subsidy. So you say he wants to make sure millionaires get a subsidy for people to possibly get any food. Then he knows that Republicans are not going to continue to support a program that pays health care for illegals. That's wrong. Has taxpayer paying for abortion. That's wrong. Has taxpayers paying for trans surgery. That's wrong. Making sure there's about supposedly 4 to 5 million people don't even know they have these subsidies because it's just going directly to an insurance company with no responsibility by a consumer. All you had to do to sign somebody up is know their name, their birth date, their address, sign them up, insurance companies get all the money. Why would we ever support something like that? So I want to thank my colleagues. I can't imagine. It's heartless to not make sure people have food. It's heartless to make sure people don't have money if they're working. And so if the Democrats vote against Senator Johnson's simple bill to pay people that are busting their butt to keep our freedoms, keep us safe, do all these things, I don't know how you can go home and feel good about what you're doing. I yield my time.
I want to thank the senator from Florida. I see the senator from Michigan. I believe he wants to speak to this bill. We will have the last word, but if he wants to get ready, I don't know.
Let the chair. I'll recognize the senator from Michigan, and then we can go back to the senator from Nebraska.
I thought I was stuck in the fucking Groundhog's Day for a minute there, dude.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, let me first say that there's something that we all agree on, Democrats and Republicans here in this chamber, is that we want federal employees to be paid. It's simply unacceptable that they have to work and come to work every day, do their job, and not get paid. That's why we got to end the shutdown as quickly as possible, but we're focused on doing that. But that's not really exactly the total story behind the Johnson bill. I have legislation to pay federal employees now. We could vote on that now. I offered it in a UC request from my colleague from Wisconsin and said we have a bill to pay all federal employees right now. No strings attached, no language that gives the president more power, more flexibility to do things that we should not want him to do. But my Republican colleagues don't want to have that bill. Senator Van Hollen, another colleague of mine, has a bill to pay it. It has complete support of Democrats. Let's pay them. We have two bills that if we put on the floor right now, we could pass. If my Republican friends really want to do it, we could pass it with 100 votes. And I'm happy to, it's my bill, but any of you can sign it. I offered it to my colleague from Wisconsin. It could be your bill. Give it. I don't need any authorship of it, but it's a bill that does exactly what my colleagues across the aisle are saying, just pay federal employees. That's what it would do, and yet that's rejected. So why?
It's his bill.
Well, there's a little bit more in this bill. In fact, the Johnson bill before us actually creates an unlimited and permanent slush fund for President Trump to use. You're not going to get support here from us to transfer what should be congressional power to be able to determine when we want money spent, it actually gets spent the way it should be. It's not about passing a slush fund to the president. The president could justify the transfer of this money elsewhere. This is something clearly the administration wants because it's going to give the White House more power. The bill adds presidential authority by omits the regular safeguards that we include in normal funding bills to ensure that money actually goes where Congress intends. Now, we've been seeing a lot of that. The president basically is just thumbing his nose at Congress every day. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues say, well, that's okay. If the president doesn't want to listen to the Congress, that's okay with them. You know, we are a co-equal branch of government. We're elected by the people back home to represent our people as senators. We're not here just to rubber stamp a president. I know a lot of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, I'm surprised because a lot of really great people that I have a lot of respect for, and yet we see the president constantly run over Congress, and it's crickets on the other side. No pushback from my Republican colleagues, either here in the Senate or in the House. There's actually, in this bill, there's no explicit guarantee or requirement to actually pay out this money. The administration could sit on this appropriation. We're just blank check appropriation for employees, but the administration can just sit on it for some, or those particular programs they don't like. That's why in a normal appropriations bill, we put in language to prevent that. Now, granted, the president has been ignoring Congress, but at least we put it. We're saying these are the rules. Congress has the power of the purse. It's Article 1 of the Constitution. And yet a lot of my colleagues don't seem to take that to heart. So most of Probst's bills, including the current House continuing resolution proposal, actually includes restrictions on how funding should be used. The Johnson bill includes no restrictions. And we know that Trump has shown that he will abuse the budget process in very novel ways. He has said that he will refuse to pay back pay to workers even when Congress has explicitly said it. This bill hopefully does address that. He's transferred money illegally to pay for his political priorities, and he impounds money whenever he finds any kind of wiggle room to do that. So in a sense, this bill is a Trojan horse. It's there to say we're going to help federal employees, but it's really continued power for the president. I've heard my colleagues say that, the federal employees are being used as pawns. That's what this bill does. It's using federal employees as pawns to give the OMB and the president a whole lot more power to use a slush fund of money in any way he chooses. We know the OMB director, Russ Vought, likes this bill. We know what Russ Vought's about. In fact, I think there was a leaked speech that Russ Vought had. We mentioned this in the committee, and my colleagues, I appreciate them saying how wonderful federal workers are. But this is what the OMB director, who says this is really a good bill, the Johnson bill is a really good bill. He said, we want the bureaucrats to be trauma. They have to be affected by trauma. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. I hope my Republican colleagues called out Mr. Vought when he said that, because you care so much about our employees. I appreciate that. But when folks in the administration say things like this, please say that is wrong, that we really do care about you. Not when you're trying to put a bill forward that's going to give the president an unlimited slush fund. Let's be real. If you want to pay employees, which I hope you do, if you want to move forward, then take a bill that we know has the kind of guardrails that our appropriation bills normally do to make sure the money is actually spent as we intend in Congress, which is the way it's supposed to work under Article 1 of the Constitution. I still believe in the Constitution. I still believe that we are a co-equal branch of government. We are not simply a rubber stamp for the president. And if we don't change that way, that's how you lose the checks and balances that our founders cared so deeply about. You know, as our founders were debating the Constitution, they didn't trust any of us. They knew, they're politicians too. They knew you can't trust anybody. So they figure we're going to have three branches. We're going to have the judiciary check the Congress and the president. The Congress will check the presidential power. And Article 1 is the Congress. They thought the Congress was the most important one. But they kind of assumed that the Congress would actually exercise its power and check presidential power, not just hand more to them with a smile and then use a false pretext in order to give that money. So that's what this bill is about. And you know, I've tried to work with Senator Johnson. I will always want to work with him. We've worked on a number of bills together. We have language. Again, the bills that we have that I've introduced, which is the Military and Federal Employees Protection Act, straight, clean bill. Talk about union support. Every union has supported my legislation. Every union has supported Senator Van Hollen's. And we're now getting unions. Unions are starting to read the fine print on this bill right now. So we have AFSCME that's now come out against it. We got the SEIU that has just come out against it. We have the AFL-CIO that has just come out against it. We have the IFPTE that just coming out. And our union friends are going to read the language of this bill. We should have read the fine print. Like, yes, it's really important to read the fine print. So we can't support this bill. We can support a bill that pays all of our employees, but it's got to be one that has the types of protections that we have in every other appropriations bill that we try to pass out of this body. So I'm going to oppose this, but hopefully we can find a way to work together. We have two bills ready to go we could pass today, but with this bill, we are going to object to this one.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Is the senator from Wisconsin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not quite sure what planet the senator from Michigan comes from, but here in planet Earth, when you read the actual language of the bill, none of these FANA provisions exist in there. But I will go through those point by point before we call for the final vote. Right now, I think Senator from Nebraska has a few points he wants to make.
Senator from Nebraska.
Right, thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, we heard about an offer from the minority leader. It shows just how unserious he and the Democrats are. That offer is full of horse hockey. It has things in it that Republicans cannot accept, and he knows.
Can you say it's full of?
And my colleague from Michigan, Democrat from Michigan, was just talking about power, because this is what it's about. He mentioned power. A number of other folks have talked about leverage. They need to have this shutdown for leverage. A number of Democrats have said this. But what I'm here today is to talk about people, not leverage, not power, people. Air traffic controllers. These are letters that I have received from air traffic controllers, handwritten letters that are talking about what they are going through right now because of the minority leader's shutdown. Let me just read you some of these. My wife suffers from a chronic autoimmune disease that without her medication would cripple her. Our monthly copay for her specialty medication is $2,800 a month. We have less than 2 weeks before her next round of medication is due. Our situation is not sustainable, even with pulling money from our savings. That from one of our air traffic controllers in Nebraska. Here's another one. Each shutdown gets harder than the last. The mental stress of the unknown gets harder each time. With my growing family and medical bills for my family, it gets harder every time. Both my children have neurological disorders that require constant monitoring and medical care. I take pride in my job and the service we provide here at Omaha Approach Control. As a patriot and a veteran, I take my federal oath seriously. I will always continue to do my job and keep the skies safe and expeditious. Or here's another one. Myself and my family, to include my 3-year-old daughter, are struggling to make ends meet. I now have to decide between putting food on the table, paying my mortgage, paying my car note, and many other things I need to survive. Are the Democrats deaf? Do they not hear from the people that they're putting in these situations? This is their shutdown. This is
I'm not deaf. Thank you.
their Biden budget they're not voting for. They voted for this 4 times over the last 19 months, and now they won't because their far left wing tells them not to. We have patriots here who are suffering. Why don't they show some of the courage that these people are and stand up to their far left wing and vote for this bill so that at least the people who are working can get paid? Is that so much to ask? That we pay the people who are actually trying to keep the skies safe? The Democrat staffer was earlier quoted as saying, we're going to do this till planes start falling from the sky. Well, folks, we already heard that the FAA is going to cut back 10% this week on the number of flights because of safety concerns. But it's the people that are the air traffic controllers and our law enforcement and everybody else who is working in a federal job that is not getting paid are paying the price for the minority leader shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Senator from Wisconsin.
And I appreciate the comments from Senator from Nebraska. I think the Senator from Utah would also like to speak to the bill.
Mr. President, I want to commend my friend and colleague, the Senator from Wisconsin, for his outstanding work on this bill, the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson has seized on something very important here. We're surrounded by people in this very building and throughout the United States and across the globe, people who are faithfully, valiantly working for the United States government. Now, some of them are staffers in this very room, not being paid. Some of them are the police officers we greeted on our way in who are keeping the Capitol Hill complex safe. Some of them are soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardsmen all over the world who are serving the United States government at risk of life and limb to keep us safe. And there are countless others in different occupations who are not being paid. Why? Well, they're not being paid because our friends on the other side of the aisle are wanting to expand government yet again. They may think that this is the right message, that this is a winning message. This is not. It's not the right message. It's not a winning message, even for them, because it highlights.
If you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump...
Too many functions in the United States government. So much so that when a crisis like this emerges, and the Schumer shutdown now drags well into its second month, they see that what the American people have previously regarded as a service performed by their government to them is now being held over them to extort even more money out of them under threat of planes falling from the sky. And we're told by Democrat after Democrat on television interviews and elsewhere, well, it's okay. It's okay because this is leverage. This is our leverage. Well, what do they want to use that leverage for? They want to use it so as to paper over the failures, the abject failures of Obamacare, this law that has succeeded in doing exactly one thing: enriching large health insurance companies while making all Americans poorer. Premiums have skyrocketed, coverage has diminished, quality has completely tanked as a result. They know this, they understand this, they see premiums continuing to increase year after year after year. And so what do they want to do with it? Well, they want to spend a lot more money moving forward. Money at a time when the U.S. government is already $38 trillion in debt. Money to hide, to conceal what it is that Obamacare is doing to the American people. When in fact, what Obamacare has done is diminished the health care options that the American people have. It used to be that you could
just don't bring up those names.
Negotiate with the health insurance company and buy a health insurance policy. But Obamacare in many ways made what was once health insurance illegal. We need to make health insurance legal again. We need to allow a willing customer to pay a willing insurer for a health insurance policy, rather than an Obamacare health plan, which very often, through its Byzantine labyrinth of federal regulations, just adds to the cost and adds to the profits, the bottom line of these huge healthcare companies. So yeah, they want to take this to extort the American people in their position of vulnerability at a time when we're told planes may start falling from the sky, at a time when people's Airplane tickets are being rendered valueless because a lot of these flights are not going to be able to be made, and all kinds of other problems are happening, while at the same time, our federal workforce is not being paid. These are not the right people to punish for the failures of Obamacare. Don't let them carry that burden. Don't make them do it. They didn't do this to the American people. Obamacare did. Let's fix Obamacare. Let's make it legal again to have health insurance, actual health insurance, not that sort of bastardized form of health insurance that emerged from Obamacare's endless regulations that result in diminished quality, lower coverage, and endlessly higher premiums. Mr. President, this shutdown has gone on long enough. This shutdown should come to an end, and it should come to an end by the very generous offer made by Republicans time and time and time again to continue at spending levels that until just months ago were the Democrats' own spending levels. That's not enough for them. We've got to end the madness and end the shutdown. At the very least, even if we're not to end the shutdown, we should pass Senator Johnson's bill. We should do that tonight. We should do it right now. Because regardless of what you think we ought to do with Obamacare or any other aspect of government, these workers who have now gone
are they going to pass it?
Sometime without a paycheck,
You think
they should not be required to make this sacrifice, especially when you consider what it's for.
What's up, buddy?
Hiding
What's up, Daniel?
the true cost of Obamacare. That is shameful. Again, I thank and I commend Senator Johnson and his team for putting together this legislation. I'm proud to support it. I wholeheartedly endorse it, and I plead with my colleagues to vote for it, and let's get these workers paid. They deserve nothing less. Thank you.
And I want to thank the senator from Utah for his remarks.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I don't want to spend all the time refuting all the misrepresentations from the senator from Michigan in terms of what phantom provisions he claims are in my bill. There's no slush fund. It is completely silent on presidential authority. I know some people want to reduce authority, but that's a bill that won't be signed. If you want to pay the federal workers, if you want to stop punishing them for our dysfunction, if you want to stop using them as pawns in this political game, that's a demand you have to drop. The money appropriated in this bill will go to pay workers. That also was a false argument. But if you're not quite satisfied with the language, it's been out there and we've been trying to work and get feedback for 2 weeks, and we've gotten excellent feedback from leadership, from discussions on both sides of the aisle, from OMB trying to perfect this thing. The solution is get on the bill. Get on the bill and offer amendment. Keep talking to us. Don't close it down. Now, we heard from a number of our Republican colleagues. We heard from Senator from Michigan. Yeah, obviously, passions are running high. There's a great deal of frustration, certainly on our side, when the other side simply won't take yes for an answer. But I came down here 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan stance as I possibly could be. Because as Senator from Michigan stated, we all agree that these people ought to be paid. So the way to do that is not offer a bill of unanimous consent that has no chance of being signed to law. The way to do that is to vote to proceed tonight to this bill. If we could iron out differences, we could yield back time and get this thing passed. The Speaker of the House said he'll already come back and pass this. So we are so close. I realize they're going to be hard partisans. I know liberal unions have now come out against this, but the bulk of the public sector unions are for it. They prefer my bill over anything else that they may also have supported because this is permanent. This ends using federal workforce and, quite honestly, the American public as pawns in these partisan games for all time. Again, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Federal Managers Association, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, national Air Traffic Controller Association. And again, I hope our Democrat colleagues listen to Senator Cruz's chilling and sobering remarks just a few minutes ago. The International Association of Firefighters and the Association of Flight Attendants. This bill has support because it makes so much sense. It is fair. So we had 3 Democrats join us 2 weeks ago. There are 2 other Democrats who have voted for the House CR. That brings us up to a total of 58. Now, they vote against this because we didn't have furloughed workers. We've added furloughed workers. So hopefully those 2 will join us. I have talked to enough Democrat senators trying to get their input, trying to get this passed. I know there are Democrat senators that want to vote for this bill.
Lily?
That can vote for this bill.
Lilac, whatever.
I didn't read it.
Oh, it says Bernie and AOC are the ones who consistently slow. They are for the
better
people.
angels.
Consistently show they're for the people, only
Search your
forever.
conscience.
And I wish they were running America.
Sign on to a bill. Vote for a bill that ends using federal workers, the American public, as pawns. The senator from Maryland said last week, let's not punish federal workers for our dysfunction. But I think my closing argument has to be to go back to what the senator from Texas was talking about air traffic control in that situation. 500 safety issues reported recently in our skies. Search your conscience. Can you imagine? I mean, honestly, think about it. Imagine what the one Democrat staffer said, that we're going to cling to this until planes fall out of the sky. Think about how you would feel if, God forbid, a plane, another plane, fell out of the sky and people died. How could you live with yourself? Now, again, you can continue the shutdown. I mean, that's your political choice.
Rocker, you believe polls?
Continue to vote against.
That's psycho. I don't even want to get on
House
an
continuing
airplane.
resolution.
This is fucking weird.
But you can still vote
out of the sky, bro. I'm fucking up.
To pay federal workers. You can vote to make sure that air traffic controllers get back to their stations and keep our skies as safe as possible. You can vote to dramatically reduce the chance that a plane will fall out of the sky. We just need 2 more of you. Two more of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are working with, quite honestly, folks on this side trying to end the shutdown. Just 2 of those that I spoke to that I thought would vote for this.
Thank you, Bad.
I'm begging you,
John.
2 more. Let's get on this bill. Let's pay federal workers. Let's make our nation safer. Let's do the fair thing. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote to proceed to this bill and get it passed. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. Motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on cloture on the motion to proceed S3012.
Questions in the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on cloture on the motion to proceed S3012.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 191 S3012, a bill to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of accepted federal employees for periods of work performed during a lapse in appropriations and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S3012 to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of accepted federal employees for periods of work performed during a lapse in appropriations and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
This is our government. This is our government. Are they just walking out? Or did they already pass it? I'm confused. Chat. What'd they just do? Sounded like they passed something. Maybe like, are they paying? They're paying the workers. Is that what they passed?
Probably.
Definitely didn't pass to open up the government. It's on like Fox Live now, or I think I'm on, or the RSBN. I'm not sure what I'm on. I think it's Fox Live.
I was watching this volcano explode again.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Favorite people. Mr. Blumenthal. That's what I thought.
Oh, yay.
Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
None of them
Mrs.
showed up. We all
Mr.
left.
Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms.
All the
Collins.
Democrats left.
Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassi, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich,
Pay
Mr.
attention. I
Hickenlooper,
bet there is one, Patty.
Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall,
They didn't even stick around. They're like, screw you guys. Ted Cruz,
Mr. McCormick.
great speech, but I'm not hearing that shit.
Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski.
He knows out of Ohio.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff.
Mr. Ossoff.
Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds.
I'm hitting a fucking
Sanders.
Fuck's sakes.
Mr. Schatz.
Pass out in like 12 minutes.
Mr. Schiff.
You're telling me.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer.
Good.
Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy.
Is that it?
Ms.
Mr.
Slotkin.
Sheehy? Was that it?
Ms. Smith.
Oh, just
Mr. Sullivan.
What the fuck are we watching, man?
Mr. Thune.
Doing a call off and all the
Mr.
liberals.
Tillis.
What?
Mr.
All right.
Tuberville.
I
Mr.
guess.
Van Hollen.
Yeah.
Mr. Warner.
Right, Billy? Is that what's going on?
Mr. Warnock.
What's going on?
I was just
right?
wondering why I'm watching this thing.
Mr.
I'm
Welch.
going like in college, like a high
Mr.
school.
Whitehouse.
My fucking animals.
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Van Hollen, Warner, and Welch. Ms. Slotkin, no.
Where's your no?
Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Collins, aye.
Bunch of assholes.
Mr. Banks,
with the cap.
aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye.
understand. Just gotta watch words.
You missed it, Drew. Should have watched it all day. You would understand.
Mr. Durbin, Mr.
No,
Durbin,
I'm just reading the
no.
chat.
I'm talking to Drew in the chat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mr. Justice,
Should've
Mr.
watched this
Justice,
today. You
aye. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, no.
We haven't done a stream this long in a long time.
Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, aye.
I was gonna say that an hour ago.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
Everything about Mint Mobile seems unreal.
Okay,
We're introducing
perfect time. Hit
5G
the
home
like,
internet.
please. Hi, John.
Hello, John. What's up, everybody? How you doing? I'd type it, but
Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Coons, no.
Nothing. Lisa.
Yep.
Ms. Rosen, no.
Man, our democracy's fucking wrong.
Mr. Crapo, aye.
Mr. Creepo,
Ms.
what a name.
Also Brooks, no.
Mr. Creepo, Mr. Coon, Mr. fucking Heat. What the fuck? I wish it was 2 hours ago. I'd be ripping these guys, but I'm too tired. I got no more coffee.
Oh, good.
All I've done is smoke and smoke.
Man. What are we at? 7.5 hours?
1 hour there where I thought like we were literally on a loop. I was like, dude, I swear I heard this before. And then I was like, no, I didn't. I was like literally fighting myself in my head. Like, this is already, no, this is, are you guys drunk? You sound drunk. No, we're not drunk.
Oh, Christ's sake.
Live for 7.5 hours, dude.
Oh, my God.
You watch this shit for 5 hours and tell me how you feel.
7 hours, 21 minutes, 50. What?
Yeah, but we did about 2 hours of other stuff.
Oh, man. I know. Oh, my back hurts, bro.
Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Capito, Mrs.
Thank you,
Capito,
John.
aye. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no.
Thanks, John. Much love. Much love.
Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, aye.
Lilac, Lilac, I don't know. Lilac.
Ms. Warren, Ms. Warren, no.
What are you doing, bro? Huh?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
Are you like rewinding it? Oh, is this live, dude? Like,
Yeah,
or what?
man, like, I'm just
Like,
sitting
all
here.
right, because there's like all of a sudden there's audio, then there's no audio. I don't know if that's you.
And
Ms.
they do
Hirono, Ms.
the
Hirono,
shit like,
Gotcha.
no.
bro, we ain't never watched nothing like this. Neither have you. Stop acting like you know. You don't know shit. No way do you know what's going on, no more than we do. Sorry. This has never even happened before.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, no.
Drew, are you new? Did you just join the fucking show? Drew, you missed the fucking
Mr. Young,
show.
aye.
Definitely no. Don't give a shit. I've already heard every single politician speak. Or like two gay guys. I have been straight enough to.
Mm-mm. You know?
I sure should never watch this shit now. They already voted yes on the damn control for like paying the workers, but they're not opening the government.
Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no.
and the Democrats are just lovely fucking people, right? They both suck. Kind of like your comment. Fucking waste my fucking eyes.
Mr. Paul.
Read that
Mr. Paul.
bullshit.
Aye.
It's funny. His comments up as I'm reading it. This is why you're.
Mr. Sanders.
I know,
Mr.
right?
Sanders. No.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You're a victim. I
Mr.
fucking skipped
Merkley.
you.
Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No.
No caps, dude. Chick. I don't know.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye.
What's up, Mark? Welcome back, bro. Damn right.
My bad, bro. Sorry.
It's good to see you, bro.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No.
Here we go.
Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No.
Oh.
I appreciate everybody that stuck around. I'm doing this for y'all. Hope you guys,
Mr.
we all
King. Mr.
remember
King. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye.
this. For sure.
Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye.
Ronnie, the caps and the exclamation point. It makes it look like we're fighting. Algorithm doesn't like that. All right, dude, no more.
Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no.
Come on, Mr. Gallego. This is absolute shit show. I've
Mr.
never
Markey,
seen.
Mr. Markey,
This is my.
no.
This is the first time I sat through some shit
Ms.
this long.
Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye.
Yo,
You.
are you playing something?
No, what do you
It's
mean?
still going. Oh, it's still going. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Dude, why do you keep
I'm
asking?
because I'm reading the
Hildebrand,
chat
no.
and it's silent as hell. and
Mr. Kelly,
I
Mr.
look up,
Kelly, no.
bro. I look up here and I'm like, ah,
On Twitter or what? Do you want to hear music? Like, I don't know what you expect.
no, dude. I'm like, why don't I hear anything? That's what I was thinking.
Because the bitch
It's
is,
like,
I don't know.
I'm watching the chat, bro. It's entertaining.
She's fucking her bean. It's like, okay. Riley, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know our government's as fucked as it really is. I knew we were fucked, but fuck.
You don't like to show Republicans comments. Wow. What? If you're asking why, I mean, you got to figure it
Mr.
out.
Mr. Lujan,
Who are
aye.
you talking to, homie?
Ronnie, so you don't like to show Republicans
Not
comments.
you, bro. I'm not talking to you. I know exactly.
Oh,
I don't know, bro. I've showed every single fucking comment, dog. I just don't stare at the comments the whole time. I do other shit.
yeah, man. Well, I do both, kind of.
Dude, I do this like every 20 minutes. I've been doing it later because I'm bored. But I just got off of pressing the buttons for fucking 15 minutes, dude. Sorry, I didn't highlight your fucking shit. Dude, who would have thought the Republican would be crying the most? The fuck?
Yeah.
Literally.
Right? I think you've been in here long enough. I said no caps. Republican or Democrat. You're left or right. Gone. Can't have it.
I don't care what side you're on.
YouTube doesn't fucking like it. So we got to follow the rules. Kind of, as much as we can. All of them.
No, you are crying the most. I didn't say the Republicans are. I said you are. You. You're good. I said you. You're the one bitching the most in the fucking chat about not your fucking comment not getting highlighted. Like, man. Come on, Chad. You gonna let this dude just sit there and come on. We respect you.
That is a girl.
Don't care if it's a dog. Well, it explains why you're bitching so much now. Sorry. By the way, I'm joking. I just can't laugh afterwards because I have no more laughter.
I do. Oh, shit.
Bro, come on, lady. Make your fucking mind up. Who hasn't hit the like? Who hasn't subbed? Get sub. Like, we're only 23 away from 300. That's kind of crazy. Let's get 300. We stayed up this long. Come on now. Debbie, how you been? I haven't seen you forever, by the way. I can't believe you've been in here for this damn long. I don't know, Debbie. I think they're fucking with me, dude. I do. I think they're fucking with me, Debbie. I think they're trolling me right now. I truly believe this is a conspiracy against me right now. They're like, you cannot get up. You'll fucking eat. No. This is a conspiracy. Awesome. Love it. I'm just around Songbird. Much love. Is this the quiet before the storm or what's up?
I don't know. I don't know what you have brewing, but me. A nap, probably.
Yes, exactly, Mark. Well, it takes 2 or more. Well, guess what? There's about 35 to 50 of them bastards. I guarantee you 2 of them are like, yeah, I'm going to hold this off for Tim to stick around for another hour or 2. I bet it was that Marino guy from Ohio because I didn't vote for him. It's like, yeah, well, fuck him.
Reno.
I kept hearing Marino. I'm like, yeah, I didn't vote for that guy. They're like, you know what, bro, you didn't want to vote for me? Okay. Next time you go live, bitch, I'm going to make you sit there all day. Fuck. Sorry for my language. Hey, we're 19 likes away. Come on, guys. Just
Come
300.
on. Hurry
Come
up. Let me go to
What
sleep.
if they like literally are? I'm telling you, I feel like they are taking a nap.
The average person would rather suffer through team building exercises than look for insurance.
God,
The zebra searches over.
Dude.
Oh, man.
The only thing worse that could pop up right now is that redhead that I can't stand. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. That was like a good 2 months straight.
The McIntyre. If Reba popped up, I'd fucking lose it. I would lose.
It's probably because of those crazy stories you looked up on your
On this vote, the yeas are
computer.
53, the nays are 43, 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I understand there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
Clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S 3166, a bill to rescind unused COVID funding and reduce the deficit.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard. Bill will be read the second time on the next legislative day.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Saturday, November the 8th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Cassidy.
Without objection. Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, I'm going to try and present a way forward for Democrats, Republicans, and Americans out of our current situation with a different proposal than people have already thought of. Now, the government should have been shut down for 38 days.
I'm doing it, Dad.
We're going to vote again, and tomorrow the vote will again fail.
My life.
But in Americans, Congress is frustrated. We need to open the government. So, if to open the government, we need to talk about health care, let's talk about health care. Let's have a conversation in the family. We have an affordability crisis, and health insurance is part of it. Now, this is personal to me. I'm a doctor, practiced in a hospital for the uninsured and the poorly insured for 20 years. And many of those people that came to see me were middle-income Americans who could not afford their medical bills and could not afford insurance.
Why aren't you doing
I want
it now,
to see
man?
this solved. But if we're going to solve it now in this present circumstance, we need to move beyond entrenched ways of thinking that have settled us in our camps and refuse to allow us to listen to the other person. And I thank some of my Democratic colleagues for being here. We've got to be creative. Now, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, tried to make health care affordable by giving insurance companies more money. The enhanced premium tax credits, EPTC, is the latest example. It sends, next year it would send $26 billion to insurers, hoping that families see smaller bills. But that actually doesn't make health care less expensive. And for some, it actually makes the health insurance more expensive if you're not getting subsidized care on the exchange. So we can do better than just papering over the cost with subsidies. Instead of paying insurance companies to manage our money, let's trust Americans with a pre-funded, flexible savings account worth as much as the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Let me repeat that. A pre-funded, not out of their salary, but pre-funded from the federal taxpayer, equivalent in value to the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Now, let me make it clear. I'm not speaking for the Republican caucus. I'm not speaking for President Trump. I'm not even speaking as the Help Committee chairman. I'm speaking as a senator and as an American that sees us at an impasse and is trying to think differently about how we can move forward. So I'm going to present to my fellow Americans an idea that hopefully will move us out of this stalemate and go forward. And I'm going to try and speak as if I'm speaking to the American back home. Here's the problem. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, if the insurance company decides to pay more, they just get more subsidy from the taxpayer. Now, insurance companies get paid no matter what, and it doesn't matter how expensive the tab is. There's absolutely no incentive to bring the cost down. There's no transparency as to what the care really costs, and there is absolutely no reward for the family that goes to a place which is less expensive. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. You're hiding the fracture, but you're not fixing the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone, which is high health care costs. So, put simply, the enhanced premium tax credit does not empower patients. It enriches insurance companies. By the way, they're important. We need them. But if I have a choice of empowering you, the American, or enriching an insurance company, I and we should pick our fellow American. Now, imagine a different type of help. Not paying the insurance company another subsidy, but putting money pre-funded, not out of your salary, but roughly equal to the enhanced premium tax credit, put that into an account that you control. Every eligible American citizen on the exchange would receive this federally pre-funded flexible spending account. And it would work like the prepaid health account you use for real-world health expenses. It would actually have more flexibility than your current insurance proposal. You go to the dentist, it can pay for dental care. You go to the orthodontist, it can pay for your orthodontal care. It can pay for eyeglasses, which typically insurance does not pay for. Prescription drugs, medical supplies, your deductible, your copay, it can pay for it all. Now, it wouldn't pay for insurance premiums. This is about you spending directly for your health care costs, not about enriching insurance companies. It would pay for the care that families actually use. That's what a pre-funded flexible spending account actually does. I keep emphasizing pre, because I mention this to people, and they say, wait a second, this has to come out of my salary. No, this would be the money that would go to an enhanced premium tax credit, and instead it goes into this account that you control. Now, it seems complicated for some. I go and I mention it to them, I say, oh boy, this is something different, Bill. This is a great idea, but it's kind of like, just too different. 72% of Americans getting their health care through some government entity are offered flexible savings accounts. 47% of people getting insurance through their employer are offered FSAs. This is something that is used by millions of Americans already. So what I'm proposing is just to give this option to people on the exchanges. And by the way, the federal government already offers flexible savings accounts to people on these small business exchanges. Members of Congress, we are
16 likes from 300. If you can, double tap the screen. Thank you.
The option of choosing an FSA. My family has one. And the Department of Treasury already has an office through which they funnel money to pay for these flexible spending accounts that I, as an individual, choose to get. So what we're speaking of is just offering to people on the exchanges, that on the individual exchange, that which is already offered to people on the small business exchange, and paying for it by the same mechanism in which it's already done through that exchange. Now, still, there's going to be some bureaucracy involved. But if there's any president that can overcome the inertia of the bureaucracy to make it happen by January 1, 2026, is Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump is the man who, when it was told it would take 18 years, 10 years, 18 months to come up with a vaccine and a program to prevent COVID transmission, he did it in 10 to 11 months. This president can overcome the inertia and we have a running start because the federal government is already doing this. Now, let me make clear the key differences between enhanced premium tax credits and federally funded flexible spending accounts. First, who gets the money? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, insurance companies. Under this, it is patients and families. What can it be used for? Here, the premium tax credits go for insurance premiums. Period, stop, full stop, boom, it goes to the insurance company. Here, real care. Your doctor visit, your deductible, your copay, your dentist, your glasses, your prescriptions, that sort of thing. Who makes the decision? The insurance company. Just wait and fight with them about a pre-authorization. Under the flexible spending account, you make the decision. You have the power. And lastly, does it lower cost? No. It is pretty clear if we continue to fund insurance companies no matter what they pay, it drives up the cost. In contrast, if you empower the patient, that mother is going to find the most affordable option. It's been studied. If you give people something that they perceive as their own money, they hunt for that bargain. By the way, if they go and they find out that the cash price is cheaper than what the insurance company would charge them, they will have the option of using this for the cash price. So we have reforms in here that give the patient even more power. Good thing about that, as the patient saves money, so does the taxpayer, and that's a good thing. So the pre-funded flexible spending account doesn't treat people like dependents of the government as do the enhanced premium tax credits. It treats you like a capable consumer who knows what is best for your family. You decide where to go for dental work. You decide your pharmacy. You decide whether to pay the cash price or the negotiated price that the insurance company offers you. And instead of Washington paying insurance companies to manage your day-to-day care, you manage it with fairness, transparency, and flexibility. Now, some will ask, won't this cost money? Of course. In the first year, it'll be about the same amount as the enhanced premium tax credit. And my Democratic colleagues should like that. But the individual will be getting better value through the federally pre-funded FSA because she is spending it on that which she actually needs as opposed to up to 20% of it going for overhead, profit, and administrative cost. It isn't just fiscally responsible.
Absolutely not, bro.
Who would rather have their money in their own pocket than for the insurance company to dictate how they spend it? So here's the choice before us. In conclusion,
He ain't selling
we
me
keep
nothing,
paying
bro.
insurance companies to paper over the higher cost behind confusing bills in a system which actually raises the cost for some, or we can give Americans the tools, we can trust our fellow Americans to pay for their care directly at fair prices with transparency. If you will, it puts patients first, not insurers. It encourages competition. It rewards smart choices, and it begins to make health care truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of the consumer. Let's stop writing blank checks to insurance companies. Let's invest in our fellow Americans. I say this, we have to first open the government. This takes writing some legislation. We have to open the government. But we have to be willing to take a risk to solve a problem and not be afraid to do something different. I have seen in our chamber right now a hunkering down. We've not been able to solve it, so we're not going to try anything different. We're just going to wear the other side down until they wave the white flag. Now is the time to be creative. I'm a rock rib Republican, but I will say what I just offered is not a Republican solution. It is not a Democratic solution. It is an American solution. Let's open the government. Let's work together. Let's fix health care by giving the American more power, not the insurance company. Thank you.
Senator.
Please, no more.
Without objection.
Thank you. Will my colleague yield for a question? Thank you. I noticed in your proposal, you're talking about something that you would hope to affect January of next year. Is that correct?
That is the goal, to have this ready for next year.
What is the senator from Louisiana's interpretation of how the market controls you're trying to create a market mechanism where you're giving the consumer the same amount of money you would give them in the tax credits to make the insurance more affordable only through a health savings account. But how do you know once you gave that in the health savings account, the market is going to not still have an increase above that amount? So how do you think this affects the market?
Wonderful question. First, this is a flexible savings account, not a health savings account. There is a legal distinction. I want to make that. When the enhanced premium tax credits are not renewed, we know the insurance companies have already set up their rates. And so the consumer, our fellow American, will be choosing from the offerings that have been made by the insurance company for them to choose from. The difference would be, and they will see, by the way, that the policy for someone at 400% of federal poverty level costs about $2,500 more a year than it otherwise would have with the enhanced premium tax credit. This would be supplemental. We would say to that individual, you're at 400% of federal poverty level, your policy is $2,500 more a year, you will get a flexible spending account pre-funded to help offset the cost of this. Now, if it's my family, I would say, I got $2,500. Maybe instead of going for a silver plan, I'll go for a bronze plan, because now I can offset the higher deductible with my flexible savings account. And because I'm going for a bronze plan, my premium will be lower. But that's trusting the American people. We are plugging into the current insurance market. We're actually not changing at all how it functions.
Would yield for another question. I'm assuming that you think affordability is the key. I certainly think affordability is the key. Nobody wants to subsidize expensive health insurance. We want to create market mechanisms to drive down the cost of health insurance, not just spend money to buy expensive insurance, whether you buy it through the tax credit or buy it through a health savings account. We want to create those mechanisms. So again, all of this is going to take place in November and December, right now and December. So somehow you would make some calculation in January about what would go into a savings account, or you're thinking of a flat number?
That's a wonderful question. No. If somebody, the federal government knows, or put it this way, many states have calculated what would be the insurance rate with an enhanced premium tax credit, and what will the insurance rate be without the enhanced premium tax credit. It has been calculated for our fellow Americans what the value of an enhanced premium tax credit would be if they signed up for a certain policy in their state, given their age and their health condition. They know that. The question is whether they get the credit or not. Well, they're not going to get it, so the policy is going to be higher. And this, under the plan, if we can agree to it, they would then get the FSA in an amount equivalent to that which they did not receive as a payment to the insurance company. Instead, it would be a payment to the flexible savings account they would have, and that they would then use it for these services.
If the senator would continue to yield, the issue is that, so much of this is already set up, and I think you're trying to be creative in a way to, instead of the Alexander Murray cost revenue sharing, I think you're trying to figure out something that would get people the same amount of money to make them whole over the next year or two. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I would say what we're trying to do is make people, as the market is out there, whole over the next year or two. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're happy to debate how we make health insurance more affordable after that. That has been a goal of our side of the aisle for decades. We want to make it more affordable. Now, we all get to be measured about how successful we've been on that, but I think that we're going to continue to strive to make it more affordable, and really are proud that we drove down the uninsured rate with the Affordable Care Act, because we covered more people, thereby lowering costs because not having so much uncompensated care. So I'm glad to see somebody saying, let's talk and let's put a proposal out there. Happy to continue to have a dialogue about any idea that helps us move forward. But the issue is that so many Americans are in this moment right now making these decisions, and how you affect that for the next 2 years is the biggest question. And you and I know if we said, okay, we're huddling tomorrow, or the finance committee is huddling tomorrow, then everybody would be up here trying to convince us not to do various things. So the question is, how can we protect the marketplace for the next year or two in the simplest way, and then get about us going back to business, talking to each other, trying to work out what are the best creative ideas for lowering health insurance costs. I don't know why we haven't done a PBM bill. I mean, my colleague Senator Grassley and I have a bill. I think you have a proposal. Other people have a proposal. We're letting PBMs get away with so much in the expense of prescription drugs. I don't know why we don't spend all our time driving down the cost of health insurance. So I'm happy to work creatively on ways to protect the market over the next 2 years so that we can finally get to some creative discussion. So I thank the senator.
Thank you for the questions, and let me just respond very quickly. I think the beauty of what I'm proposing is it fits in very nicely with the insurance markets as they currently are. It doesn't require anything to change between now and January the 1st. It is too late to change those plans and those rates. It is just too late. This does not require those rates to change. This would be something which could benefit our fellow Americans next year and could be implemented by then. Yes, the bureaucracy is going to have to work hard. President Trump can get them to work hard. You mentioned several other reforms. I am in total agreement. We should be working, again, Democrats, Republicans, that's what we need to do to get something done, in order to come together for a set of proposals that will lower health care costs. And both as a member of the committee, we both serve on Senate Finance, as well as the chairman of the Health Committee, it is my intent to do that. We've got to do that. But this can work this year for Americans who are going to be on the exchanges, and that's my hope. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 tomorrow, Saturday.
Thank God, Lord Jesus. Fucking answer my prayer. All right, everybody. Well, I don't know what the outcome was. I think they're just going to come back tomorrow and figure it out. So I appreciate everybody coming in. There's a lot of people here. I hope everybody hit the like, hit the subscribe. Gigi, Eric, Mark, Adam. Man, there was a lot of you in here. Patty Cakes, where you at? Eric the Great. All y'all, thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. Debbie, Gigi, everybody who's stuck around through this whole thing. As you see, our country is just messed up. The system is definitely messed up, and let's just pray that they can figure this stuff out, because this is looking bad on us right now. I mean, it's like they sound like a bunch of little children, and both of them, both sides. I literally feel like they need to figure out what's good for us. They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn about us. They care about lining their pockets. We know that. That's why they're not making these deals right now. So we just got to sit back and let the government do government.
Build a website
thing.
you love with Wix.
Of course.
For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough.
Hold on. Sorry, the thing started the commercial started going. Anyways, I mean, that's where we're at, dude. I mean, that's kind of where we at. I give a damn about you, Timmy. Stay on. I've been on for too long, but I've been on for 8 hours on the dot. I've been on. We are 7 likes away, though, you guys. We are 7 likes away from 300. That'd be cool to hit that real fast. If anything pops off, maybe I'll pop on tomorrow and we'll cover the rest of it. See what they do. I don't see them opening up the government anytime soon. Yeah, no, we're quit. We're not sticking around. We're not watching. Hey, we're 6 likes though. There's 170 something people in here. Come on, 5 of y'all can smash that. And if something pops off, dude, I'll come back on. For sure. I need to eat. We've been on for 8 hours. We stuck around. You know, it was like I was bored, but I really wanted just to stick out the whole entire system and just watch how it works. And it's like, man, it's a shit show. It's an absolute shit show. Mark, you too, bro. These things can go on. Yeah. No, that shit is cut off until the widespread fraud is addressed, bro. Yeah, I hear you, Mark. There's so much going on. They're not gonna, dude. It sounded like to me they were saying like into the next year, which would be like past December. Did it not? I mean, I heard that multiple times. I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. Adam Wells says works. What's the works? What did I say? Replace all 535 plus 2. Yeah, I hear that, man. We don't give a shit however long it takes. Yeah, we just wanted to see, you know, people said they were going to stick around. I said, all right, man. Yeah, it just ended, dude. It just ended. We're 4 likes away from 300. I'm just saying peace out to everybody because it was the last like hour was just very slow. So I just wanted to say what's up to everybody before I dipped out. Yeah, no, we wanted the results. Yeah, we're almost at 300 likes. We're 2 away, dude. We're 2 away. Be grateful. We had a whole bunch for a while there.
1 away.
Yeah. And then it was like, I feel like a lot of you guys stuck around. Much love to you guys.
Yeah, the madness.
That's why I kept it going. I wasn't going to quit on the people that stuck around with me the whole time. No way. I paid too much fucking money, bro. We want some results. I hear you, Mark. I fucking hear you, dude. The problem with the proposition like the man's is that a lot of representatives will vote no simply because.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right, dude. And as is the big guy, you know, Project Warp Speed. We hit 300. You know,
Hey.
he calls himself grandfather Moderna. I mean, they all have big pharma's got, you know, they all got their hands in big pharma. So yeah, no wonder they want to fight over healthcare. Who gets to pocket the money? You know, we put you there, Timmy. Oh, hey, bro, doing the best I can, my brother. I was doing stuff and let it play the whole time in the background. Oh, cool, bro. Thanks.
Nice.
Me and Ryan both were having OCD, like anxiety. I know I can feel Ryan's anxiety, my anxiety. I'm like, dude, they are taking so long. What is going on? I got my cat like meowing and right next to me the whole time. It's like giving me anxiety. I'm like, come on, just let me know. Write to your senators. Well, if their response is going to be as long as this damn thing just went, I'll be 800 years old before I ever get a fucking result. I mean, dude, we need to replace the senators. I mean, dude, I wish that the government didn't have so much funding that we needed because I would say keep it shut. I can't stand the government. But I obviously we need it open.
That's it. Like, can start voting at local level. Local level.
Thanks, Brad. Term and age limits. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of pork fat in this stuff that we didn't, that we don't know about, and that's what they're fighting about in the background. And they know. I'm wondering, it's just like whose pocket's gonna get lined. I'm guaranteeing that's what it is. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm guaranteeing. Bro, we can't even get the local shit. Yeah, that's why. Hey, look, dude. I agree with Mark. We can't even do the local. That's why I didn't vote for the midterms, dude. It's the first time I haven't voted. I didn't want to put my name by any of these fucks. And I was just disgusted with the whole process. I'm like, dude, I'm good. I'm sitting this one out. I just don't care. It's all shit. It's a shit show. I wanted to, and I didn't. If that makes sense. I am pretty sure I am the reason hanging on to his. Hey, Debbie, keep up the good work. We need fucking patriots. Keep up the good work. It is. It's a big fucking show, dude. It's like someone said, I say it all the time. It's like WWF, man, or like a soap opera, but on the world stage. That's why I've been calling it what's going on in the world staged events.
I like to say a Roman circus, like an ancient Roman circus.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it is. Entertaining the goys. You know.
Crazy shit.
Yeah, Mark knows what I'm saying. They're just trying to entertain the simps. You know how it goes. But man, I appreciate every single one of you guys for coming in. We passed 300 likes. We saw the whole thing, and yeah, let's end it on. Who are you talking to, Sean? Sean, who are you talking to? What's up, Frank? Sean, who are you talking to, bro? I'm just wondering before I exit, like what was that? Would you just say entertain the who? The masses! The masses! Are you fucking stupid? What'd you think I fucking said? What even comes close to fucking masses, bro? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Fuck out of here. Dumbass.
Good. Goodbye.
You're a Fuentes fan? No, I'm not. I think he's funny, but I ain't no fan, bro. You're fucking a fan, bro. I ain't no fan. I don't fucking watch that shit.
Jump off now.
He's funny, but I don't watch that shit. Don't judge me. You don't know me, Sean, you weirdo. You fucking goofball. You ain't nailed nothing, boy. You ain't nailed shit. Maybe your right hand. That's about it. Every June. Hell yeah, Sean.
Somebody's trolling hard.
Sean's fucking real, coming real extra.
Oh, it's funny, bro. I don't know, man.
Eddie called it, bro. Do you think the government shutdown will cause the stock market to crash? I mean, depends on how long it goes. I think a lot of things could crash if it stays for a long time. Otherwise, I don't know. You know? Tim's what? I can't read that. My eyes are so fucking
It says, "Are you communist?"
Goyam. Tim's Goyam. Yeah, I'm communist, man. I was born in the communist era. I hide under my desk and think about Russia.
Oh,
Are you Sybil? I'm just wondering, how simple can you be? How simple? Oh, I just lost my chat for a minute there. Holy crap, we're 27. Oh no, yeah.
Hey, hit the like anyway. Perfect time. Double tap the screens. Fucking free. What are we on? Almost 8.5 hours, dude. Ah.
What's everybody gonna do tonight? Anything good?
Yeah.
I'm about to watch the Cavs game and eat some big ass dinner, bro. That's dude, Frank. I know who that is. I remember those comments. I remember that shit, bro. I remember that. Billy Truman, how's it going,
Hey,
man?
Billy.
How's it going? Hope it's going well. We're like just finishing up. I'm gonna pack up this lemon. I'm gonna crescent this stream, and then we're gonna get out of here. Hey, Keith, pack one up with me, bro.
Frank, no caps. Sorry, buddy.
Everybody, if you smoke, let's smoke one real fast.
Frank, no cap, bro. Just put
What
in
time did
lowercase.
the Cavs play?
Man, I don't know. I'm going to fucking bed, bro.
I'm gonna try. Do you think I'm gonna be able to stay awake for it though? Do you think?
No.
Dude, we've been at this since like 9:55 a.m. and I set up the stream at like 9 a.m.
It was like 8. No, it was like 8. No, it was like 8:15.
It was early, dude. We started at this shit early.
I'm tired, boss.
Yeah, boss. Boss, I'm tired.
Hi, boss.
Boss, I'm real
It's
tired.
time to go to
My
sleep.
back hurts. My tummy hurts. Boss, my eyes hurt. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do hurt.
My eyes do hurt. My belly is.
They're burning right
If I
now.
had a big ass cup of coffee and some really funny shit, I'd get down. But I don't got either. And my creativity's out the fucking wall. But
Thank God. Let's go to
fire,
sleep.
though. Later, bro. Straight gas, though.
I can't.
So,
You
me going to the bar for a few hours tonight.
come on,
Yeah,
Frank.
cool, man. Yeah, dude, this is the longest we've done in like a year, dude. I know we did a 9-hour
Frank.
one. We did a 9-hour one. We did a 9-hour one. Back when Iran attacked Israel.
Fun times.
It was fun too. I mean, not fun, but we just sat there and watched
No, it
all
was horrible.
the bombs just hit the
Fucking
dome. Like,
horrible.
boom, boom, boom. That shit was crazy, dude. Yeah, we almost got 250,000 people watch that show. That was a crazy show, dude.
I can't believe that shit.
I didn't realize it. Yeah. It was a stupid, crazy show. Dude, this Gorilla Glue is straight gas, man. Straight gas. You can taste it with the lemon. You can taste the difference. It's crazy because I have Gorilla cookies, and you can taste that. You can taste it.
I got GG4.
Yeah,
I got Gorilla Glue 4. But it's fire. You know, it's always fire.
I got some lemon G crossed with GG4, Gorilla cookies, and sour OG. It's by far my favorite strain. Other than this Rainbow OG I opened this morning, it's super gas. RS11 by Lit OG. It's really dope. If you guys can get it, I suggest getting it.
RS11 is always a winner. You can't go wrong, man. Ever.
I think it might be one of my favorite strains now. For
I
sure.
know. Me too.
RS1000, RS11. It's definitely my favorite. Guys got a 1997 webcam. No, I've got other webcams. I just didn't plan on going live, man. I don't really care. I can do this from my phone, bro.
I am doing it from my phone.
I'm on my laptop. It's just we've used up a lot of bandwidth. I think I've been live for 8 hours and 22 minutes. I was going to stop at 8 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know. I didn't know what settings to put it on to make it be better. I just went live. I knew it was a little choppy. I just didn't really give a shit, honestly. So, but that being said, man, everybody have a great Friday. Go Cavs. Go Buckeyes tomorrow. America, hello, mixed martial artist.
What's up, buddy?
Good luck with America. I hope everything comes on. I think New York is effed.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll see what's going on. I don't think the government's going to open up tomorrow, but they are at least going to pay the people that deserve the money. That's one step forward to at least getting something accomplished, I guess. I don't know, to be positive in the end, but they all suck. It was a shit show. And yeah, all that. You guys have a blessed damn day. Come back through. Hope you're subbed. So you come back through and kick it again. We'll see you on the other side. God bless everybody. Hey, all y'all, be good, man. Be safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't fucking do. Ryan already dipped out. All right, man. He left me on here by myself. All right, I'm out, y'all. God bless.